just can. His voice and my ears don't mix. And
I hope my voice isn't going on here. I often am a bit self-conscious of that. I'm like, I hope that I don't have a annoying voice.
You can't control it. You are who you are. And but I've never heard IPS like belly laugh, man. Like, oh my God, that's the funniest fucking thing I've ever heard. No, never, not once. And that's weird to me, man. I mean, usually I can make somebody laugh in some weird way, but yeah, he doesn't. That was like a robot almost. But great information, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I learned a lot of stupid shit from that guy. But can't handle listening to him, man. Can't do it. And he's done some sketchy things too, man. That kind of make me go, it's kind of aggressive. Hey, the very first Flat Earth meetup, man, was called FEMA Camp. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it, but IPS was going to start it. You guys started organizing it. They were going to have it in Colorado. Our buddy Snack Future was involved. Issa, our buddy Issa was involved. They started putting this whole thing together. They had a venue. IPS had this venue set up last minute. No venue, right? So Snack, found some place. I don't know, somebody's barn or some shit or something. They had to move it over there at the last minute. And, I don't know, maybe 100 people showed up. I don't know how many, but there's some video out there of it. It was completely disorganized at that point. Anytime your venue gets switched and the leadership gets changed out last minute, man, things are going to be a little hectic. But there was a lot of art, there was a lot of music, and it was flat earthers hanging out, and it was cool, but it wasn't publicized hardly at all at that point, man. It was completely destroyed. But that was back in I'm gonna say 2016, summer 2016, somewhere in there.
Yeah, dude.
It was before the one in Raleigh, North Carolina, which made the news, the mainstream news. They had all the news stations there. Yeah, that was a much bigger deal. But I had never heard of FEMA camp before that. But
dude, can I get in to just ask AI a question?
Mm-hmm.
Because I always bring in my flat Earth questions. He's my go-to guy. So I'm looking at this Walter Bislin thing, and I can't get my head around how there's this rotate. In the middle, we look up and we see this rotation. I don't understand how that could be at the edge. If somebody can explain it to me, that'd be great.
What is there something of it in the stream right now?
I don't see it. Well, Helio, IPS is still.
You're gonna have to give me a graphic or explain it better.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that model. Me and Tim were looking at it, and just a couple of towards the edge. Yes, it all made perfect sense. What he was saying, and I agreed with him. But as soon as you get to the very edge, and then there's supposed to be this, almost like a vortex, like you're looking up just like it is in the middle. And I'm thinking, well, how does that work? That doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't know.
So what do you mean by the edge? Like low to the horizon?
No, I've got these from Eric DeBay. I know this is not exactly what I'm talking about. This makes sense though. So if we post, that makes sense,
right?
And then you move away, and you see Polaris over here. That makes sense. That all makes sense, doesn't it? There, in this little personal dome everyone's talking about there.
That actually makes a whole lot of sense. It's very comprehensive, because everybody does have a personal dome of perspective,
Yeah.
You know, and they've got a 180 over them in every direction and a 360 around them in every radial direction. So yeah, that actually is
right. But I was thinking if you go to the very, very edge, and supposedly if you look up, you get the same. If you're in the middle and you look up, you get that stars around you. You know, Polaris in the middle. You get that same view right to the edge, and that doesn't make
the same view with Polaris above you.
Yes, the same view. That's what I've been told. You get the same rotation, but just in the opposite direction. The same spiral.
Yeah, but there's no Polaris.
There's no star. No, I get that, but there's still the same view. I don't understand how that can be.
With this model or in general?
Just with the flat Earth. I just don't make any sense.
Actual observation.
So there's a common misconception when thinking about problems, which people don't realize that they make most of the time, which is called assuming uniformitarianism, or assuming object constancy with a uniformitarianism presupposition. So in other words, it's not necessary that the stars are a single field. It could be compound. If you remove the assumption that it must be singular and it all must be doing the same thing, and then you just have a differing perspective to it based on where you are, that could close your mind to certain possibilities. However, if the stars are a compound field or displayed to you through a compound of change somehow, then that you could have different results. So I'm pretty sure I mentioned to you this before, but this guy, his channel's called Flat Earth Philosophy, I believe, and he has a toroid star field, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he basically says, so you have a double toroid star field, so an inner ring and an outer ring. And then on top of that, you have a reflection, right, which creates a hologram effect. So some of the stars you see are projections from a different location. So they're not physically there. It's just an optical effect that's basically floating in visual space, not three-dimensional space. So if you remove this idea that they're point objects a specific distance from you, rotating around you in some manner, and you see them as purely an optical effect, then that changes the way you look at it. And then these ideas, this is impossible, like counter rotation. So, I could demonstrate to you with a very simple optical setup, something rotating in one direction, but put through an optical setup before you see it, it rotates in the other direction. Now, if you didn't know that that optical setup was between you and it, you would say, accurately from your perspective, that thing is rotating in this direction. However, I, knowing the truth because I set it up, would say, no, it's actually rotating in that direction. It just appears to you opposite.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about it. Not much. I wasn't thinking about it much. Because it was started to hurt my brain. I was like, if you look up and it looks like it does in the middle, in the north, my brain was like, that doesn't make any sense. It just goes in the opposite direction. I can see why the anti-flat earthers, lead with this argument.
I think it was, I popped in here and listening earlier today. I've been AI.
Yeah,
India,
so
but you guys were like, all they got is the sky, the sky, the sky, the sky, the sky, man.
Yeah, but not only just the sky, they have assumptions about the physical three-dimensional spatial relationships of the sky relative to what they see.
Right.
Right. So they're making claims about object constancy and three-dimensional Cartesian coordinates from the point of observation, when really all they have is optical phenomenon.
Yeah.
To say this object exists in a three-dimensional point away from me there because it appears to be from my point of view, and it appears to be moving in this way from my point of view. Therefore, it is. Well, I mean, I could disprove the things you see are necessarily going or necessarily are where you think they are on a local level demonstrably. So there's no reason to think that that couldn't apply on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
But yeah, also the star field wouldn't necessarily... The star field, when you look at those graphics that you've shown, it shows the stars going down to the quote-unquote edge of that little territory. But of course, there's no reason for that to be either. The stars could be extending out much, much further.
Yeah, well, I said that's Tim. I said that's Tim. We've got no idea what's happening at the edge. But yeah, it's...
Right, and if you... So I'll try to find, because I told somebody else just not a while ago, Dr. Zach did a video where he made a flat star field rotating above a flat Earth in a graphics program, and it didn't match what we see. And then he applied a transform to it, like assuming optical conditions between you and the field, right? And then when he applied that, all of a sudden, it started to look like what we see when we look up.
Interesting.
So he started with a flat star field, and then basically, for lack of a better term, offered in optical or refractive effects with a domatic lens style atmosphere, right?
Okay.
Where the atmosphere is acting like a lens or a local lens to the observer viewpoint or the personal dome, you could say. I don't think he was thinking that exactly at the time. Like, this was like 5 years ago. But starting with a flat star field, rotating above a flat plane, looking at it from a viewpoint, then applying that concept to it with the optical effects, and then it started to look more like, like the sky dome, like we appear to see.
Right.
Very good video. Like I said, I have to find it. I don't have it linked on the bot here. I have his other 2 videos linked on the bot, but I'm sure if you went to his channel, you might find it before I have a chance to get to it.
I'm going to look into it more. Stars aren't my bag, I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of these topics that aren't my bag, to be fair. But if that's what you... wait a minute. I've started this bloody video. One sec. I watched that Global Rehab. Very good episode of Wiss's channel. Highly recommend. But yeah, I just took a little screenshot. And it won't let me post it for some reason. Maybe it's too big or something. Oh, that's weird. Oh, so I can post it in the locker room, apparently. Sorry to anybody, the audience that can't see it. But basically, you look up, and if that's what you see, and it's just going in the opposite direction, that's what confused me. I'm like, well, that's weird, because, like I said, the options are perspective, as you just said, and a globe. We know it can't be the latter.
No, there's a third option, is a concave Earth. It's curving up. Celestial spheres in the center. Contains all the stars. Everything's small and local. That's also a third option, just FYI.
I mean, concave, I'm
not saying it should be considered or that's true or anything. I'm just saying there's other. It's not just A or B. For example, there is curvature, but it's curving up. The land would be the container in this case. It would be a pressurized system because there's various like planes of containment, spheres within spheres.
What's the evidence it's curving up though?
I don't know much. I don't know, but I just know about it like that. So
Because I thought that was just perspective as well.
yeah. So that's all for now. I'll have to be right back.
Well, you see, that does explain, like, you could use that as an explanation for the star field apparent counter rotation, because, you know, an object, if you're on the top or bottom of a singular rotating object, from your point of view, would appear to be rotating clockwise versus counterclockwise.
Yep.
Everyone experiences this who's tried to put on a bolt and gone to the other side and then realized that it's the opposite of lefty loosey, righty tighty. You know, it's righty loosey, lefty tighty. However, that being said, unless you know the nature of the object, like you do with the bolt, and you can go to both sides and verify that it's a continuous object, like how could you know that for sure? It'd be an inference at best.
Mm.
So to carry that proposition, you'd really need demonstrable inverse curvature, right?
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if you have a rotating field, which is simultaneously suffering from perspective, right? Then that would definitely have some effects going on as things move. Man, there's some graphic that I made a while back where it showed like the idea of a sun going away from two people from their vantage point, and one person sees it going from the left to right, and one other person sees it going from their right to left. But really all it's doing is going straight over the head between them. But as it goes away, it moves to your center of the field of view that you have available to you. So there's a lot of things about the nature of distant objects when it comes to perspective and your position relative to it and how you see it in your quote-unquote personal dome of vision that's really not adequately fleshed out, and there's no real map of perspective and how it would work and how you could just analyze it easily. So, I mean, I haven't really said it in this way that many times, but I have talked about it, and it's that perspective map is really the map that you need. Like flat earthers are always challenged for a flat earth map, but the map I want to see is a perspective map.
I like your thinking there. Yeah, that'd be great. Seems to be a topic of great debate, apparently. I mean, if you get it, you get it. You don't. Or if you want to fight against perspective, man, good luck. That shit will never end.
I mean, otherwise, the only way you can really chart the three-dimensional world, especially the sky, is to use some form of dead reckoning, Cartesian coordinate system or a three-dimensional floating point coordinate system where you could track out exactly your attitude, angle, and every which way you go, so you could literally arrive at every location and know exactly its relationship to the location you left. And since we don't have that access to any of the things in the sky, in principle, like maybe in their model, the moon, you might be able to go to the moon or a nearby planet in their model. But other than that, no. You'd have, you're not going to any distant star. That's never going to happen.
Never going to happen.
So what you're left with is purely interpretation of optical, information.
That's it. That's all we got. And that's, been the argument here for a lot of years, Yeah,
it's almost always looking at something and all you have is optical information, and then making a claim about physical locations in three-dimensional space relative to the point of observation. Like, that's what pretty much all is about.
Mhm.
So I can't see the bottom of the boat, right? So
Right.
that must mean that the bottom of the boat is physically below the water, because I see the boat merge with the water, and I know the boat still has half of a boat underneath it. It's not like that disappeared out of reality. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. It's like, nah, it doesn't follow necessarily.
It's kind of funny when you think about it. It's a hell of an assumption, man. How'd you come up with that? Calculations? Okay. Reverse engineering of what you're seeing into some calculations that produce a crazy radius.
Oh man, that's a good rap line. Your calculations are just cow-lactations. Your Scientology is bovine scatology. Let me make an analogy, or better yet, a dichotomy.
That's a good start.
You're making me yell so loud, I'm going to need a tracheotomy.
Because your trigonometry is full of shit, man.
You try to step to me, I'm going to give you a polyglot thesaurus lobotomy.
Your trigonometry is just vain philosophy. All you're doing is
globotomy.
and all you ever do is ruin the economy.
Yes, I'll give you a lobotomy.
Globotomy.
A globotomy.
Yeah, I'm trying to use globotomy in the sense of lobotomy, but also in the sense of globe out of me.
It's also interesting, the
there you
medical term globe. An eyeball.
It's a medical term? I like it.
It means eye.
Why not?
Yeah, there you go. I used a level to give myself a lobotomy to get the globotomy.
All right, write that down. Shit.
Oh.
That's the best thing I heard all weekend right there, man. Shit. Oh.
Yes. Everywhere I look, ain't no curve. It's all level. No, that's not going to work. So everywhere I look, ain't no curve, ain't no bezel. So I went to the hardware store to buy myself a level, to give myself a lobotomy, to get the globotomy. It's a false dichotomy.
I love it.
There you go.
Give that to chocolate, man. Hell, fuck it. You could rock that one, man.
Man, these raps just write themselves, dude.
What's great is like
Great times to be alive, I like to say. Like, great times to be alive. The
meanings
last
of
3
these
years.
words.
What the hell?
I see what AI is doing. I was just saying, like, because like being here, you learn so much, so it becomes easier to do exactly what he was saying. The raps do write themselves. All you're doing is just spitting facts.
Facts. Jacks, man. And jacks, man. Bouncing the ball. Picking up the jacks.
Dude, I can debunk the globe with no handlebars.
That would be difficult.
Am I interrupting anything?
Some people need the globotomy, man.
How's it going, Dave?
I had a question for Flat Earth Professor Doug.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
At your little get together yesterday, were there any other globe believers besides our friend Matthew?
There were a lot of fencers. I'd say there's probably like 6 or 8 fencers that were just there to hang out because their friend invited them. You know, but nobody like Matthew, man. No.
Did any of the on the fencers engage properly?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
It was great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was just easy pickings, man. So yeah, we had posters and shit, and books and compasses and shit everywhere, man.
Oh man, we got a new rap line coming in hot.
Okay.
All right, so when you're on the fence, your best defense is to put your fingers in your ears and just pretend that you don't hear me at all. Because one false step on the fence and you lose your balls.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Because he's on the fence and then he slips and then he gets it right in the balls. Oh.
Yeah.
You're almost as good as the Eminem there, guy. Good job.
That's better than Eminem, man. Come on.
Yeah, but I forgot to use the word straddle. You got to use the word when you straddle the fence, not when you're on the fence for that second hit. That gives the person's mind's eye that the person's legs are around the fence, and then they understand what I'm talking about more excruciatingly.
I was going to say, real quick, I got to give Eminem props for snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity.
Whoa. I gotta give him props for that. That's a good one.
Yep, snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Neil deGrasse Tyson just sent a DM to me. What's with this heresy?
What is gravity? I don't know.
Back to this globe, B.
Now I have to join. We're talking about straddling the fence, the narrative or whatever.
I don't know.
You try to jump, but you bust your balls on the fence, and then you're straddling the fence, and it's like, it's just like I want to see your perspective of the club.
Hey, I got a question.
Flutter dude was like, jump in, and it's like, no, AI's gonna freaking roast me.
Since we're on the subject of gravity,
but. All right. No, we weren't on the subject of gravity.
JC's got a gravity question. Go ahead.
So there's this demonstration that was on Stephen Colbert's show not too long. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but where there's a astrophysicist or whatever.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah.
No, it wasn't Neil deGrasse. It was some other guy, but it was it's astrophysicist mumbo jumbo.
Well, let's talk about the principle of the entire thing.
He's getting there, man. He's asking the question. Hold it. Go ahead, JC.
This guy has a big water bottle with holes drilled in the bottom of it. So you got water leaking out of the bottom of the water bottle, and he drops it. And when he drops it, while it's in free fall, the water stops flowing out of the bottom of the water bottle.
Right.
It's called a weight differential. I mean,
I'm just
if you use a slow motion camera, you can capture that.
You can do the same thing with a slinky. Yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering. I'm just curious if anything similar to that has been tried in like a vacuum chamber.
If you were to do a similar test in a vacuum chamber, it would react different. I don't know. That doesn't have anything to do with gravity.
Yeah, it would react very different. So here's how it would react different. You ready? Yep. The water would instantaneously boil.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to do it
because the gas, right? The water would turn to gas.
Yeah. Because
that's what happens to water in a vacuum, dude. Everything's trying to depressurize itself.
Exactly.
All right, so you're not going to prove gravity by drilling some holes in a bottle of a bottom of a plastic bottle or something.
Hey, Helio, somebody say water gas. Remember that guy? Is he still around?
Water gas.
Water gas. You got all kinds of water gas everywhere right here, all around us. That's what we breathe, right, Dave?
Water gas.
It's water gas. It's all about water gas.
So if it wasn't for water gas, we wouldn't be alive.
Man, is this a piece of pine or a piece of poplar? Either way, I'm going to smack you in the head with it. For water gas.
Water gas.
I mean, it's just like for this. No, I'm not taking the piss out of you, JCW, for asking that question, but it's just like just take that and saying, hey, what if we did the same thing in a vacuum chamber? And AI is exactly right. If you before you start the experiment, you put the water in the bottle, and then you evacuate all the air. What do you think's going to happen to the water inside the bottle?
Yeah, but so when they did this demonstration, what did they caveat it with? What were they trying to demonstrate or prove or say?
He was just saying that gravity is a pulling force.
Why? I'm not saying why he did. I'm saying, why would someone assume gravity is pulling when it's equally rational to say it's pushing?
Because he's an astrophysicist, and the very next thing he did was demonstrate space-time with a piece of spandex and a bowling ball and some marbles.
Oh, okay. So he assumed a downward vector pulling marbles down a slope.
Yeah, what was really funny is all the planets crashed into the sun. That was a poor experiment.
All right, cool. I mean, demonstration of space-time can only be described through that. We're quite familiar with that test, by the way.
Right.
By like spandex, we just roll balls on it, and there's this is what space-time could be, probably would be, if space-time was real.
Right, but in both instances, the practical demonstration, okay, I want you to focus on that word. What was actually being practically demonstrated was just down. That's it. We already experienced down, right? So we all know down is down. The problem is they're trying to trick you into thinking down is wrapped around a ball. So they show you down. They say down is gravity. Here, let me show you something dropping. Okay, I agree. Down is gravity. Okay, now let me show you things going down a slope towards a ball because I create a slope in the spandex. Okay, you see that down? Yep, I see that down. Okay, now down is wrapped around a ball. Then you notice how they didn't demonstrate down being wrapped around a ball. They just demonstrated down straight to the ground. That's it.
No,
it's a big trick.
The vector is straight up and down.
It's
even if it's straight up and down, that's a direction, right? One direction up, one direction down.
I was going to say that logic train AI just strung together. It went off the tracks right at the start there. The globe argument, anyway. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
The only thing we can know is up or down here on Earth. As far as weight and all that kind of stuff, we're just experiencing the same. It's like you're going to show me something about space-time that's going to describe my experience on Earth as a globe, and it's going to turn the Earth into a globe, which is something I don't experience just in my brain because it's so fantastic, and all the mathematicians figured it out, and so now the Earth is a globe, absent of my physical experience.
Yep. Well, yeah, because everywhere you go, you just experience down. Like everywhere I've been, things go down, things go up. Things don't go inwards. I never experienced things going
by
inwards.
weight. Not everything, but most things by weight. Sometimes it depends on the altitude as well. But that's another discussion. But yeah, sure. It's our common experience.
No, nothing falls antipodal to your position around the other side of a ball, obviously.
That reminded me of that classic question. I think I heard Crypto say it one time. Like, if you got one person at the North Pole, one at the South Pole, and they both drop a ball, what's the Earth going to do? Which way is it going to pull it? That's a problem, isn't it?
As if the Earth's going to pull anything. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we experience weight and the distribution of weight as as common human beings. Doesn't matter altitude. We all experience direction, weight the same way. So it doesn't matter if you're in Australia, if you're in freaking China, or if you're in America, or if you're in Canada. We all experience it the same way. So who told you this idea about the globe? And the reason we all experience it that way is because it is a globe, and we're the third rock from the sun in the solar system, traveling through the Milky Way galaxy. Who told you that? We all used to believe it, but we don't anymore.
Helio, you telling me it's 2023 and there's still people that think they live on the spinning ball zipping around?
I know it seems
it's shocking.
It doesn't seem plausible, but yeah. As a matter of fact, Dave, I'm going to let you in on a secret. Most people still do think they live on a globe. Oh,
they believe
that's gross. Yeah, they think they live on a globe when there's no evidence for it.
They believe they live on a globe because a bunch of guys got together and made up a story about the sky, and they did all the math for it. So
yeah, that's exactly right, David. Yes.
What's worse is that they think that. I was going to say, what's worse is they think that they're part ape living on a spinning wet ball.
Yeah, evolution concept too. I mean,
crazy how much ties in. Yeah. Crazy how many just fallacies tie in.
Yeah, that's one part of their story.
Reality.
Yeah, exactly. They want the globe to be real, so they made up a story about how it could be real from the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that stuff. They want to add years and years, and they want to. We've all been through this. Even today, I was like listening to someone talk about the speed of light and how you could possibly see it, or but it's all possibilities, but it's all through math and nothing physically measured or anything. It's just like, here's our plausible idea about how the Earth and evolution could be this and that. I don't really have any physical evidence.
Question. It's converted 1.0, got a listening pastor or raising, or does he want to talk? He or she? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to do a smoke break. You guys have at it.
Does anybody
They didn't talk last time they were given an opportunity. So.
Okay. Just checking. We've got wide open airwaves here. If there's somebody listening on YouTube or wherever, you're curious about this subject, come in and have a civil discussion. That's no problem here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we so nice. We nice. We cuddly. We friendly. We tell you beautiful.
Make a claim, you're going to be held to task to provide evidence to the claim. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just being silly, so you can interrupt me.
There's a Randall in the YouTube live chat who just wants to talk crap and throw insults,
Well, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Randall to click the link and come in here and discuss whatever he's talking about. Go ahead, Jenny.
Mm-hmm. Well, I haven't really seen anything from Randall. Just they've been these 2-word, 3-word comments,
Yeah.
He's saying that flat earthers are toxic. I'm like, what's toxic is when a globe believer sits there and projects and strawmans and gaslights and insults somebody who's presenting them with different information that's different from what has been parroted to them their entire lives. You know, like, no one's being rude. Okay. I mean, you're getting butt hurt and there's no reason for it. Randall. Then say it to my face, Randall. If we're so toxic and you want to say it to somebody's face, you know, that doesn't sound like we're the toxic ones. It sounds like you might have an issue. Just saying.
Oh man.
This is online grow a pair. If you want to have a grown up discussion, come in here and talk to it.
He says I'll say it to your face, so I'm going to remove every one of his comments until he comes and says it to my face.
I'll do the.
Come talk, Randall.
And I'll VC verify you. I can go chill in there in the VC verification room. Welcome.
We can meet everybody else, and you and Jenna can have a discussion if you want to come in here.
Yeah, man.
So volunteer you there.
They think mute is the ban button. Well, when you start getting rude and rowdy, and you just keep talking on and on and on and not letting anybody else say anything, that's when you're going to get muted, because you kind of have to be respectful and share the mic. Don't talk too long. Multi-Tom bans every. Multi-Tom does not ban everyone. Stop crying.
Oh, Lord.
Randall, if you can prove the globe, well, we're here 24/7, buddy.
Randall, if you answer my question, I'll ban the chick that just was speaking. If you accept this bet. Otherwise, we ban you. That's the terms of the bet. All you have to do is answer my simple globe question, which you should easily be able to answer. Now, let me caveat that. It has to be the correct answer, not just an answer. Don't try to get me on a technicality.
Mm-hmm.
Do you accept this terms, Mr. Randall?
Oh, he thinks that him and all of his buddies have flatters pinned down and that we're not going anywhere. You know what? You're right about one thing, Randall. Flat Earth and flirfs are not going anywhere.
Well, the offer's been retracted. He had an opportunity to get you to go somewhere. He didn't want to take it. Not that confident, I guess.
I guess not. Yeah, we do. We live rent-free inside their minds. You live in our world. We live in the same freaking world, buddy. The same level, stationary world, standing on the same earth. So, get on board. Get on the same page.
He really shouldn't be worried about us. He's arguing with reality, basically. People that still believe this globe.
That's all it is.
Reality is presenting itself to us the way we can prove it, basically. So, nature is, you're arguing with nature, man. It's not our fault.
My globe Earth question, I'm pretty sure, is if the Earth is a globe, then where the heck is my number 2 elongated Robinson fastener hex shank? Huh? Where?
I never thought I would hear those words, and I'm impressed. I never thought I would hear those in succession like that.
Well, it's not in the case, I'll tell you that much. Oh well. Guess I gotta go brave the elements to get it out of my truck.
Do it.
I gotta make some pocket holes. So it's like 20 something degrees, but tomorrow it's going to get up to 50. So we had a huge snowstorm just Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever. And then, so right where I am, we got like 20 inches, and then up the mountain, we got like 42 inches in a 36-hour span. And then it rains, most of the snow's gone, then it's going to be 50 for 3 days in a row.
Yep, it's funny how that globe spins. That kind of system come through Kentucky, so I experienced exactly what you did. Well, I didn't get the snow, but you know what I mean. Cold weather.
Man, it's so nice when everything gets covered in snow, all the trees, everything's white. I don't know why people don't like snow. I love it.
Try dealing with it 8 months out of the year.
Yeah, over the years, I've given a lot of people the opportunity to eliminate flat earthers, and nobody's ever taken up the opportunity. It's like they never were confident enough that they were going to be able to answer the question.
That's what this Randall guy's doing. Now he's popping off calling us all cowards, and he says he doesn't debate cowards. And I'm like, oh, well, if you're not a coward, then come into the VC and prove it. Prove that you're not a coward.
Actually, thinking about it, I'm not even going to reply to him anymore. How do we know that that's not a bot? Screw that Randall guy. I'm cool with him being hidden if Indio wants to, just whatever. We don't know that you're not a bot, so come in here and get into the VC.
That's a whole nother thing too, because it's hard because there's bots everywhere, dude.
I'm not wasting my time. I just thought about that. Nope, I'm not wasting my time talking to a fucking bot. No.
It probably is a bot.
Since they released this chat bot thing out there, it could be anything these days. You know.
If he's not a bot, then he can prove that he's not a bot and mic up here in the Discord.
I know that's fine, but the problem is that we're already repeating ourselves ad nauseum to someone who's not trying to participate. Now, if they were actually asking questions and there was things that could be said, then we could actually have a productive conversation. Now, it's good to razz them a bit, but after that, we got to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I second that.
LOL, Randall. LOL.
So, how about this globe? Everybody thinks they live on. What y'all think?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know. If the Earth was a globe, I would have found my bit by now. All right, here we go into the coldness. Wish me luck.
You gonna go shovel more snow, man?
No, dude, most of the snow melted.
Oh, that's good.
So all the paths are quite wide and open.
It's just slushy a little bit, I guess.
No, it's frozen now, dude. It's like 20 something degrees.
Oh, dang. Well, don't go ice skating or anything. Be safe, man. No, for real, I actually busted my ass the last time there was ice around. I slipped and you reminded me of that.
Okay, everybody, we've got a new person on the panel here. Usual. Am I saying it right? USUQL. Somebody pronounce it.
Cool. I don't know. We'll have to have them pronounce their name. Welcome, man. Can you unmute your mic or you?
I'll see if I can get my VC verified. Or if you want to join somebody at the VC check-ins, it's the safest way to do it. You want to talk on here. Go to VC check-in, somebody will join you. Back to you, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm just kind of chilling.
Yeah, hold on a second. Healy, are you in here? Healy, skeptic?
I think he went to smoke. He might be right back.
Smoke faster. Damn. Taking too long.
You
Huff
gotta
that
have
shit.
a certain amount of drugs. I'm a smoker, so you gotta get all them drugs in.
Stop smoking like a Chinese guy. Frickin' smoke like a fiend, dude. I want to see like a goddamn 2-inch head on that cigarette. Hurry up. No, he just needs to scroll the chat down because it's not showing up on YouTube, right?
Scroll the chat.
Yeah, he needs to do that.
You tell him to troll the chat?
Scroll the.
Oh,
No, we have plenty of trolls in the chat. We don't need extra.
I was closing the dryer. Shit. I don't have to be. I'm not Johnny on the spot. You know.
you can't be putting clothes in your dryer on a globe.
I take a smoke break and then I eat a little bit of something and then I put my clothes in the dryer and I Anyway, so
you got to point your dryer east and west so that it rotates itself.
yeah. I mean, since the Earth is spinning, I don't even have to. All I have to do is put a little heat on it and then it'll spin all by itself. Hey, what's up, India? Did you have a question? You wanted me to?
Oh no, I was just asking you to scroll the chat down because it's not showing up in the live stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see what's up. Oh, I see what the problem is. Now.
Dude,
is that all it was?
Yeah, that's all. That's nothing big.
Cool. Yeah, I can fix that. Lickety split. I'm Johnny on the spot.
Lickety split. That's what she said.
Look, I wasn't going to say
Johnny on the
anything.
spot. That is what she said.
Mark Shire, bring him back. Bring Randall back. Like, we were batting him around, dude.
Oh, I'll bring him back, man. He's like,
since you're here, India.
Yeah, Mark Shire, bring him back.
Hey, since you're here, India, I mean, curious about. Should I upload that video you guys talking to Jesse? Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you just think it's worth. I mean, it went longer than I thought it would, but
yeah, it's long. We were on for a while. Yeah.
So should I just do a couple of hours of?
Definitely put that up. It goes through. They go deep into reflex, and Indio nails it.
Yeah, because I got a timestamp on that video where it starts, and I can just make it, and I can just end it wherever.
Upload it, and then like the Globers will come back with more bullshit, and we can take that apart. They'll they'll analyze the video and be like,
was that Jesse Kozlowski?
Jesse Gordon.
Well, I know it was Jesse Gordon, but I mean he's making similar arguments to Jesse Kozlowski.
Yeah, they're all buddies.
So it wasn't Jesse Kozlowski then?
No.
Okay, cool. Anyway,
he's in that circle. He's in that circle of clowns, though. The Bislin, Kozlowski, main surveyor circle of clowns.
Yeah,
they're all part of the globe.
I was part of that board, right? But I've heard Jesse Kozlowski talk before, and it didn't sound like him. But anyway, I'll work on that.
He's a lot more emotional than Jesse Gordon. He gets really emotional.
What were you going to say, Dave?
Nothing important. I was just saying they're all part of the Glober Borg. They all kind of mix together.
I mean, it's just like they have to defend.
Well, they have their sub cliques, man. They have like their little sub Glober cliques. You got the surveyor, geodetic surveying clique, and then you have the, I have a telescope click, and then you have the I watch, the live streams of the ISS click.
Yeah.
And then there's the airplane click. You got that whole group, and like just.
It's all good. Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to ask you that. You think it's worthy for an upload?
I think so.
I think it is too, because it was you and meme and.
Well, I mean, it's coherent. There isn't a lot of interruptions.
There wasn't a lot of interruptions. And you can actually grab some of it and put it up on your podcast. So
yeah. I'm gonna put the Mark Sargent one. I want to listen to the Mark Sargent one first. So I'm like backlogged.
No,
There's
it's
like,
cool. That Mark Sargent one, it's solid, man. It's good. So yeah, you should put that one up too.
yeah, I just got to find the start and end point, so I'm gonna listen to it.
Well,
Because I try to make them like a cliffhanger, so people will come in, right? I try to like leave them off at like, oh god damn, I want to hear more of this. So,
well, it's like I always try to when I pull these clips, I try to start it at a pertinent point, even if it's just like.
well, the podcast is different. The podcast, like, we're trying to get people in here with the podcast,
Yeah, sure.
right? You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not like, it's cool that we have content in the podcast, but that's not like the podcast isn't like the goal in and of itself. It's like that's just like a commercial as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, sure.
And just I try to end it with some like intriguing point, because I'm trying to get somebody that you did get one person in here. They said they've been listening to the Spotify podcast for like a year.
Yeah, we've had. I don't think that we've had a few people who've come in here through the podcast. So, yeah.
It's just bait to me. That's like the hook. Because ultimately, I'd rather just like talk to the people in person. I mean,
well, sure, but unless we put the content out, they're not going to find the link.
Yeah. So I mean, the Mark Sargent, I might do the whole thing. I might do the whole thing because it's an interview.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 50 minutes long, so.
And I might start like updating some of the stuff where I might actually put the episode where it comes from in the information, because I don't actually do that usually. Yeah. So I don't even know what episode some of them came from. You know what I mean? Because I made them so long ago, I don't know what episode it came from. So maybe someone might want to listen to the
welcome to my world. I'm on episode 2900 and something.
Fuck, dude. Listen, you could listen. Say you decided I want to listen to it from the beginning. It would be 3 years later before you get to the end of it.
Well, man, but
you'd finish in 2026, man. If you just listen to it 24 hours a day, man, you'd finish in 2026. Yeah. Like, I don't think people understand, at least, I don't know, man. People like grasp like what an achievement it is to have that much content, dude.
Yeah,
like,
and
it's an insane amount, man. Like an insane
after
amount.
The people that have come against us trying to make this not happen, and so everyone that is partners with the server and the YouTube and everything we're doing, the podcast. I mean, shout out, man, to everyone, because we
yeah, everybody, like anyone that like talks or contributes at all, man. Like it takes literally, and I know this is cliche, it takes everybody to do it.
It takes a village.
Yeah, it takes a village. It takes an Epstein Island.
Yeah, that's a Hillary Clinton term.
Yeah,
it takes a village.
Yeah, I know.
I literally does.
Island, because whenever I think of a Clinton, it automatically goes to Jeffrey Epstein. Now he like ruined it. I used to just like when I heard their name, I thought murderers and drug dealers, but now it's just.
Oh. So before, like, Chelsea Clinton was attractive, but now she's not.
What?
No.
Before what? Like before she was born? Like when was she attractive?
Poor Chelsea, man. I ultimately I'd say I grew up in Arkansas, so I can say poor Chelsea. I can't imagine what she's been through, and that's God's honest truth. I mean, who knows what she saw growing up. Just saying. I was there in Little Rock when Clinton won the election. I was downtown Little Rock, and I actually voted for the motherfucker. I was 18 years old, and I was standing on the streets downtown Little Rock when he gave his victory speech right there outside of the old State House, right there in downtown Little Rock. I didn't know anything about all the shadiness, you know. Kind of a strange situation looking back.
Were you listening this morning when me and Meme were first on? We weren't talking about flat Earth. We were talking about other stuff. I thought that was actually better, dude. That was
The
like
first
the
time
Meme
I
and
started
Indio
listening
comedy
is
hour.
no, I wasn't listening.
It was pretty funny, man. We were just going, we just letting it loose. It was kind of funny.
The first time I remember listening, earlier today, it was when they were trying to get Jesse to come in, and you were deafened or something, and they were trying to get you in here, and then I heard Jesse come in, and that's why I was like, oh, I should, because I was sleeping, you know, and I woke up, and then I heard you guys talking. Oh, this might be good. So yeah.
Dude, I remember a few times listening to the live stream with like headphones, and like somehow in my sleep I hear some Glober say something retarded at 4:30 in the morning, like waking up and like jumping into the stream like, what? What did you say?
Well, it's just like when I do that, people get pissed off at me, but when you do it, they're like, oh, it's Indio. He can say whatever the fuck
listen, I was so like, because you know when you get out of sleep, you're like, you don't even know what you're saying. I could have been totally unintelligible. I don't even know. Like, it's just, all I know is I heard Bong, like, because Bong usually comes on late for me, because he's in Sydney or whatever, or near Sydney. So some Glover was saying
Indio, you know, there's a joke, like it's kind of like a backhanded kind of thing, which I love. I love people making jokes or whatever. It's like, Helio, you're hot mic, and when I'm not, I'm actually intentionally speaking.
Yeah, I've noticed that Gemsy doing that, right?
Funny. To me, it's funny, so it doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I fucking love you guys. Funny as shit. Helio, you're hot mic, and no, I'm actually. Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth right now? You know, I'm not hot micing.
Speaking of hot mic, what's up, God Rockin'?
Well, I'll be damned. Only time I'm not hot micing and I get called out for it. Thank you. Thank you so fucking much.
We love you, God Rockin'.
I know you guys. I love all you guys too, man.
You're one of the heroes here too.
I've had nothing but fun and great experiences and met the coolest fucking people on the earth on this channel, bro. I love
By the way, dude, it was just funny because I'm like looking at the screen and I look up and then all of a sudden I see your name pop up above his while he's talking about hot
that's
mic. And I'm
synonymous
like,
with hot micing. He's the hot micing motherfucker.
So is your neighbor too. Like you're like something up with your neighbor or something.
My neighbor Helio.
Yeah. God.
Oh man, I deserve it. If you call me a hot micer, I don't give a shit. I'm just old, bro. I'm fucking 67 years old, hanging out with a bunch of fucking spunky little motherfuckers.
Shit, I'll be 50.
Trying to hang out, trying to hang, you know.
Yeah, I'll be 50 in June, so I ain't, I'm not young.
Right. Yeah.
Cool. That Suez Canal GIF. I made that one. Oh, Miguel, he probably already knows I made that one. I made that GIF. Anyway.
I know. I did the post. I did the write in the.
I love it. It took me like a half an hour to find the right portion of the video, and then put the text. But yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna unmute this guy, QL, whatever his name is. He was in the lobby. You could see if he had something to say. Whatever your name is. Asukel, whatever. I don't even know how they even say that. USUQL. You're unmuted if you want to talk. If he chimes in, I mean, go back to like talking or whatever. If he chimes in, then he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Well, I was just saw one of my gifts that I created. I mean, it's not very many. Sometimes I make some. I'll get inspired and just go to Giphy.com and you can. It's really easy to make it. Download it. I'm giving a promotion. I wish they would sponsor us because you can make fucking all kinds of crazy gifts on Giphy.com. Giphy.com. I mean, you just create an account, but they don't even have have a watermark on their videos. And, it's just easy to freaking make gifts on Giphy.com.
Oh man, I unmute the dude and he leaves. What a coward! Shit. Come on, man.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him in for days.
Oh, he's been here for days.
Yeah,
my settings won't let me unmute though. Bullshit. It's freaking that idiot back. That's who it is. Who is
said, I'm going to leave, and Daggers said, you said that 3 days ago. You're still here, mate.
No, it's that guy. I know it is. What's his name? Hold on, I'll find his name. Oh shit, I forgot to message him back. Who's that guy? He was the one that we were trying to get in here for days. Into the live stream. He was like
someone 777 or something, was it?
He was like chat skanking for days. For days and days and days.
Just recently?
Yeah, like last week, something. Was that raccoon or something? Something raccoon, red raccoon. I don't know. I'll find it because I think I ended up banning him for not doing what we wanted.
Did you see what he said? He said something about denial, and I said, are you in denial? And he said, no, I wanted to be flat earth, but I told myself I wouldn't until the facts are right.
It was that Honcho Lucha. Honcho Luncho.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
Respawning clown?
Yeah, respawning clown. This is
the same person.
I think Asuko or whatever his name is respawning clown.
Because then he jumped into VT and he lasted about 30 seconds, yeah?
He said, my settings won't let me unmute, though. Lies. That was the same thing the other guy was saying. That he couldn't unmute.
It's pure water, no soap, with no rolls. Red screen.
I don't understand these guys. They have mental issues.
Yeah, this guy's got no rolls, Indio.
Yeah, well, he was in here, I manually unmuted him. And then he leaves, I tell him he's unmuted, he leaves the chat and then says, I can't unmute, which is...
Oh, no, there's another guy. Red screen, pure water, no soap.
Red screen.
Yeah, just next to AI.
Oh, he has to put a period in his name so he goes up the little hierarchy. So pure water, no soap. You're unmuted. He's gonna say he can't unmute either. No, just kidding.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing too much.
I know who is this guy, PD.
Dude, aren't you sick of getting your ass kicked here? Are you like into BDSM and you're the S&M part of it?
I mean, I like to listen to you guys talk.
Okay, well, you're back on mute. Because I don't like listening to you talk.
I was guessing just by the name.
But he's constantly coming in on a red screen. Like, as soon as that red screen pops up, you think he'd be able to pick some different colours or something, you know? The last time he came in, he was in a bright red screen too.
At least it ain't the anime PFP. I mean, that's, you know. It's the only credit he's getting. How would the Earth be the only flat disk planet in the solar system? That wouldn't make sense. And not just the solar system. We haven't seen any other planet like ours in the universe. How does this make sense? Oh my God. This dude's got to come in. You got to come in the live stream. You got to come in here, dude. Oh, you got to come in here.
Hold up. Yo, man.
All right, dude's going to come in here. You going to listen? Ah, shit, whatever. Okay. I guess we'll address it. I'll read your question. I'll read your question out loud there, cat. Period, cat. Hold on, let me get to it. But how would the Earth be the only flat planet in the solar system? That wouldn't make sense. I agree. Not just solar system, but we haven't seen any other planet like ours in the universe. How does this make sense? Well, we've never seen any other planet than our solar system. A frickin' pixel is not a planet. Okay? I don't know if you've ever seen... dude, I'm going to give you BC verified so you can look in the live stream voice text. Okay, Cal? Look in the live stream.
Oh my God.
What? So
nah, this is the way you're like, dude. I can just hear it in your voice, like, bro, you're fucking.
It's me. Like just too many. Like when they circumvent.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting. I know. It's tiring, you know.
Well, I'm just lazy.
I want to talk to these people, but you know.
So, Cal, look in the live stream voice text. What the hell? You know, so that's a planet. That which pixel is the planet, dude? So these planets that you think are in the universe. If I'm going to address this flat planet, Earth isn't a planet. Planet is a category. The category of wandering star. That's the definition of planet. Earth is not a wandering star.
Right, Earth is a plane.
You're making a category error.
It's a planet without the T.
Now, if you think it is a planet, how would we put Earth into the category of planet wandering star? Or you could even take the other definition, freaking a ball circling, a star. So how are we going to put it in that category? Right? So you look at the planets in the sky. You have to determine whether there's something similar with what you observe on Earth with what you observe in the sky to determine if they're the same thing, right? Like, hey, these are the same thing. Hey, it's freaking, it says, pointy ears and a furry tail. That has a pointy ears and a furry tail too. So they're similar. So they might both be cats, right? So what on earth do you see here when you make observations that look like up there? Nothing. You can't name a single thing. Nobody can. No one's been able to, in 5 years, name one similar observation or property that they or anyone they know has ever made. And in fact, if you say planets are round, therefore Earth is round, is like saying, I see trees, therefore I'm a tree. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow from the premise. Hope that covers it there, Cal. You should be able to post in a live stream voice text if you actually looked in there.
Oh, look how cute my dog was, man. My dog was.
Oh, that sucks, man.
Didn't I tell you about it, or
I might not have been in here. You might have told other people.
Yeah, maybe you weren't in here.
Gary, I'm taking this dude's freaking clown away.
Dude, there's a good pun in there. You look at a tree and you think you're a tree.
I want to post another picture. I just found it.
Geometry. There you go.
I've started with saying that, and people are like, "That's stupid." Yeah, I said, so is I see planets, therefore I'm on a planet. It's the same stupid thing. It's the lack of critical thinking skills in these young men and women is what bothers me more than them being clovers. It's the fact we have to explain simple logic like they're 5-year-olds. That bothers the shit out of me. Because they're almost adults. They're almost like voting age. These are the people that are going to reelect the corpse.
Do you think there'll ever be a political campaign where one of the taglines in the campaign is "Vote for me and I promise I will stamp out the scourge of flat Earth from not only the internet, but from your very memory"?
Shit, that might be great. That might be a winning campaign. I mean, we'll work on a national level. It probably would have worked pre-Mexican beer germ, but that incident has shaken people's, shaken some of the cult. And God, Rocket's hot, Mike. So it's so funny. I think it's shaken some of the cult believers, right? The people that were the people that kind of like don't like really, I don't want to say understand science, but have never like looked into it. And now with this, and they're like, well, these science people, they said this and they were all wrong. And then like, I'm not going to just believe what they say. I think there's a lot more people in that camp now than before. So I don't think like just say the campaign was like, this is like, I'm the science candidate. We're going to stomp out all these crazy non-scientific ideas and we're going to have a campaign based upon rationality, intellectualism, and, you know, and knowledge. And we're going to do everything the right way. There's actually a party. There's actually a party that is, there's a political party that uses that as their, what do you call it? Their hook. It's called it's not the Science Party. It might have been the Green Party initially. Trying to figure out what the name of it is.
Yeah, I'm just posting pictures. I'm just fucking messing around.
Oh my god, there's a transhumanist political party. We're freaking doomed.
The trans what?
Transhumanist.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's in the realm of possibility that somebody's gonna try and vote a brain in a jar as president of the world.
Well, we already have a corpse.
It's a Weekend at Bernie's. Oh.
Yeah, it's like Weekend at Bernie's. Like just make Stephen Hawking his running mate, and just we'll be good. We'll have the inauguration at Arlington National Cemetery.
This magic moment. Yo, and you ever see the movie Sandlot?
Doesn't sound familiar. What's that about?
No. It's a classic from the 90s. It's a classic.
What the hell are you doing with John Gotti?
I just feel like posting pictures. I don't know. I posted a picture of my puppy.
Yeah, but what are you doing with him? Like,
nah, it's a friend of mine.
Oh boy, it's a friend of mine.
Yeah, I had to cover the building. It was a phone number.
Is he out of prison?
Yeah, he got out years ago.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
So, where are you, in New York City?
I'm in New York. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been.
What about you?
Well, I'm in Boston, but I've been known to, like, in my younger days, be in that area.
So
let's put it that way.
Okay.
I'm in Cambridge, technically, which is across the river. Like, I can see Boston. Like, I can literally almost throw a rock into Boston from where I am.
I heard. Is it true that Boston is it's like the capital of like bank robberies and
no, that's LA.
Like Brinks truck. You know what I mean?
It used to be, but not anymore. Not since like the late mid 80s. Like from the mid 70s to mid 80s, there was a lot of bank robberies and stuff like that. And, armored car knockoffs.
Like you ever seen the you ever seen the movie fucking what's that movie? It's with fucking the town.
The town. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Yeah.
It was filmed like less than a mile from where I am.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like over the bridge. It's just kind of on the other side of this shit. Charlestown is like it's a little weird place because just like the geography, it's like surrounded by water, and like there's kind of like only like 2 ways into it. There's only like 2 ways to get into Charlestown, so it's like a little insulated little community. I guess it's like, isn't Brooklyn like that? Brooklyn's kind of cut off like that. Where you can't, maybe it's the Bronx I'm thinking of.
What Brooklyn? What about it?
Yeah, it's like you can only. Hold on, let me look for a second. I gotta look at the map.
Yeah, no, the town was good. What was I gonna say? Fuck,
What am I looking at?
Yeah, I think I've been to Massachusetts, but I never been to Boston. I drove. My friends and I drove all the way from New York to Massachusetts, but we didn't go to Boston though. But
Yeah, you didn't miss nothing.
Yeah,
it's a lot different than probably what it was 10, 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
like way different.
Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah. It used to be there was like a lot of ethnic neighborhoods, like Irish, Italian, Jamaican, Haitian, in different parts of the city. It's nothing like that now. Nothing. Put it this way, it's gentrified. The old guard is gone. And that's kind of like what Charlestown was, right? It was like old Irish, some Italian. But the thing is, like, whenever there was like a bank knockoff or like an armored car robbery, since there's only like one way into Charlestown, the state police would just like sit at the bottom of the exit and just like wait for the getaway car to come home.
I'm trying to think of his name. He got pinched. No, this guy in Boston, or Charlestown, he got pinched for it was like a bank robbery or a Brinks truck robbery or whatever, and he didn't rat on his friends. He was a stand-up guy. Yeah. He took a life sentence on the chin, and he could have ratted on his friends and got out, but he just took a life sentence on the chin. Didn't say a word. I forget his name though. Fuck, what's his name? I'm gonna look for his name. See if you can.
That's reminding me because I worked with this kid a long time ago, like at 99, 2000. He told me his brother. He told me his brother.
Doug McCrae.
What the fuck was this kid's name? I don't think his last name was McCrae.
Oh, no, not Doug McCrae. That's in the movie.
No, I don't think it's McCrae.
Not Doug McCrae. Oh man. I'm sure you listen. I'm sure you've heard the name. That's why I'm asking. Anthony Shea. Anthony Shea. Yep. Anthony Shea. It's a stand-up guy right there. Stand-up guy. Didn't rat on his friends. Just went to jail. Took his life sentence. Yep. Anthony Shea. Does his name sound familiar?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah.
But he's been doing time for a long time, hasn't he? Sentenced in 98. That wasn't that long ago.
25 years. Wow.
Martin. Well, like I said, I worked with this kid, and I remember one time he was telling me, because we worked together. But one time we went out and we were drinking, and he like starts telling me like all this shit like that I didn't know about. Right? He's sitting there telling me his brother just got sent up for a armed robber of robbed an armored car, and he was telling me how he was the getaway driver, and like he had to split because of like I think they shot someone, maybe a bunch of shit happened. But he's like telling me all this shit, like dude, you don't even know me. Why are you telling me this? Like we worked together like 4 months. Like why are you telling me all this crap? Yeah, like, but it sounds familiar. His name was Martin. I don't know. Remember if it was Shay. This is a long time ago. He was from Southie though.
Well,
but like, but I mean, like that doesn't mean anything because like people move around. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's like a Southie Charlestown like connection. Like South Boston's like all Irish, but there's a section of Charlestown that's Irish, and like you'll have a family that's kind of split. Like some will be living with the dad or the uncle or whatever, and some will be living in South Boston, and they kind of like go back and forth and shit. So you don't even know who's who. It's like name the last kid Shay in frickin' Boston. It's like, yeah, that's like 5,000 possible people. It's like Michael Smith or something.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the movie. Do you think that movie was accurate? Because wasn't that based on a true story, or like not really?
I think it's based upon a bunch of true stories. I think it's a conglomeration of it because Charlestown, like that place was like going off. Like there was like a lot of people that were knocking off armored cars and gang shit for like a decade and a half. I remember there was like a famous shooting where someone walked into a restaurant there and just like blew away a whole bunch of people. And like that's when they started like cracking down. It's like the cops knew it was a problem. They didn't really do anything about it. But when like this incident happened, they are like, yeah, we got to do something about this. This is like a serious problem because they started getting more brazen. Like, you know, where, you know, when you walk into a restaurant, like in the middle of the day on a Sunday and start blowing people away, you know, in front of just like normal families, like the cops, now they're like, okay, we tried to just like ignore it, take our bribes, but now they forced us where we have to actually do something about it. And then they started doing something about it. And like there were a lot of armed robberies and bank robberies during like this time period, like from I'd say like early 80s, that whole era, like late 70s, early 80s up until like
dude, it was
maybe the mid 90s.
Yeah, it wasn't Boston like the bank it was like the bank robbery capital of the world or something.
I think it was for a minute, but I think LA took it over.
Yeah.
But the thing about LA is that they have a lot of bank robbery attempts. They don't have a lot of successful bank robberies. That's like like LA's like the bank capital of the bank robbery capital of the United States. But because LA's like so spread out, it's like easy to catch you is if you're trying to get away. Where Boston, you can go down like 2 one-way streets and be just fucking lost. Like no one's ever going to catch you. You know what you can get because the streets are really narrow, and if you take 2 or 3 turns, you can lose anybody if they don't see you take the 2 turns.
Right, just like in the town in the movie, you see them when they lose the cops and shit. Yeah,
yeah. The streets are like Boston's actually a very small, physically small city. It's like it's not big by like square. And a lot of the streets are like one ways and narrow. Like if you go into like the North End, which is like the Italian part, and you have like a truck, you have to put 2 of your wheels up on the sidewalk. The streets are so fucking narrow. You can't even get your truck into the streets. It's that narrow, man. So like you get into that spot, right? You know, if you get boxed in, you're screwed. But as long as you can stay ahead of somebody, you can easily get away because they can't tell where you went.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I used to I wouldn't call it hang out. I used to go to like Jersey City and shit.
Nice.
Lower Manhattan. Yeah, I'll get in trouble down there.
Nice.
Yeah, do my,
Your dirt.
Yeah.
When's the last time? When was the last time you've been to the Big Apple?
2006 maybe 2007. Yeah, been a while.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I was there for 2000 on New Year's Eve. Fucking dude. In Times Square, worst goddamn experience of my life. Dude, it was like -30 out.
I bet it was, and you know what?
It was like -30 degrees out that night. And then I look up and I see the ball, and it's like the size of a beach ball, and it's like 20 stories up. I'm like, I came here all the way here for this? For this?
Yeah, but you know what? You're lucky though. You know why? Because it was right before 9/11. So
yeah,
you got, right, you know what I'm saying? So you got to experience a good night. A good time.
No, it was horrible.
It was horrible.
Like I said, dude, because
just because of the cold.
It got worse because it was really, really cold, and like it was 1999 to going into 2000, right? So the freaking millennium bug crash. People thinking it was the end of the world, and now all the computers are going to shut off, and all that nonsense was going on. So there was a lot of police out, and it was pretty crazy. But the worst part was when we got back to the car. Like I said, it was -30 with like the wind chill.
It wasn't -30. No way.
With the wind chill, yeah. It was like the regular temperature was like.
You would have been a popsicle,
dude. It was fucking cold out.
It wasn't -30 though, bro. You would have been a fucking icicle.
Well, look it up.
-30. That's like fucking
with the wind chill, not the straight temperature. With the wind chill, because there was like a 40-mile-an-hour wind. But the thing is, I didn't even get to the point. My girlfriend locked the keys in the goddamn car.
Oh,
we were fucking. So we had to stand out in front of the goddamn car for like 4 freaking hours, man, waiting for a tow truck to come and pop it because it. Oh yeah, bro. I mean, we could have, I guess.
You should have broke the window, and but I don't know.
I can't remember why we didn't break the window. It might have. No, it wasn't a rental. I don't think. Did we rent this shit? I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
What else? What else are you gonna do? But yeah. I mean, it's now it's just played out. The New Year's Eve and the Times Square thing. It's played out. It used to be fun, but you got imagine standing in the freezing cold for like 24 hours. You can't go to the bathroom. You can't piss. You can't shit. You can't do anything. And it just I don't know. It's mainly for like people from New York don't. Like that, people from New York don't go there. It's mostly for people like foreigners, like from people like from other countries. You know what I mean? Like people from Japan and China and other countries. Like they love to come to New York and watch a ball drop. But New Yorkers really they don't care about it. It's just like another year, whatever. But. Same with the Christmas tree, It's mainly just a tourist attraction, Obviously, New Yorkers love it. We love the tree, but mainly, foreigners like to come see the tree.
Yeah, yeah. New York is like.
But New York is not the same as it.
We get a lot of foreigners, but they live here. You can have a lot of foreigners that live in New York too, but you get more like tourist foreigners, because it's just a thing. Like, oh, I'm going to America. I'm gonna go before I go to wherever I'm going. I'm gonna stop in New York City. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you have tons of tourists.
Like,
a lot of people, they come here to go to university, right? So they want to go to Harvard or MIT or some other stupid college around here. So they actually live here, unfortunately. And I don't mean to like sound racist and shit, but I don't like the fact that I can like walk from here to the subway and get on the subway and travel, for 20 minutes and not hear English the entire time and hear like 40 different languages. That's kind of annoying to me. Like after a while, you know what I mean? I'd like to hear English every once in a while, seeing I'm in America. And then the one time I hear English, I remember one time like 30 minutes I didn't hear English. And then when I finally did hear English, it was a guy with a British accent. I'm like, where the hell am I? Am I in America or is this an international airport? Like,
hello, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like nothing against like, I mean, they'd be pissed if like I went to Japan, if they had to walk around Japan and all they heard was like languages other than Japanese, right? They'd be pissed too, right? Like, or if you went to Russia and you're Russian walking around and you don't hear Russian being spoken, you'd be irritated. Like, it's a little irritating, dude.
It'll ruin the whole experience, yeah.
Yeah, like I live in an English speaking country. I'd like to hear frickin' English every once in a while. It's not xenophobic. Yeah,
it looks like an ass. It looks like an asshole. So that was the point of it. What's the point? What's the point? What's it called? Not to go off topic, but I really cannot stand when people use the word planet, whether it be on TV, in movies, in the news, in a show, on YouTube, in real life. It doesn't matter. I can't stand that fucking word because I know we don't live on one. We don't. We live on a plane. We live on a flat plane. Take off the T. That's it. Take the T out of planet. Okay? But don't use the word planet.
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute this. Oh shit, he took off. Fuck.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because he's scared. What are you gonna do?
I was just about to unmute him.
Yeah, he'll be back. But I just can't stand that, man. Can't stand it. And whenever you argue with these people, these Globers, they have no arguments. They just regurgitate shit, And
understand the arguments they're making. They're just like, if you try to like drill down on like what they're talking about, you just got to ask them a couple questions. Oh, what do you mean by that? What exactly is that? Define that. That all of a sudden they're mentally retarded. All of a sudden, like they don't know what they're talking about. Like 3 seconds earlier, they were experts, and then ask them 2 questions, and now they don't know anything.
Right. They're playing stupid. Yeah.
No, they're trying to fake it, right? Fake it till you make it.
Fake it to make it. Yeah, exactly. Woke jokes. Yeah, man. I think it's I don't know. I forget. But yeah. Crazy, man.
I gotta piss. I'll be right back.
You know what? I have to do the same exact thing. I'll be right back, though.
Hi, we say the flat earther in his natural habitat, succumbing to the call of nature. Now we're going to lobotomize a glober. Cured. Man, who got a lot of snow? Anybody? Besides me? How's that drill doing to your ears? My bad. Dude, I saw you pop in. You know you want to speak up. Don't worry about it. Dude, it's freaking cold. It's like 20 degrees. How could you have seasons if the earth was flat?
Yeah, it's fucking brick, bro. Freezing my balls over here. Yeah, it's fucking cold.
How much snow did you get?
Supposed to get. We didn't get snow. We didn't get this winter. We didn't get any snow. But
this past week.
A little bit.
Well, you're in New England area, right? Or no?
We got a little bit, but you know, it's about to be spring. What, tomorrow?
Yeah, or Tuesday, I think.
Yeah. Well, you know. Oh man, I really gotta stop fucking smoking, man. I tell you. Not that I smoke a lot, but
the cat's eye method. You should use the cat's eye method.
The hell is that?
So there's this old Stephen King movie called Cat's Eye, and it's about the adventures of a cat, and he goes through different people's lives, and he finally arrives in a little girl's life and saves her life from like a demon troll. But one of the adventures that the cat goes on, you know, because he's like a stray cat or something, he gets owned by different owners and stuff. And one of the adventures is he's the cat of a couple that's married, and the guy smokes, and he doesn't want to smoke anymore.
Interesting.
So he hires this like guaranteed to stop you from smoking company. He goes in, he talks to the people, signs up, right? And they say, okay, now don't smoke a cigarette. So he goes out, right? And he starts smoking. Then all of a sudden, like, the cigarette gets blown off his face. It's like a sniper shot it right out of his mouth. And then they call him up on the phone. They said, dude, we told you not to smoke. Should we just shoot you right in the leg? Right? And he's like, what the fuck? So he goes home, right? And he's like not really fathoming what's happening. And then he's like, damn it, dude, damn it. What the hell? I'm jonesing for a cigarette.
Like
I don't want to get
King shit, man.
It is, dude. He's like, I don't want to get sniped. So he like goes into the secret room and smokes. And then he gets a call. He's like, motherfucker, I told you not to smoke that cigarette. You better come down to the office. And he like comes down the office, and they got his cat like in an electric cage, and they're electrocuting his cat. They're like, you want your cat to get electrocuted, dude? Freaking smoke that cigarette. And then they take his wife. They take his wife and put her in the cage. They're like, dude, we're gonna freaking electrify your wife, man, if you smoke that cigarette.
It's really funny when this conversation started. When I heard you guys, I was out smoking a cigarette. God damn.
Yeah, I just lit one up just now. But honestly, I'm gonna look into that movie for real.
I haven't heard of that. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Stephen King, and I haven't seen that one either.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say,
but you know what? You know what? Another smoking deterrent movie. You ever seen the movie Thank You for Not Smoking?
Yeah, with Matt Damon.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
I think it was Matt Damon.
Nah, I don't think so. Or could be. It could be. I don't know. But it's Thank You for Not Smoking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Matt Damon. But
that's definitely, you know.
I mean, he was in well, he wasn't in the movie, but the South Park guys made that puppet movie, and they had the Council of Elders or whatever in the World Council, and it's like Matt Damon. Thank You for Not Smoking. I'm pretty sure that Matt Damon was the main character in that movie, but Thank You for Smoking.
Yeah, man. I've been smoking way too long. It's time to stop. But it makes it even.
I quit for years and then I started again.
Yeah, how do you, bro? That's crazy. How do you quit for years and then start up again?
Well,
how do you do that? I guess friends, right?
It's fucking tobacco. Aaron Eckhart. He's one of the main characters. No, I thought it was Matt Damon, but no, it's not.
I'm gonna unmute this Watch Europa guy. Let's see what he has to say. Watch Europa. You're unmuted.
Let's see what he says.
He has anything to say? He had a listening pass, so let's see. He's freaking. Usually you have that if you're a troll. So.
I had something significant to say about, not necessarily related to the smoking, but something also. But yeah, here, are you talking about this movie, Thank You for Smoking, from IMDb? Yeah, I thought it was Matt Damon, but it's not.
Yeah, the movie came out in like 2007 or something like that.
Smoking. I mean, it came out after they just put all these like huge taxes on smokers. Well, they didn't put the taxes on smokers. They fined the tobacco companies, and then cigarettes went up like $3 a pack because they're not going to freaking take the hit. Smokers are going to take the hit, not the tobacco companies.
So when that occurred, what was the percentage drop off of smokers?
I would
like millions upon millions of people just quit smoking immediately because it got more expensive.
No, I would get zero. I spend way too much money on cigarettes.
What ends up happening is they buy cheaper cigarettes that are actually worse for you because they have it's actually not tobacco leaf. So like what happens is like as they're packing the cigarettes at the factory, tobacco falls onto the floor. So they take that tobacco, throw it in a blender, wet it, and just like paper, they make it like into a tobacco paper, and then they chop it up into pieces, and then they put it into cigarettes. It's reconstituted tobacco.
Guess what? I mean, I smoke Marlboro Reds. They call it cowboy killers, right? But all of the other the offall from making Marlboro Reds is exactly what you're talking about, Indio. That's how they make. It's Philip Morris that I think is the company.
Yeah, it's reconstituted tobacco, and it's worse for you than regular tobacco.
Yeah. So yeah, I smoke Marlboro Reds. It's not great, but it I mean, as far as the taste
well, here's the funny thing: smoking rates gone down, cancer rates have gone up, lung cancer rates. So go figure, right?
Well, it's just like dude, if you look at lung cancer. How many people get lung cancer from smoking compared to lung cancer from people that don't smoke?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
It's about equal. I think it's about equal.
I don't know a single person that's ever died from smoking-related disease.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, it's really more hype than whatever.
You got to think, when I was a kid, people smoked. Like, they smoked, like, lighting cigarettes with the butts of their cigarettes, smoking. I mean, I'm sure you remember when people used to have these giant fucking ashtrays full of cigarettes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and of
like
course,
9 people in a room
like the
smoking a
smell of
cigarette.
it or whatever. You know, you're just like, that just smells bad. You know, I mean, that's pretty much all. You know, it's just like,
Look, Auntie, flick your ash. It's like 3 miles long, and empty your ashtray.
But I'm not saying people don't die from smoking cigarettes. And to be honest, I smoke cigarettes and I cough a lot, but I don't feel like I'm dying. But then people are like, oh, well, you don't know until you know. Yeah.
You don't know you're dead until you're dead, Helio.
Anyway, but why can I still sing?
Marlboro Red. You know what? I used to smoke bad Newports. Newports are really bad for you.
Yeah, I would. I smoke a Newport every once in a while, but I smoke Marlboro Reds. You know, the Cowboy Killer. But yeah, I don't mind a Newport every once in a while. It's a good cigarette.
Yeah.
But I couldn't smoke them every day. I mean, I just don't like menthol.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, remember, like back in the not back in the day.
Like I can drink a cappuccino, but I prefer black coffee. You know what I mean? I'll drink a cappuccino every once in a while, or you know, something with cream, maybe a little bit of sugar, but for the most part, I just drink black coffee.
Listen, I prefer black coffee too, bro.
Yeah,
for real, I do. You know,
I mean, it's the same way. I mean, I look at coffee like cigarettes. Like I drink black
milk.
coffee. I smoke straight tobacco. I mean, if you're going to put flavor in cigarettes or flavor in coffee, you know, I can appreciate it every once in a while, but
yeah, I mean, I don't drink. I don't drink coffee, but if I did, I would drink straight black coffee. Forget the milk. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's every once in a while you get in the mood for it. I mean, it depends on, you know, if you have a pastry, you know, that you're eating with it. Like a good cappuccino is really good, you know, because, you know, you got the milk with the froth and the milk has a little bit of sugar in it. If it's made right, you can, you know, I enjoy a good cappuccino.
That's right. If you have a pastry, you got to have either milk or coffee. You can't just drink water. You know? You can't wash a pastry down with water. You can't do that.
Yeah. I mean, some people like to do drink some hot chocolate. If they don't like coffee, they'll drink hot chocolate. But that's sweet on sweet, you know.
Yeah.
But I like black coffee with a pastry because it's like you take a bite of the sweet, then take a sip of the black coffee. Bam! It's just like a flavor explosion.
Yep.
And it's kind of the same way with a cigarette. It's like if I'm going to smoke a tobacco, I'm going to buy one of the best ones out there, like the Marlboro Reds or, you know, a high quality tobacco. Smoke it, and you know, I don't even know why I want a minty flavored tobacco. Like I said, I can smoke a Newport every once in a while. I can enjoy it, but
I think menthols are banned in Massachusetts. They banned them right before the lockdown. I don't know if they ever unbanned them.
And you know why? They banned the flavored tobacco cigarettes
because they're racist.
Well, that probably too. But their claim was that, you know, they market them to children. That's what their claim is, right?
Yeah. Whatever.
Because it tastes minty, and so kids like minty flavored.
It's not minty, it's menthol. And no one ever bought like menthol cough drops and was like, this is candy.
Like all the smokers I know, I mean, some of them like Cools or Newports or whatever. Most people I know that are smokers don't smoke that shit.
Oh my God! You ever smoke a cool tip?
Like, I mean, I know most black people do smoke Newports and Cools, but I know
Edgefield 100.
I mean, they ain't or anything like that. I'm just saying, I mean, they prefer Newports. Black people like Newports.
Have you ever smoked a cool tip? They're filterless. They're filterless Cools. Dude, it's like
yeah.
They're so freaking strong. Like your head will spin.
Yeah. I've had one of those, and you know what? They have these camels that Camel. They actually like got really hard on Camel because of the Camel character, cartoon character that was marketing to children because they had the Camel cartoon character. But now they have camels now where they have a butt. In the butt of the cigarette, you can pinch it, and that will give you the menthol flavor.
Oh yeah, what are those called? Cool or Camel? There's a name for them.
Camel Crush.
Camel Crush. That's it.
Yeah, you can pinch it, and then you'll get the menthol or whatever.
Well, no kid ever was like, "Oh my God, look at the cartoon on that pack of cigarettes. I want to start smoking." Like no one ever said that to themselves ever. It's like, that's a cool pack of cigarettes. I want to start smoking. That's not why people start smoking cigarettes.
No, not at all. And yeah, Camel got a really hard time, back in like late 90s, I think, or maybe early 90s, on just because Joe Camel character, It's like, oh, he's a cartoon character, and they're marketing to children. It's like, bitch, if you're gonna smoke, you're just gonna fucking smoke. And when I started smoking, I was going Marlboro. I didn't even fucking give it a shit. I smoked Camels for a little bit, but I was a Marlboro guy, man. I mean, from the time I was 16 years old, I was a Marlboro.
People smoke because nicotine is a neurotropic chemical. That's why. That's the only reason why. There's no other reason.
There was a couple of places in town where I could actually buy my own fucking cigarettes at 16. They would sell them to me.
I could buy them when I was like 5 with my mother's note, man.
Well,
back in the day, your mother could just give you a note and you could bring it to a store.
My mom hated cigarettes, so I'd have to go, on the down low and go get them, but I knew where I could get them.
Well, I mean,
I could get liquor too at certain liquor stores too.
Look, you just find a freaking goddamn homeless wino, dude. They'll buy you anything for $2.
Dude, I could. There was a couple places around, where I live, where I could walk in there and buy liquor at 16. But anyway, the places aren't there anymore.
You could buy liquor in Vermont. It was the last state to go 21. So check this out. IDs, like driver's licenses in Vermont, they didn't have pictures on them. This is back like in 87-ish, 86, 87. So a friend of ours that was 18 years old would just give us his ID. It didn't have a picture on it. It was like a piece of cardboard. Like when you got your Vermont driver's license, you could go, I don't want my picture on this.
Like
so he would just give us his ID. We'd go across the border to Vermont and buy alcohol.
Well, it's like on my prom night. I already bought liquor from this place many times, and so on my prom night, I went in there in my tuxedo.
Hey, I might remember this. Hey, you remember when Vermont didn't have picture ID?
Asking for ID, and in Arkansas, it's been 21 forever. But, I went prom night.
It's like the mid '80s.
It's 1991.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
So I just walked in there and bought all the liquor.
In the mid '80s. I was only 5 years old.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like maybe 15 years ago when I was in high school or whatever. Cigarettes are what now? Like 13, 15 bucks a pack.
No, they're half that where I am.
At least in New York they are, but
they're $15 where I live.
Right.
They're $7 where I am. So
$7.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, right, but what I was gonna say was, like back then.
Now I'm thinking of a new marketing thing. I'm gonna start buying by the carton and selling to you motherfuckers in New York.
Get 2 packs for $5. 2 for $5 deal, bro. Remember Marlboro Milds?
Oh yeah.
I remember going to the station when I was 16 and buying for $1.25 a pack Marlboros, man.
Yeah, bro. Like it's insane. It's fucking crazy. You know? And no matter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they raise the price, people are gonna keep smoking.
Remember they had the Marlboro Miles or whatever the hell they were, like the little
Marlboro Miles, yeah.
My friend had all that shit. He had like the cooler, the radio, the jacket.
As a matter of fact, today I was entering my Marlboro points, and because I have this fucking Swiss Army knife. I'm looking at it right now. I got the Swiss Army knife, freaking, and I've got a Carhartt hat, and I get all kinds of shit from.
Do they have fire safety cigarettes there too?
Fire safety? No, but they just put
they have cigarettes, like at least in Massachusetts, they don't let you do the Marlboro Miles things. The cigarettes have like a strip in them so that they'll automatically go out. They won't burn.
No. If you let your cigarette,
if you look at your pack of cigarettes, it'll say FC on them. There'll be a little next to the barcode, I think.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, once you light one of these cigarettes up, unless you're paying attention, it'll just burn down to nothing. You know.
Yeah, it's next to the barcode.
FSC.
It's in the paper it's in the paper.
Well, when they first came out with them, they wouldn't go out. They were like the opposite of fire safety. Because I remember my friend, he got a pack, dude, and he like lit the cigarette, dude, and it like literally like burst into flame. It lit like a fuse, man.
Well, if I light one of these Marlboro Reds and I don't smoke it, it will still burn down to the butt.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely not FSCs because they have like little. There's like a strip every like I don't know. Half an inch or whatever.
There's little stripes on it. You can look at the paper and there's little stripes in it. It's like thick paper, thin paper, thin paper.
Yeah.
So it will burn out all by itself. You don't have once you light it, it will burn all the way down to the butt.
Yeah, the fire safety cigarettes don't do that. They only burn like
Marlboro Reds aren't that because when I light a cigarette, if I don't smoke it, if I'm not paying attention, that motherfucker will burn all the way down. And as you know, I don't know. You said they're $12, $13,
$15.
Yeah. Well, they're only
the cheapest you can get them. The state minimum, I think, is $13.60.
I'm just like when I light one up, I'm smoking the shit out of it because even $7 is fucking expensive. But dude, I couldn't imagine if they were twice the price. That's crazy.
Yeah, you still wouldn't stop.
I know
that wouldn't stop you.
Well, I mean, but I don't. I smoke about sometimes a half a pack to maybe 3/4 of a pack a day. So yeah,
I have
as much as a lot of people do.
AI. I have a what and a who question. What do you mean, you people, and who are we? AI.
It means use people, not you people. Use people.
Well, he was asking AI, smokers or what?
Yeah, what you talking about, Willis?
Talking about Willis?
You people, yeah. What do you, I got a what and a who. What? What do you mean you use
Well, it's just
people?
like only smokers can talk about smokers. If you're a former smoker,
And
you
who
can
are
talk
we?
about it a little bit.
Who's we and
What do
you people? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny, man. I wish I was funny.
No, you are. No, I was just like I'm trying to get the. It's like who's
Yeah, but who said that though? I don't even.
No one.
When?
I'm asking no one.
I thought it was Wave Mixer ass in it.
Who are? Yeah.
I
Who
remember
are we?
my friend had a girlfriend, and she was like a liberal, but she was racist and didn't know it. We were driving through like a Puerto Rican neighborhood, and she was like, "People are racist against those people. Like, you're racist. You just referred to them as those people. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, who are those people, huh? Heather, who are those people?" Because she was white. She was like a white girl, like white as white can be, like white, blind, just
It's funny sometimes when you're trying to make a joke and nobody gets it, then you're like, okay.
Precious.
It's just like if nobody gets your joke and you have to be like,
yeah,
you have to explain it, then it went over everybody's head. But it doesn't mean it wasn't funny.
Well, I just think it's funny where like racist people are trying to virtue signal, like
what
pretending they're not racist.
What do you call a black man who flies in a rocket?
Oh God, do we need to mute the stream for this?
An astronaut? You racist? You fucking racist?
See,
flies in a rocket, go in the pocket, take my safe and I lock it.
It do what it do, don't it? Every time.
My man. All right, whatever. What are you saying?
Astronaut.
Flow with it. Flow with it. It sounds good.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Okay.
That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Just bit.
You think that was good? Okay, give me 1 minute.
All right, Davey, bring it on.
DRB.
I mean, Speculation Sunday, or still Speculation Sunday.
Do you know Davey?
Mountain Pacific time.
Especially Mountain Pacific time. You in Arkansas. I'm your
midnight here, so it's officially Monday.
So since it's Speculation Sunday, I'm gonna post a video in the chat. So I haven't listened to this whole thing. It's actually not just an audiobook. So it goes through like the history of theories of the earth from multiple cultures, not just like, Western civilization. It's actually, from what I remember of it, it's like 5 hours long, unfortunately. That's the bad part. I fell asleep listening to it. But it's actually what's pretty cool about, like, it had a lot of flat earth stuff, globe earth.
How'd you find it?
It just showed up in my feed, man.
Yeah.
I think I watched something about giants. And it was put out by this channel, this YouTube channel. And then all of a sudden on this, like when I refreshed the browser, it just came up.
I'm gonna click on it so it'll show up in my history.
Well, if you get bored, like we need to kill 5 hours of dead airtime, man, just play that.
Davey.
Well, I mean, this channel has 118,000 subs, so it's obviously not.
Yeah, they got some pretty weird subject matter. Like
Davey,
stuff is out there. Why are you?
Yeah.
What's the river doing, man? What's the river doing?
I don't know.
Is there a lot of water in the river right now?
In the river? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Don't you live by the river?
Nah. Hold on.
This kind of makes me think of some CCR. Down to the river. You're gonna find some people who live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living
Sure
in a
does.
van down by the river.
I can pinch my heart. Bless your heart. Helio.
Big wheel, keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. Woo! Rolling.
Hey, Just Bill. Is that you, Matt?
Yeah, it's Matt Willis or Just Bill.
Hey, how are you, man?
Oh, why are you coming in as
What's up,
Just
Jimbo?
Dude, I would have recognized.
Wait, buddy. I knew I was like, fuck, I know that voice.
Of course you do.
What?
Of course you do.
Why'd you change your name?
Dude, well, it's Matt Willis or it's Just Bill.
No, it's one or the other. Why are you
Bill?
Bro, that's. I don't understand why people
Proud
come
Mary.
in here.
Keep on singing. Sing Proud Mary. Timbo, do you know Proud Mary?
No.
He does. He does,
Yeah.
but he's not going to sing it, but because he can't, and nobody else can either. I was doing it. No, I wasn't even doing
What
it.
is it?
It's Creedence Clearwater Revival. You know, it's just like.
Oh yeah, I probably if you started singing it, I'd know it.
Yeah, it's Proud Mary, keep on mine. You know the song. Yeah.
Rolling, gotta keep on rolling. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear me sing.
Like nobody can sing that besides
No.
John Fogerty. Like can do
And
it.
Tina Turner.
And actually, John Fogerty can't even do it nowadays.
Oh, Tina Turner, she smashed that.
Yeah, she sure did.
Wait, Tina sang that song? Hold on, I gotta see that. Sure.
She's so good.
I haven't seen Tina Turner's version of it. Hold on. I'm gonna look that shit up. Because I love that song and I love CCR. I gotta see. And
You've seen it
too.
You've seen it, Helio.
I've probably seen it, but it's been a while, so I'm definitely gonna find it. And I'm gonna watch that while I go smoke another Marlboro.
Jimbo, it's good to hear you, man. What's going on?
You too, man. I haven't heard from you for a while.
Oh, yes. Yeah, touche.
I think we're on different times.
Perhaps, yeah, of course we are.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. And we got Davey. I heard Davey. I hadn't heard from Davey in a while. It's good to hear him tonight as well.
Yo, what's up, bro?
My man.
Davey from Long Island.
Who's that? What's going on?
That's Timbo. Davey from Long Island. I'm trying to do a New York. Trying to do a New York accent. I can't do it, mate.
Nah, you can't do it.
No. All my American accents suck, mate. I end up doing the same one. Everyone sounds the same, but they don't.
We had an insane Boston accent stutterer in our unit at basic training. We had to train him all year to say his speech for when we did the graduation. It was awesome.
Can you give us an example?
I don't know, man. I can't. You know what? If I could remember some of the phrases he would say, maybe.
Do other English-speaking countries have as many different accents as the U.S.?
England.
Say it again.
Other English-speaking countries, do they have as many? Is there any of those countries that have as many different accents as the United States? Because we have.
England, I would say, has probably the most accents.
Really?
Yeah. You go 10 minutes down the road and they got a different accent.
No shit, huh? Because we have We have a Midwestern accent. We have a Southern accent. I think we have like a couple different Southern accents. We have the New York, like Brooklyn accent, the Boston accent. It's quite a bit, but like you don't.
Hockey Khan, Harvard Yard. That's the Boston.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but as United States, I can't really distinguish the different types of like different English accents. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Unless you've heard a lot of them, then you probably wouldn't. But we don't have any different ones here in Australia. Everyone kind of sounds the same. So.
I know Australia. I know your name.
That's Timbo, man. Davey,
No,
that's Timbo.
I'm saying his real name.
Oh, I don't know his real name. You know his real name.
Yeah, Vlad.
My real name would be just take the O off the B and the O off the Timbo.
And?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember. Okay.
All right, Timbo. Tim. Bo.
Yeah.
Because you remember me. I'm trying to remember you. So.
Yeah, I remember. I'm pretty good at remembering voices and names and colours and things like that. So when people pop on the screen, I remember them straight away.
I guess you got a good memory.
Yeah, it's like an association memory.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I got a photographic memory. Always have. Like I could remember. I have like clear pictures like of memories like of shit when I was like 3, 4 years old. It's crazy, you know.
Right. So what you're trying to say is, based on your profile, you could never be an astronaut.
You can't be an astronaut because it's bullshit. Actors. They're fucking.
But yeah, but for the sake of argument, let's just say if you did have a photographic memory and you were an astronaut, you might be able to answer the question like, "Did you see any stars?"
Yeah,
I don't freaking remember.
Speaking of stars, bro, I think honestly, in my opinion, like there's too many fucking clues, bro. I think stars are diamonds. Yeah, I really do. Think about it. Hold on, hold on, let me finish. Think about it. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. What's in the sky? Stars. Okay. Fuck, that's a Rihanna song. Diamonds in the sky. What's in the sky? What's in the sky? Stars. Okay. I have a really big feeling that stars are diamonds. That's what I think. Okay. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Those are just two examples, but I'm just saying. I think they're diamonds.
Yeah, point to the sky and you tell me what it is.
They're telling us the truth. I mean, what do you think they are?
Stars, lights in the sky. That's all I know they are. All I know they are is that there are lights in the sky.
So,
and they move. Oh, I also know this. They move from east to west. They rise in the east and they set in the west.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Show me walk, embody what it means to be a hero.
You don't know? You got to know that, right? That's the consensus. Like we all know that together.
I don't know, man. I think they're diamonds.
Well, no, yeah, that's a good description. I can't reject your description, right? Because They're just lights in the sky, man. Like lights in the sky, and they rise in the east and they set in the west.
Diamonds in the sky.
Diamonds.
Diamonds. Nah, but what's it called? Yeah, fucking I mean, like, you know, I think they're
You think they're diamonds?
Yeah, and I think the moon is just like a flat disc. You know what I mean, like, it's not a ball made of like a Swiss cheese. Are you kidding? Fuck out of here. It's just a flat disc. It's just, you know, like, it's just a light. It's God's decoration.
Wait, a light?
Hmm?
You think it's a light, Davey?
Yep. It's a light. I think it's a flat disc.
A disc?
I think it's just a flat disc, just a light that God created. That's what I think.
All right.
What do you think?
I think it's a lesser light in the sky. It's very mysterious. The moon is very mysterious. I think it's strange when I look at the moon. There's no moon tonight. There's a new moon. There's a double speak tonight, right? There's a new moon tonight. So there's actually no moon. Nobody knows where the moon is tonight. There's no moon tonight, right? This is strange. And then there's going to be a baby moon, and there's going to be a daddy moon. This is a simple way to say it, I guess. And in New Zealand, they'll see like 180 degrees opposed to me moon. Isn't that strange? You know what I'm talking about? Like if I see a number 6 in the sky, if I see a number 6 in the moon in New Zealand, they'll see a 9. Do you know what I'm talking about? Of course you don't. Davey, I'm talking to you. AI. Are you here?
Your mama.
Your mama.
That's the answer to the joke. What do you mean by use people and we, your mama?
Of course it is. You're supposed to call me a racist. Your mama, you racist. What do you call a black man that takes off in a rocket? An astronaut, you racist. You fucking racist.
I don't know. Maybe you should.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
I like it, but I think the rocket part just doesn't lend to astronaut that simple. But then when you say it, it makes sense.
Oh, of course. So, what do you call a black man who flies an airplane? A pilot? You fucking racist. That's a good one too. I got a Jew joke. Would that help me dig myself out of this hole?
Oh.
Oh. Your mama. My mama.
Dude, so I got a joke. So my son is actually half Latino. The other half is human.
Hey.
Oh, yo, that's right. I was going to spit a freestyle if anyone wants to step up to the plate, which I doubt. But if anyone's got the fucking cojones, step right up.
Sure. I'm waiting for you to answer Matt's question.
You need some meth, huh? Listen, I'll go solo. I just smoked a little weed. I'm not gonna lie. I smoked a bit, but I could spit.
Do it.
'Cause I'm legit. I don't care. I never quit. Don't you dare throw a fit. So fuck you, your whole crew. What you gonna do when you see me? DAVEY. Am I getting fucking high like a bird in the sky, flapping its wings? Yeah, that's right. I rap. You're just a faggot. You sing. I don't care. Whatever. Just know that I'm better and more clever and severing everyone stepping in my way. 'Cause I got weaponry. Hey, listen. Fucking dissing anyone. Got plenty guns. I do it for fun. Watch out, 'cause they'll get knocked out and drop down straight to the ground without even a sound. You won't see me around, 'cause I'm fucking leaving this town. Yeah, that's all I got right now.
He's from an American town. He's fucking Davey. That's his name. Remember it now. Go, Davey. Go, Davey.
Got a hype man up in here, Davey.
Got a hype man. I'm in a white van. White tan. Doing a fucking drive-by. That's right, man. Alright, listen. I spit rhymes, roll blunts. I hit dimes, go nuts. Sniff lines with no cut and get high. Shit, so what? Who cares? Ruin your life. You can't screwing your wife or your mom in the bathroom. Don't swallow a mad shroom, so bomb that just can't move and I'm in a bad mood. I'm pissed drunk, like I'm in fucking Milan or Cancun. I'm mad smooth when I rhyme. What could I do with a dime? Pull a couple nice joints and smoke 2 at a time. Like a true pothead. As a bloodshot red, sitting back relaxed like I just got head. Look, my rhymes are ill. I gotta buy this pill. A bag of weed and then it's fucking time to chill.
Whoa, it's dark in the paint.
Fuck, I forgot.
Maybe it's a good time to answer Matt's question about the moon. What do you think?
Yeah. About the moon?
Maybe you should ask it again, Matt.
Timbo, I done lost track. I done lost track. I had a question about the moon. Timbo, can you clarify?
Yeah. Remember, you were saying in New Zealand they see a 6 and you see a 9.
Sure,
you were
yes.
asking Davey if he knew that.
That was general question for not only Davey and you. Of course, you knew it. I think you knew it, Timbo.
Yeah, I see the upside down. I see it upside down. Actually, I see it. It's on the side. No, it's upside down on the side. It's weird. It's like a 45-degree angle. When it's waxing and waning.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. The baby moon and the daddy moon. A B and a D.
You ever see those those Muslim flags that have the crescent moon with the star in the middle of it?
Of course, yes. A crescent moon, yes.
Of course.
So they have all seen a star through the moon.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what that is.
Crescent. I know a full
the
crescent.
Dark side.
A full crescent is what, like, the moon is like. It's like 3/4 of a moon, right? It's like almost a full moon.
No, it's the other way around. The other way.
Inside out. Yeah. Face and surface. I was there was
You keep
Matthew
changing
Leonard.
your name. You keep changing your name and your photo. Can't keep up.
Of course not, Roddy. Yeah. That wasn't my intention.
No, you're right. Someone just jumped in here. Who's this? Day is VC verified. Open your mic. Tell us about where you live. Is it flat? Is it round? Is it spherical? Is it a donut? Come and let us know. Day, are you there?
So I got this question.
Yeah, you're a Kiwi, bro.
Yeah, mate. If the Earth is a ball, right? If it's a ball, why? How is it possible that when I set my camera up to look at the sky and record 24 hours, right? The stars always spin in the as if I'm in the center.
How do you record 24? How do you record 24 hours of stars?
Well, if I record because your camera can see the stars even when your eyes can't, right?
When?
Well, that's the way my camera works. Like you can, you
24 hours of stars.
So what I mean is, like, no matter where you go in the world and set up your camera looking up at the sky, it still spins around in a circle.
Need to clarify a few things, yeah.
But how would that be possible if you say you lived near the equator? So that means that the stars should be going one direction, right?
The stars.
What are you trying to say? I'm confused about you were saying you were setting up your camera and then you were going for 24 hours. How do you do that?
Well, you just put your camera and then you have it pointing at the sky.
And you record during the day as well?
Yeah, you just record. How do you do that? But mainly for nighttime. So you mainly just you'll get like this rotation. But if you do it like
so how many times have you done this?
Well, we've just done it with
sorry, Timbo.
My dad's camera, right?
Yeah. Okay. How long did you record for? How long did you record for?
For like 2 days, just to look at the rotation, right? Because I was trying to figure out, okay, where if you're like at the bottom of the world, you'll get like a certain rotation of stars, but if you were on the side of the globe, so if you were like, say, near the equator, or like, say, the top of Australia, right? Then wouldn't it be going wouldn't the stars be going sideways, not in a circle?
Well, they just go in an arc.
Yeah, do you know what I'm asking though?
I know exactly what you're asking.
And so I'm asking, like, how come, like, so I've seen other people do this, right, with their camera, but it looks like they get the same effect no matter where they are in the world. That it all goes around. Oh, you're saying no matter where they are, they always seem to go in a rotation? That's because of the lenses. Well, I mean, like, you can see like a circle in the stars. Like, the stars go around in a circle. They don't. But that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen, right? Like, if I was on the side of the globe.
So, can you give me some pictures of where this happens and what we're talking about?
He's talking about celestial navigation and the 6 and the 9. And is he a Kiwi?
No, he ain't.
He's a Kiwi.
I'm just trying to figure this out. Like how would it be possible? Like, because if you take a model of a ball and you say you chose to live on the side of the ball, not like at the top or at the bottom, then your camera shouldn't record it going around in a circle. It should be recording the stars going. Do you know what I mean? Like going on a straight.
That's why I was saying it's the camera lens. So if you're in the equator and the stars are said to go straight overhead, if you point your camera straight in the air, you're going to use a wide-angle lens, or the lenses are curved anyway. So the things above you are going to go straight across, and then the things on the left and the right are going to look like they're arcing and going in circles. It's just how lenses work.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's why when you take photos, it doesn't look like that in real life, does it?
No.
Only looks like that with a camera lens.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And those rotations that you see in the south, you're only getting what? So you're doing a time lapse photo. So the time lapse photos don't go for, like you said, 2 days.
Yeah, well, we only see certain stars, but they don't change. But it's different to what someone else sees.
I live in the south as well.
Yeah, they'll see different stuff. Like when I travel to like somewhere more north to another country, they have different stars.
Yeah, I know, but you don't. Those rotations, you never see a full rotation, do you? You never see the stars start in one position and end up back at the other position.
No, everything just goes around in a circle, which I can't understand.
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. It looks like it does, but you can't see one star start in a certain position and end up back in the same position. You've never seen that, have you?
No, never.
Exactly.
No one has.
Why though? Why can't?
Because it's day and night.
Because it goes dark. Can't see stars during the day. But that's going to say, does it do a full rotation? Those time-lapse photos only look like they're doing a full rotation because every single star on that time-lapse is moving a little bit. So it creates every star creates a track behind it. So they're only moving a tiny little bit. But because they're all moving in the time-lapse, it takes little photos and it makes everything look like it's doing a circle, but it's not. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to understand why it looks the same no matter where you do it. Because I thought
I just explained to you about lenses. Yeah.
Yeah. And
our lenses curve, and then you've got perspective, so things come up over the perceived horizon, and then come across, and then they go up, and then they go back down to the other perceived horizon, so they look like they're going in an arc, curving. And then the lens picks up on that as well. The lenses are curved, so you get an extra curve from the lens.
Right, yeah.
But you shouldn't be looking up in the sky to determine if the Earth's flat. Yeah? Are you a flat earther? Or you're just kind of investigating?
Well, I think it's flat, but I'm trying to figure out things for myself. I'm trying to understand.
Why are you looking in the sky then?
Well, because the stars haven't changed from the old charts from a long time ago.
Isn't that weird that we're flying through the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That can't be right, because that's what I'm saying about the way the stars move on the camera. That can't be right. And I'm pretty sure we never went to the moon, although I don't really know.
No, we never did. Never.
So me and some friends were talking about it, and some of us kind of think it's flat, and others aren't too sure.
All right, so
we're having this discussion about the stars.
What's a question about the Earth you'd like to ask? Like where we live, where we can measure, where we can, do observations, things like that. Because if you start looking in the sky, you can never prove anything, because you can't go to the sky and confirm what your theories are. So if you're looking for the flat Earth, you're actually on Earth. So you can do things to actually look at this and confirm it what you're thinking. So what on Earth would you like to explain? Like You know, you can see too far. There's one.
Well, I mean, one of the weird things is we were looking at the sunset, so we would have been aiming our camera at Antarctica on the west coast.
Yep.
And
that
we could see the sun going down.
You can't
but
aim.
It looked like there was clouds in front of the sun.
You can't aim. You can't from where you are. You can't aim the camera at Antarctica and get a sunset.
Where I live now, I live on the east coast, so I would be looking at the Pacific. But I drove to the south or to the other side. I drove to the other coast.
You on the North Island? Are you on the North Island?
Yeah, I'm on the North Island. Yeah, so I drove to Foxton Beach.
Raglan? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know New Zealand. I used to live in New Zealand.
Yeah, so I drove to Foxton Beach so we could watch the sunset and we could video it.
Yeah, and that's still not facing Antarctica, but it doesn't really matter anyway. It's facing west. But, so what are you saying about that observation? You're saying why?
Well, I was just wondering, like, why would it look like? So when the sun is going down, it looks like there's clouds in front of the sun and behind the sun at the same time. Like, so it looks like the sun's going in between clouds.
Yeah.
I can't figure that out. Like,
yeah,
why
I got no answer.
Like
I got no answer to that, man. Kiwi Buzz just said, get him to check out a channel I linked, New Zealand Observations. I'm just gonna. Are you able to see the live stream voice text? A live stream.
I'm looking at the video. Mount Taranaki.
Timbo.
Yo.
Have you been drinking coffee?
Have I been drinking coffee? Why?
You know,
because it's certainly not tea.
Yo, you know why I stopped drinking coffee? Because it stains your teeth and shit. It's not good for your teeth.
I just gotta brush your teeth, man.
That's not the point. It doesn't even matter. It's still bad for your teeth. You know?
I drink maybe 5
Same
coffees
with,
a
same
day,
with
man.
red wine. Red wine too.
And my teeth are perfect, and I drink lots of red wine too.
Yeah, red wine stains your teeth too. That's no good. So does smoke.
Good.
Even though I'm about to light up a cigarette.
Yes.
You know, I'm just saying. But yeah.
All right. So Day, going back to, I got no answer for that sun with the clouds and things like that. It's just it'll be just something visual. Maybe it looks like it's behind. Maybe it looks like it's in front of the cloud, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, so the sun does weird things. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where it is. So that's things you can't explain. That video looks like it's viewing something from far away. So with these land observations, what you can do is you can jump on Google Earth and see how far away these images are, and then you can bring up something called a Earth curve calculator, and it'll let you type in your height above sea level, so your observer height, and then type away and then put in the distance of what you're trying to observe, and it'll tell you how much of it's been hidden. How much of it should be hidden on a globe. But if you can see more than what's been hidden, then then you got to question whether you live on a globe.
The radius of the purported globe. Go Tembo.
You there, Day?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, is there like a good something to watch that I could watch with some friends that would kind of help us to kind of
would you guys be interested in watching a laser test? and then
well,
explaining.
the thing is, like, I think there's there's a group of us, and so some people basically are at different things of what they think. So, how do I explain it? So we all pretty much are convinced that nobody went to the moon, right? And that we're being lied to. And so we were discussing the flat Earth, and we were trying to figure out how do all these things fit together. So I was wondering if there was a video that might help us to kind of figure out everything, in kind of why,
There's heaps,
why
man,
it's like that.
How's everyone's concentration spans? Would they sit down and watch something for 30 minutes, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 5 hours? Like what?
Well, I think the thing is something that would help tie in a few things together, right? So that we could discuss. So anything probably 2 hours would be fine, but just I think we see that everything's connected. We're just trying to figure out
Yep. So let me address you. So
go ahead.
You guys are on the right track because you're thinking about it, but you gotta remove the idea of a synthesized worldview. Because the globe has multiple explanations for multiple phenomena, and they try to make it a unified model. But people start to then say, well, if the Earth is flat, then I also have to have a similar cohesive explanation for all phenomenon. What do the lights in the sky do? The seasons, all of these types of things. But the truth is that...
You understand what I'm asking? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could go down that road, but if your goal is to really find out if the Earth is flat, then yes, what you really need to focus on is the point, which is the Earth flat? And the most accurate way to determine if the Earth is flat is to not think about a cohesive model for a phenomenon of the sky, but to actually just measure the ground. So
you mean not have a preconceived idea of what we think it is, but rather just look at what it is.
Absolutely, because there's a lot of derivatives that first require, the Earth to be a globe, right? So the sky, what it does, and all of these things. But if the Earth measures flat, then all of those derivative and explanatory reasonings are just automatically false. Now, the problem is that if you then remove all of those, then you feel like you have an empty space and it needs to be filled. But the truth is, sometimes people just have to recognize that it might be the case that we don't have tangible access to the things in the sky, and we can't really know what they're doing, how they do what they do, how what they do relates to the Earth, right? It's a mystery sometimes. And sometimes people don't like that idea. They want a cohesive explanation for their world. But sometimes the truth is that there just isn't one. But if it's shown that the Earth itself measures flat, then it's just flat. That's just that simple. So your bro that was speaking to you offered this one laser test, right? Not that there's multiples, right? But there's one in particular that is pretty impactful. It's 25-mile range, and it's put into a documentary form. It has a PDF document that goes along with it, and they have a short form of the documentary, which is less than an hour, and then a longer one, which is almost 2 hours. But basically what they do is it shows how they set up an idea of how to measure the Earth. They built this laser. They went out into the field and tested it in multiple locations over water. The greatest shot they did was 25 miles. And if you know anything about lasers and transits, where you have on one side you have a laser set up at 3 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have a board, right? And if the laser hits the board, then the maximum differential between the laser and the ground is 3 feet. And so they use this similar method, and they explain how they built the aiming device for the laser, how they chose their targets, how they did all the methodology, and to come to their conclusion. And it's very compelling because it gets to the crux of the issue, which is, does the Earth measure to be a globe, or does it measure to be flat?
The ground beneath our feet.
Yeah, I would at least consider sharing that with them, and then after that, then go down the derivative roads.
You're not going to get a replacement explanation for everything.
I'm just about to pull over, Day. So give me a few minutes, and I'll post what AI was talking about, the video, and then yeah, just have a look at that. But yeah, just give me a couple of minutes, mate.
Fucking right. David's gonna rhyme. He's gonna remix through time. Devil's gonna come.
So I actually have those two
AI is
videos.
gonna give you some logic that ain't whack.
All right, hold on. So I have those two videos saved to the bot, so I just posted there in the live stream. The first one says video laser long, which is the long form documentary, and then the other one says laser short, which is the shorter version. Like you said, if you guys are willing to watch something that's long about a single topic, and they do talk about other things in there, but it's mainly about the whole, process leading up to the laser tests.
The judges for this exam were not rational enough.
Yeah, so other than that, I can answer some questions real quick. So, real quick, here's some questions answered automatically. So, what causes the season?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in the globe model, the seasons are caused by the relative position of the sun to the Earth throughout the year. On the flat Earth, same principle applies. The sun is in different locations throughout the year. Problem solved. We have seasons. All right, let's see. Why isn't the whole Earth lit up? Well, because the sun is not a light powerful enough to light up the whole Earth.
Have you guys noticed a change in the season though? Like where I live, we have summer at a different time now from when I grew up. It seems that in the last few years, our summer has moved. It used to be sort of October, November, December, and sort of end in January. And now, this year, it's pretty much been going from like January, February, March, and it's still not ended. It's like summer now. And that's a bit confusing, the whole season.
It's been a weak winter here.
Same thing happened here, mate. It's this year was to do with El Nina, or La Nina, sorry. So we had a wet start to the year, wet start to the summer, and it came a bit later. It seems to go in 8-year cycles, so I know what you're talking about, mate. But it'll go back to normal. Always does.
Welcome to Louisiana.
I still can't control my stomach.
El Nino's just started, so it'll start to dry up and.
Is that to do with how it has? I watched this Australian senator talking about it, saying that there's data showing cooling periods and warming periods. Is that what you're talking about?
Summer and winter, spring and fall.
Yeah,
he was just saying
it changes.
Yeah, like cooling periods, cooling decades or something like that, and then warmer decades.
Yep. Yeah, it's a cycle, right? And when it's about to cool, they scare everyone and say, "There's an ice age coming. Give us more money." And then when it's about to get warm, they say, "There's global warming coming. Give us more money." And then the ice
cornered,
right? And the cooling will come again. They'll be like, "Oh, I guess we were wrong about global warming, but still give us some more money."
Hey, we've got a new person in the chat here, Fernando Perez. They were just
hello, guys. What's up?
Fernando, yo, Mr. Perez.
My sound is buzzing. I don't know if there is something wrong. Just for me?
Yep. You sound good on our end.
Okay, one second then.
I hear somebody's watching SpongeBob. Or recording Discord and playing it back. Mr. Perez, you still here?
Did anyone hear me before, or did I cut out?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Radio check.
Yeah, Day, are you there still?
Yeah, mate, I'm listening.
Yeah, if you've got a chance, mate, just hang around a bit too, and you'll learn a lot. But if you're still here in a little bit, I'll take you. And Mr. Perez doesn't see how he goes as well. I'll take you through another couple of things as well. Yeah, that you can tell your friends about long distance observations and things like that. Yeah, pretty cool to hang around.
Well, I'm gonna shoot, but like we've been because one of them's like a professional photographer, and so sort of like it's like asking him like because he's like, "There's no way we went to the moon," and I was like, "Well, what about the flat Earth stuff?" And then he's like, "Nah, there's no way," and I was like, "But like all these cameras, right? The cameras can see." Like with my own camera, because I could do this myself, and he's like, he actually said to me that there's something wrong with what they've been taught about, because he's like, he doesn't himself believe, because he's like, it's got to be flat for the camera, but he said he doesn't believe the explanation, but he doesn't know what else to think really,
Yeah. He just believes what he's told. I've got a heap of stuff that you can show him as well. So
It's all of us, right? We know what we've seen. We know what we experience, and collectively also, right? There's that collective knowledge, right? We all experience one horizon, right?
Yes.
We can all collectively agree. Right.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird feeling when you go sit on a sand dune at the beach and stare at the ocean, and you realize like it's so flat. Like, I mean, not flat like flat Earth, but that horizon is just so flat. Like my eyes can't make it curve.
It's so
and it's further and whatever, and you see things that are a lot further than what actually should be on a ball.
Easy. Yeah, you see 15, 20 miles. How many kilometers is that, Timbo?
It's about 20.
I'm asking a friend.
23, 24, something like that.
Oh, nice.
So 15 would be about 20, 22, 23, something like that.
Yeah, I never saw this curvature, no matter the distance.
Hello, Fernando. How are you, mate?
Hello. I think it's better now.
Welcome. Yeah, it's good. It was fine anyway. But welcome to the server. And so, what do you think about the world? Are we on a globe? Are we flat? What are we?
Like I said, I never find this curvature, so I've tried, but never find it.
Yeah. How have you tried?
I've made 2 experiments.
Experiments or observations?
Yes, close to the sea.
Yep. Tell us about them.
And no matter how long the object goes away, I never lost the vision, so I could recover the image. Zoom
back in.
So. Yes. So no curvature at all. No matter the distance.
Yeah. So you come to the
Of course,
conclusion that we live on a flat plane? Sorry, go ahead, mate.
I can say I don't see a curve at all.
Yeah.
No curve.
So you're at the I don't know stage, yeah?
Yes.
I don't see a curve, so where do we live?
Yes, that's my question.
Yeah. I don't see a curve either. So I know where we don't live. We don't live on a spinning space ball flying through outer space.
Of course not.
Makes sense. What else? Why shouldn't I follow this curvature at all? No matter where I look.
Yeah, I even went on a
you're trying to
plane
prove the
and tried to
positive
do it.
claim. You can't prove that claim. Unfortunately, no one can. You can't. That's a positive claim, right? That's a what is, and that's a shape. Like what is the shape of the Earth? And you're gonna prove. You're making. You're presupposing you should find evidence for curvature, and you don't find it in reality. As a consensus, we all experience this. So what you can know, you can't say that you don't know that you can't find curvature. You know, it's a consensus that you can. So it's not what you don't know; it's what you do know. I don't understand how you can be on the fence about that.
Yeah.
The positive claim, like if you was going to prove the positive claim, like why try to? I don't know, man. Make a evidence for some philosophical view that you can't prove, or pretend that you have it.
Looking for a shape when it might not be a shape.
And even when you want to answer the question of shape, that's philosophical anyway.
Yeah,
you can't prove the cause of a shape. How do you prove the cause of a shape? It's philosophical.
Gravity, mate.
Yeah, gravity. That's a good answer.
Yeah, so to be on the fence when you're already saying, you can't find the curvature. So it's pretty bad for the globe because they've given you measurements. They've given you measurements of a sphere. So for that, they've given you, a radius. You can work out the circumference. When you get the circumference, you can work out how much drop over distance you should have over a certain amount of miles. And if you, what's that?
That's what I want to say.
So if you don't see this drop, then it's flat. You can't have flat surfaces on a sphere. So you don't need to know where you are or what shape you're on. All you need to know is you're not on these balls flying through space because it's not curved. There's no curvature. You can't find it.
Timbo says you're not on these balls flying through space. There's no curvature. You can't find it.
I don't care too much about these numbers of the curvature because they don't match reality, so I just ignore them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's how you debunk their reality with numbers. So.
Now let's say cables.
Because they've given you a definitive number of how big it is.
They've claimed that they can measure the horizon.
Anyway.
And it's an edge.
The horizon is an edge. There's the horizon. Oh, now it's further away. Oh, it's closer now.
Back and forth like fucking little
Look, what's going on is the Earth shrinking and growing.
Anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. It's optical.
In the wall.
It's all optical.
That was my goal.
Davey, hot micing, bro.
Just mute him.
Who, me?
No,
Just
not
disconnect him.
Yep.
That way he can rejoin and he won't be muted and he won't have to ask to be unmuted.
I'm having a real problem paying wanting to pay tax now, eh?
Oh, good for you, buddy. Welcome.
Yeah, that was my bad, guy.
Welcome to Flat Tax Server.
I mean, I feel like I'm getting ripped hard, you know. I feel like shit, man. Like I'm getting taxed for a whole lot of bullshit.
How about you make a new political party? No taxation without curve demonstration.
There you go. 2024.
Show me the curve, I'll pay my taxes.
You know what happens when you mess with the mob's money, dude?
Depends on the mob.
You disappear.
Yeah. In New Zealand, you get locked up, don't you?
Yeah, you get locked up. Like, there's a few dudes locked up for trying to say stuff, but... But yeah, it's pretty messed up, to be honest. Like, I got some mates who we've been having these discussions, and we all come from like different backgrounds, and like, you know, farmers and stuff, and different. And most of us have left our religions because we just kind of felt like it's all connected somehow. Because there's just so much, there's no room for discussion in the religious part. So we were like having discussions without the religious part, you know?
So I can hear in your voice you're either a Maori or an Islander.
Yeah, Scottish Maori.
What's that?
That's, I guess, a Scottish Maori.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you because a lot of Maoris became Mormons, yeah?
I was. I used a lawyer to get out of that shit.
Really?
Pretty much, like, they convinced like our whole east side of the island to join in Northland, and in fact, it's like you would think that the Mormon religion was a Māori religion because I think there's more Mormon Māoris than anything else.
You would think it was a heliocentric religion.
So,
but
bro,
like all the islands are like full on Mormon now. It's like they joined the party late, whereas lots of Māori figured out they're fucking with us. So.
Yeah, one of our admins was in the Mormons for a long time, and he had to plan for 20 years and set up a bunch of stuff and money and all these things so he could leave without facing the consequences. Because, you know, they'll like blacklist you and
yeah.
They'll cancel you, you know.
Yeah, I pretty
all the financial blacklisting and all that.
Yeah, I lost all my. I mean, I was on a path to riches, and it's all gone now.
Fellas, tell me about this. Look, I had 2 girls come to my door. They said they were Mormon missionaries. I was surprised. I was like, why are they sending like young girls? These girls were young, bro. One was like 16. They were probably both 16. You ever heard about this before? Mormons sending 16-year-old girls knocking on doors?
They're normally about 20, I think 21, but because they don't drink or anything like that, they probably look like they're 16.
What the hell are they sending 2 girls to my front door for?
Because those girls believe that that's what God wants them to do.
It's part of their
to be a Mormon.
Yep, not only that.
They ain't a man or a boy or a child to do that instead of them 2 girls?
Yeah, but see, the point is, bro, they don't. It's not just that they want to convert you; it's that they have to do that as part of their tasks to earn their rank.
Yeah, mate. It's I mean, when you see how indoctrinated you were, it's pretty messed up, man.
Who are you
And
talking
when I
about?
found
I don't
out,
know what you're talking about. We got to agree on terms.
when I got out, I found out there's all these legal things that I have given my obligation to because like my parents basically signed me up for this club.
You said you needed a lawyer.
Yeah, because it's like a country, so you're like a citizen of this church. It's I mean legally you're like this. There's all these contracts that your parents have made on your behalf because you were a little kid, and you were just doing whatever they told you, And it's not until you get out and you say, I don't want you to come and see me no more. I'm done with you. And then I sat down with a really good, like one of their leaders, and he explained to me that there's all these processes I had to do to get rid of them, like get my information, almost like get your information off their database and stuff like that. And then he said it's like this massive process, or he said I could just get a lawyer who could send it straight to America, and then they will have to do that by law in America.
I don't know. You're case by case.
Yeah, but let's just for a second, right, draw attention to the fact that the Mormon religion is by nature a heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmology, ascension to godhood, and you're going to go to another planet, floating in the giant space vacuum, and have endless celestial sex with your celestial sex wife, and make tons of celestial sex babies that'll populate your new planet in the sci-fi universe.
Dude, me and my friends used to sit there and talk about the planets we were going to get to make.
Raised in the Mormon church. My grandparents are Mormon. I was baptized. I don't claim any of that, but they have they'll have the men for like a couple of months, and then they'll rotate out. These guys, they're here in this spot on their mission, and then we got these girls, and they're here on their spot, in their spot on their mission. But yeah, they're not 16. The 18, I believe the men go on a mission once they're like 18, and the women go when they're 20, 21. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with it. Kind of silly, if you ask me. I believe that all religion is kind of crap.
Amen.
There's that.
I hate religion too.
Well, because
I think we all agree. I think the whole room agrees religion sucks.
Religion is crap. A lot of people are suffering from religious PTSD. It's a religious trauma. You've been bludgeoned over the head with all of this stuff, all of this fear, 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 fear. Why is there so much fear? You have to be afraid of God? Honestly, guys, I think the real church is within. It's the only church is within. But that's just me.
Thou hast said it.
Yeah, somebody was actually just asking me in the YouTube chat if I'm religious because I was making quotes from the Bible, and I was like, I don't have to be religious to know the Bible. The Bible's a history book. Everybody should know the Bible.
Not just Americans, right?
You said not just Americans?
Yeah, the
I
Bible
tried reading the Quran as well. That was really hard to read.
Oh, I've got a translation of the Quran and the Torah, but it's not just the Bible that I read through. I read through all of the different spiritual texts from all of these different cultures, and it all pretty well lines up and says the same thing. If you know, you know.
Yeah, we all have the same stars. That's another thing we have in common.
Yep. 100%.
So who in the hell are we praying to?
Who's we? What do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, all these, you know what I mean? Like, you grow up praying, like, who the hell am I praying to, you know?
I guess you're praying to your divine creator. I don't know.
Exactly. You're praying to the ontological necessity of the first cause, which must be eternal, spaceless, all-powerful, and sentient. Biological necessity. So, I mean, that would make sense, at least.
I have a problem with people mashing Jesus in with God, and I mean, we can debate about that, but I think God is God and Jesus is Jesus, and he was a good dude trying to do a good thing, and he got persecuted for it.
Of course you do.
Well, I mean, that's a fine opinion, but it's not supported by the biblical text. So if you're going to use the biblical text as your basis for that, then you wouldn't get very far.
Of course not.
I understand that, like, there was the same somebody. Who was it? A Ron Wyatt guy, and he was like, I guess he allegedly found the blood of Christ and had it tested, and the people in the lab just stunned, shocked, jaws on the floor. They're like, this blood has only 24 chromosomes in it. Like, it's really weird.
The question I have with that whole story is supposedly, allegedly, he found the Holy of Holies underneath Calvary. But I remember the Bible tells a story about the curtain being torn in two, like the curtain that divided the Holy of Holies from the holiest place, or the holy place from the holiest of holies. And I'm wondering what would the significant... Wait, I haven't asked my question yet.
Sorry.
Why would it be significant that the curtain would be torn if the Ark of the Covenant wasn't behind the curtain?
I don't know. Isaiah 40:22.
Of God.
Isaiah 40:22 says that God spread out the heavens like a curtain, like a tent for us to dwell in.
I'm talking about the temple. Yeah. Okay. Well.
So that's a reference to curtain, and it's got to be separated by the heaven. I don't know. You know, like, still studying through this. So.
All right. So
And look at the Milky Way.
The correct answer is, what you should do is look in the scripture and see if it indicates whether the Ark of the Covenant was there or not.
Right.
And otherwise, the point of the veil being ripped is that the veil separated where you couldn't enter unless it was cleansed, and only certain people could be in the presence of God. And according to the other parts of the scripture, once Jesus was sacrificed, God could be present with people, because the boundary of sin was removed, and so you no longer had to cleanse yourself to enter into the Holy of Holies, because you can now go directly to God without all of that process, because under the blood of Christ you are cleansed immediately. So you don't need the priesthood or all of that pomp and circumstance anymore. So that's the answer from the text.
AI, I have a question for clarity. The Ark of the Covenant was behind the curtain, and it was the curtain. The curtain wasn't there to protect the Ark of the Covenant. The curtain was there to protect the people from the Ark of the Covenant, because the Ark of the Covenant represented the presence of God. And if the presence of God was behind this curtain and this curtain was torn, then that has more of a picture and a painting of presence than anything. That this presence of God tore the curtain and stepped out from behind the curtain.
Right, and also it also says that the curtain or the veil is his flesh. So the separation was broken in Christ's flesh. However, also one of Mr. Wyatt's arguments is that the blood had to touch the mercy seat of the sacrifice. But the scripture says that Jesus entered into the true tabernacle, which the tabernacle on earth was a figure of. And it says he applied the blood there. Okay. See the point? So,
okay, yeah.
Mr. Wyatt, it seems like Mr. Wyatt and maybe other people, because I couldn't tell you for certain whether it says that the Ark of Covenant was in there or not. Based on what you said, it sounds rational, but my memory isn't serving me correctly right now. But based on what I just said, it seems that Mr. Wyatt, doesn't have such a good argument as some people thinks he does.
No, he doesn't. I agree. Not just
if it's true that it's not necessary for Jesus' blood to touch the physical ark on earth because he brought it and offered it in the true version, which isn't the pattern which was on earth, then it's not necessary. So the whole point of Wyatt's point was that the ark had to be underneath Calvary to receive the blood, which is very poetic, don't get me wrong, and very compelling. But if it doesn't line up factually with the scripture, then he's full of crap.
Yeah, there are other old stories about what's underneath that hill as well. That's not the only story of what's underneath that hill. It's named the Hill of the Skull. I know that there's people that have claimed that the skull of Goliath is under Golgotha. Because Goliath was from Gaul. And David buried his head outside of the holy city. In a Hill of the Skull, apparently. So, yeah, David, what's his name? I want to believe, it's a cool story. The man's got a cool story. But I can't verify it, unfortunately. Personally, I can't. If you guys can, let me know.
Well, I hadn't really paid it that much thought, but now that you mention it with these 2 points about the blood going to the true tabernacle or the true temple, which the earthly one was patterned, right? And then the other point, which was what did the Bible claim that the ark was in the temple or not? I can't remember right now. And once I go see, I might be like, oh dang, I can't believe I couldn't remember, but because the ark was taken a couple of times,
You're right, because the temple was destroyed. The whole temple was destroyed. That was the second temple. It's in the true and the false and the thing and the things. I don't know. That, to me, it occurred to me one time. I heard this man's story, and it talked about how the blood, because he's got this whole thing, not only finding the ark of Noah, and not only finding Sodom and Gomorrah, but also allegedly the very blood of the resurrected Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Emmanuel, right? And actually, a whole story tied to that too. That it was reanimated blood, and it's a fantastic story. It's hard to believe. I mean, you want it to be true. It pulls your heartstrings, but that type of testimony, I don't know if that's reliable. Like, how can you believe that story? He claims that in laboratory conditions, a sample of this 2,000-year-old blood reanimated. What does that even mean? And they could tell. He even claimed that he had a Y chromosome, and they had it's a fantastic story.
Oh, it didn't have any male fathered chromosomes from the father because he didn't have a father.
Right.
I don't know. Look, I'll put it to you this way: a lot of people that are new and coming out with a lot of things about the scripture, especially in regards to Jesus, like their primary goal is to drive the conversation away from grace-based, gift-based salvation back to some kind of law or works-based religious mentality, which is just like every other religion in the world. Whereas previously and classically, Christianity stands unique to all the religions in the world because it's the only one that offers us the salvation paradigm through a gift. Every other one, it's earned. So it's the most unique religion, and it's the only unique religion in that sense. So it makes it interesting when somebody, comes out and says all these discoveries to see where they're going to go with it. Like, what's their point? Where are they trying to get to with it? A lot of people are trying to have tangible, physical evidence for their belief systems. It's one reason why a lot of Christians and religious people in other religions that are specific theist religions love the heliocentric model, because they think the heliocentric model proves God, or proves their version of God. Like the first cause, the transcendent first cause, the Big Bang, and all of those things, and certain things about physics and all that are in the mainstream science, to them appears to scientifically validate their version of God. And that's why it appeals to them. They're using it for that purpose.
Of course, what's that second commandment? You should not make a graven image or bow down to worship it thereof. I remember I used to read the Old Testament and think, how could these Israelites worship these false gods? And then one day I realized that that's the easiest sin to commit, and those stories were actually about me. Because you can make a god that doesn't exist, that you serve in your own mind. Wow, what a thought. We're serving gods that don't exist, as if they do.
Victoria told me that young Bakugo thinks very highly of himself.
I think it's a sin common to man.
Mm-hmm.
Most common, honestly.
I mean, it's like being exploited to pay tax, right? Because you serve your lying leader, and you don't say anything because you don't want to go to jail. You don't say. I don't know.
It's like tax.
Yeah, like tax. Like my wife. So I just asked my wife, because she knows a bit about that Ron White guy, and she told me something about, because I said to her, hey, if this Ron White guy found all the stuff, then where is it? And she goes, oh, they said that it's to be released, this video of everything at an appointed time. And I said, well, that just sounds like the Book of Mormon sealed portion, where they said at a certain time you'll get this knowledge will come in this sealed portion of the book,
Sacred and secret knowledge. That's the promise of that's the old lie, man.
Occult kind of stuff. What I want to know with the Mormon thing, and this has always been my question my whole life with the Mormon church, being brought up in a Mormon family and everything, is if Joseph Smith found these golden plates, where are they? And why can't we see them? Why aren't they in like a display in a temple or something somewhere? But nobody can answer me that. Oh, well, the plates were taken up by the angel. What?
Exactly, right. And it's the same with this Ron White stuff. Like, okay, show us the actual stuff.
That's why I will never ever say that I know something for 100%. I can be like, well, I have this evidence, and the evidence indicates X, Y, Z. But I'm not going to be like, this is what it is, because you never know. You might find more information, different information that could change that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I may be a butterfly today, but I may be a caterpillar today. I'm sorry, but tomorrow I'll be a butterfly. So there was this nuclear physicist, and he got on this airplane, and he wanted to talk about nuclear physics, and he sat next to this country boy, redneck, hillbilly, and he just was pestering the guy, and finally the hillbilly says, I tell you what, I'll talk to you about nuclear physics if you answer one question. And the nuclear physicist said, sure, I'll answer your question. He says, man, when a rabbit shits, it's got pebbles, right? It's like little pebbles. And when a cow shits, it's like a patty. And then when a horse shits, it's like biscuits. Why is that? And the nuclear physicist, he sat back and he thought about it. And he said, you know what? I don't know. He said, and then the little hillbilly redneck, right? He says, "You want to talk to me about nuclear physics, but you don't know shit."
There's a good one, buddy.
I like that.
Yay!
That's a shit joke.
That's a shit joke. That's right. A lot of gas in Uranus. That's a fart joke.
And that is the truth of the matter. Because we don't know shit. And that is a fact.
We don't know shit.
Stupid help.
It's like this friend of mine. She said to me that she ended her contract with animals, and I said, "Well, what contract are you talking about?" She said, "Well, I don't eat meat anymore." And I said, "So you haven't ended your contract with the plants then?"
Say it again. What?
Now I just have to tell Becky and try my best to stay out.
I was trying to keep up. It was a vegan and a contract.
No. So I had this friend, and she said to me, because I'm a hunter, right? And she says to me, I ended my contract with the animal kingdom. And I said, right. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, I don't eat meat anymore, And I said, oh, so you haven't ended your contract with the plants then?
Ah.
What is and isn't an animal? Is that a subjective opinion? I mean, does she eat bacteria?
Well, I guess the thing is, my question to her really was, are you saying that animals that eat plants have contracts? I mean, I was trying to figure out, like, how do you make contracts with these things, Because animals don't have, they don't make contracts with the plants. They just eat them,
Yeah. That I kind of, I guess if you want to say that whoever came to this truth that we're all coming to terms with, people took different routes to it, I guess. Well, my route was through the world of health and nutrition. And let's just say by the time I started to realize that we don't live on a ball, like, there was already no incredulity. Like, I was not there. There was no like personal incredulity with it. Like, oh, well, how could a lie that big exist? Because some of the lies that I was already confronted with in the world of nutrition had already, like, just burned all that away.
Go get it.
And
in here?
I mean, at one point I had a pretty strong stance against veganism, and now I just don't really care. If someone's personal choice on what they choose to eat or not eat is their business, as long as they don't impose those beliefs off on me. But yeah, the whole vegan argument is pretty heavily flawed.
Good girl. Good girl.
I always tell vegans that I'm a vegan too because I eat vegetables, but I like meat as well. So,
right, yeah.
Hey, how kill? How kill you?
Elijah, you're hot micing, mate.
No, like, how dare you? How kill you? Because you're talking about veganism.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were speaking to someone. Okay.
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on?
Oh
How you
man, there's no moon. Well, it's a new moon, which means there's no moon. Have you seen the moon? No one has.
I
That's the,
have not.
yeah.
Has anyone in here ever tried magnifying moonlight, like on a really strong, bright, full moon?
I read something about it. Allegedly, people did it and they intensified the cold light. They magnified cold light.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, if like, can you even buy like a magnification lens that strong? That's what I'm wondering. Like, if that was possible, like on a nice, bright, full moon, if you could magnify it and focus it like you do with sunlight, except, what would happen? Would it get colder or would it get hotter like the sunlight does?
Well, that's measurable. So, if they haven't done it, I mean, I believe people have done it, and it's a cold light. It's a different light than the sunlight. It's cooler in the direct moonlight, measurably. Does that make sense? It's like the opposite of the sun.
It's interesting. I've never even thought about it.
Yeah, like, have like one of those laser pointer temperature. And
I'll be back. I'm going to look for it.
Moonlight is so good. So I heard this. I had this friend, and we were chatting about the moon. And my friend says to me that because the moon is like a female term in the native language in my country, and she says to me that's why they call it the man in the moon, because they want everyone to think it's a man. Yeah.
Right. Right. But the moon is feminine. You're right. Oksana moon, right? Remember the movie The Mummy? The Oksana moon? Feminine.
A knocks on the moon. A knocks on the moon.
What's going on? Is Eli still here? Ain't got nothing to talk about, I guess. What's been going on in the world, guys? Hey, I don't know if y'all have heard it lately enough. I'm going to tell you guys, I love you. And I hope somebody, you love somebody. Love somebody. I don't know if y'all have heard it enough lately, but I love you guys. That's it, man. Love someone. I hope you and yours are well. Love your mother. God's will be done. God willing. Amen. No Mormonism. No, Messianic. Or double speak. There you go.
Yeah, there's a lot of Messianic stuff even in the Mormon church that people don't realize. And I'm sorry if you're Mormon and hearing this, but Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, and their father were Freemasons.
So at first glance, it says you can't. I just watched a short video. You can't focus diffused light. So they had an example with the sun, and then they had an example with the moon, and it doesn't focus into a point because the light's diffused. That was one explanation. I'm going to keep on looking.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'd be curious to see, but I mean, even a really bright full moon that you could pretty much read off, like, you know, I live in the high mountains of Colorado, and we get some bright ones. Like there's some mornings where I'm driving into work like early in the morning, and it's like, man, I almost don't even need to turn my headlights on because it's so bright. But even then, I mean, that's nothing compared to sunlight. So that's just something.
And this was only from one of those mainstream science programs as well, called Action Lab. So I'll have a look for other ones, because that's just a mainstream channel. So, you know, he's going off the basis that the moon is a reflection of light from the sun. So maybe there's another way to do it. It's interesting, though. You got me thinking.
Well, it's just a thought that I had, you know, and I think I was watching another video and some other people were talking about it. It's because the Globers, you know, they have an excuse for, you know, because we know that you could take a laser pointer thermometer and like have an object, you know, like pretty much any object, and have half of it in the moonlight and then the other half in the shade of the moonlight, and that temperature will usually be a little bit colder in the moonlight. And the Globers will always come up with some excuse like, oh, well, clearly you don't understand radiative cooling or whatever, you know. And I guess, you know, I could kind of see it, but if you were able to focus that moonlight into a point like you do the sunlight, and then if you were able to take that same laser thermometer and watch that temperature go colder and colder and colder as you focused in on it, but you know, I'd be really curious to see the excuse for that one, but it might not be possible. So it's whatever.
Yeah, why would reflective light? So there's also that thing about moonlight being septic and the sun being antiseptic. You know, so
yeah.
why would a reflection of sunlight be septic?
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to direct sunlight, which is antiseptic.
Yeah.
It should be the same thing.
If you
should be the same, just at a smaller rate. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yep.
Theoretically.
Yeah, like meat curing methods. A lot of them involve like old meat curing methods, like native peoples. You know, involve sunlight.
Yeah,
but you know, exposed to moonlight, a lot of food will spoil like at an accelerated rate, like quicker than it normally would.
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever directly tested that, but that's seems to be the common what people say. But I have never actually directly put that to the test myself. So
we just hang it up under a tree, mate, and it doesn't really matter. You know, we don't actually hang stuff in direct light, to be honest, as a hunter. So you usually hang it under a tree or somewhere, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we hunt up here. What do you hunt out there in New Zealand mainly?
Deer.
Deer. Okay.
Deer, yeah. And there's like wild pig, deer, and that's pretty much it. There's like wild sheep and stuff.
Is that deer? The deer up here, like I can't say I'm a fan of it as far as like eating. They just taste, you know, just like a real nasty, like real gamey taste. But the elk I've never had bad elk up here. You know, elk sausage, burgers, steaks. It's just all fantastic. But I know that there's deer in other parts of just this country that taste pretty good. It all depends on like what the animal is eating. So,
and they taste real good. I mean, they pretty much eat grass, plants, forage.
Up here, they're kind of like gobbling down like sagebrush up here, and it's, I don't know, it just gives them a flavor that I'm not a big fan of.
They should be pre-flavored, yeah. Sage and venison sausages.
I would say that
you could
like
burn it to
wild
cleanse
pig.
your place of the spirits.
Wild pig has a very, very gamey taste. You know, wild pig is really sweet.
You got heaps of wild goat there as well in New Zealand, don't you?
Yeah, but we don't eat those.
Nah, they stink.
Do you drink the milk?
Nah. I mean, if I ate goat, I'd probably just use it for bait. Like, I mean, we have lots of possums, and I've been reading like that you can actually eat those really well. But I suppose if you're not a Jew, but they make really good. You know, like for your chickens. You know, you just hang them, and all the maggots fall out, and the chickens just go crazy over the maggots. You know.
Of course they do.
And you get eggs. So you eat like maggots from possums from the eggs.
Yeah, we're not allowed to kill our possums.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, your possums come from here, and they're a pest. That's why you guys kill them.
Do they got a
passport? Two a week.
They got a passport.
2 possums a week. Do you eat more possum than any man alive?
No, we just killed like there'll be 2 new possums in my front yard within a week after I've killed them, and then I just kill another 2 and kill another 2, and they just keep coming back.
I have a possum story. I just rescued 7 baby possums. The mama died. That's a true story. So I'm over here saving the babies. I should have drowned them, according to you, sir. But I didn't do that.
I mean, I figure everything they're telling us isn't a food source. Must be a food source.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with you. Mate. Because they tell us to eat all this stuff, and then you can't. It's really bad for you, and the stuff that they tell you not to eat is really good for you.
Now, one of the things that I learned through my journey through health and nutrition is human beings are the only species smart enough to make our own food, and the only ones dumb enough to eat it.
Yeah, that's true. That sounds like it.
Well, you look at everything they're trying to sell you. Yeah, you got meat that's full of antibacterials, antibiotics, because what they feed them grains which cows aren't supposed to eat. So in order to stop them from getting diseases, they pump them full of antibiotics so that they can handle them. So you're just if you're gonna eat that meat.
About that.
Yeah.
I actually asked them about that. I said, tell me about why you do this, right? And he explained to me, if you didn't do it, you'd lose a whole lot of your sheep, right? They'd die, they'd get these diseases. And I said, yeah, but wouldn't a portion of your flock survive? And then that'd be even like super sheep, right? And then they can have babies, and then they'll be even stronger, and you'll have like these amazing sheep. And he'd say, well, yeah, that would be true, but then we wouldn't make that much money.
Boy, it's all about profits. So they're risking our health for profits. So we're not actually getting any nutritional meat if it's grown that way. So you're eating that meat and then taking in antibiotics, and then your body stops producing a certain, immunity to things as well. So you're just making yourself sick.
Yeah, because if you've ever run into a wild sheep, like in New Zealand, these things are massive, man. Like they're huge.
I know them. Yeah.
I mean, they don't take you on; they run. But it's just like I'm just standing there, like my mouth's open, and I'm thinking, "Oh my gosh, that looks so tasty!" Like, I mean, it's like 5 times the size of a normal sheep.
Yeah, they start to smell though. The meat starts to smell. That's why they keep lamb under. I think here it's under 9 months. I think in New Zealand it could be less than that. Be under 6 months.
The lambs go for they can hold lambs up to a year, and then they switch them over to hogget if they don't sell them.
Yeah.
For another year, and then after that they're mutton.
As long as they're still on milk, yeah. If it's a lamb, as long as they're still on mother's milk.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, just I was asking my neighbour because I live next to all these farms, and I said, "Oh, what happens if you can't sell all your lambs?" And he says, "Oh, we can hold them for a year because they'll get a whole lot more lambs, from the babies." And then he said, "But we can only do that for 1 year because we'll have way too many for the for the amount of grazing land they have."
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd have to give away. After 1 year, he said they basically would have to give away meat.
So they just shoot them.
I think so. They just cull them,
and then give them for dog food and pet food and stuff, yeah?
Yeah, they just cull them, give them to... we had a community, just like this weekend, we had a community, I don't know, what do you call it? Celebrating community after all this sort of... because we've had these floods, right?
Yeah.
And so we had to celebrate community, and I kid you not, it was barbecue, lamb, everything, and as much as you could eat for every single person that showed up. And it was just just stacks and stacks of meat. It was crazy.
You have a hungy?
Nah, man, barbecues
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't even do hungies like we used to, because it was hard work when I was young. But now we just have a keg, we just cook it in a keg.
Yeah.
It tastes the same. It actually tastes better when you, if you want the dirt taste, just put some dirt in the bag in the bottom through the steam. But it's probably good for you, I suppose.
Get some dirt taste. I remember those hungies. They'd put them on in the morning, and then just cook the meat and potatoes and pork bones and poo-ha, yeah?
Yeah. Well, anything, any meat, any vegetable. It's the steam.
Sweet potato. What do you call them? Kumara, yeah? Kumara.
Yeah, kumara, yeah. The sweet
They're
potato,
purple,
right?
purple sweet potatoes, yeah?
Yeah, the ones that they have in South America.
Yeah.
Yeah, we even plant them the same way they do in South America.
Yeah.
Same tool, same pattern. I guess
Maybe
Maui went to South America, right?
Yeah, before he caught the whale.
Actually, someone asked me the other day. They said, where do you Marys come from? I said, well, that's an easy one. I said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, language, right? And they're like, yeah. And I said, well, what's the name of the sun? They said, Ra. And I said, well, there you go. Where else do they call it Ra? Egypt. I said, there you go. There's your answer. We're from Egypt.
So, about Mormonism, What's the difference? Because I grew up down the street. I had a really good friend growing up that was in a Mormon family, and it was just like a conventional, husband, wife, 3 children. But what is the difference between those Mormons and then the ones that like the dude has like 5 wives? Like,
I mean, you basically just stated the difference.
The ones in the Mormon religion, as you know it today, so the mainstream Mormon religion today, they always poll public opinion, and they change the rules to preserve themselves from the federal government. From what I understand, the ones who chose not to follow that, who wanted to follow the original setup, and a lot of them were basically the Smith family, Joseph's family, including his wife. It's funny, growing up as a Mormon, they never tell you that Joseph's wife left the Mormon church. They don't tell you that, So the whole time you think Joseph Smith's wife was a Mormon, but it turns out she wasn't, because she left that church.
Let it go. Let it go.
Winning the exercise. Oh yeah.
Visible.
So the polygamous Mormons, that is the original doctrines of Mormonism. That's what you're saying, though?
Yeah, they're closer. They're like they were in its original state when the prophet died. Like when the one who founded the church died, the fundamentalists or all of the groups that are living polygamy, they are in that actual state. So there was 1 year. So I did a lot of study on this, obviously, because I was getting out of Mormonism. Yeah, it froze. Good boy. Doing little.
So you started studying it. So you started studying it as you were leaving.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. I hadn't planned to leave, except I was sitting in a class and I heard a guy say, like a teacher taught about the blacks in the priesthood, right? And how the Mormon Church decided that they set up, basically they created a new rule or a new policy that said no blacks could have the priesthood. And when they say black, they're talking specific Africans, like Polynesians were fine, everyone else was fine except for the African people, right? And so when he said that, he also said that he thinks that the brethren were wrong, like these prophets and seers and these revelators were wrong when they did that. So, like a good Mormon man, I was a leader at the time. I defended the church, shut down the teacher, and after the class ended, all of the people were coming up to me and saying, thank you so much for, it's like I did something to save them all. But I felt like absolute garbage. Like inside, I felt like I'd done something real wrong and I couldn't understand what. So I went home and I thought about it and thought about why do I feel like this? And I got this feeling, go and read, like go and study. So I went and studied it and I just couldn't believe what I realized. There was the church had taken a poll when it was no longer popular to withhold from the black race the priesthood in 1976, and then they said that God told them now they could give the priesthood back to the blacks in America. But the year before that, they had done a poll to sort of test this, and the point that they were going to lose their taxation status from the government if they didn't go along with what the government wanted. And that's when I realized, shit, this is all a bunch of then I looked into the guy who actually implemented it, which was Brigham Young. So he was the second leader. He's the one that took over after Joseph Smith died. And actually, to be honest, from my investigations, it looks like they probably assassinated Joseph Smith and then made their own version of the church.
Can we just go back one step and
yeah, sure.
Can I ask you? You said what the government wanted. What did the government want the church to do?
So if you look at like in America, so you had there was that time where through the 60s, civil rights and all that sort of stuff. Well, the Mormon Church was one of the last established, I guess, white power systems that hadn't changed its policy. So it had maintained this anti-black policy that they... So basically they believed that black Africans were children of Cain, and that children of Cain can't be allowed to hold, God's authority. Because in the Mormon Church they believe they are the only ones that hold actual authority, that everyone else is charlatans and that everyone else is deceived. But the Mormons are right. Okay, so... And it turns out that it looks like Jesus wasn't white, and that the Hebrews that were taken from the southern coast of Africa were actually likely to be the slaves in America. Yeah, just saying, which is why you had all these like singers singing, saying Jesus was black and they were Hebrews.
So the government said. So I just want to clear something up. That the government said. So if you don't accept blacks back into the priesthood, then they will stop their.
So they get a free tax, right? They don't have to pay tax. Okay, so it looks like, from what I was looking at, the information I was looking at, it was quite a while back. But I mean, there was so much that I was just like freaking out because it's like, oh my gosh, this is such bullshit.
I was just going to ask, how the heck does the offspring of Cain survive the flood? Like, where do they get? What is this lore? And where do they get it from?
That's just an excuse. That's yeah. It's just okay. You can't be because you are the children of Cain. It's just something someone made up. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no that doesn't even fit with the timeline of the. If you're gonna go with a biblical worldview, like you have a specific timeline to go with. So I guess some of Cain's descendants are on Noah's boat, or they had their own boat. Like, what the hell are you even talking about?
I mean, that's the thing, right? And they believe that one of the sons took these Canaanite wives. One of the three sons.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I found out it was bullshit. Like, just like I said, I found out that
they just made it up so they could keep on being racist. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other thing I found out is like they believed that the moon had people on it, and that they were going to meet their moon brothers and sisters in the near future, and
in 1969.
I mean, these were in the 1800s. They believed, this guy was teaching stuff, and like I said, it's interesting how you get taught a version, right, of the truth, and then when I went and looked at the historical record, it turns out Joseph Smith defended himself. So in the story that we were told, is he died a martyr, right? He sacrificed himself to save his friends by jumping out the window, right, when all this mob came up to murder him. And then I read the actual accounts, and it says that he shot two guys while defending himself. So they went to this prison willingly. They had guns. He shot two guys, him and his brother. His brother got killed. He went to the window and he gave the Freemason sign for help, which was, I think, does the widow have no refuge or something like that. It's like the password, right? For any Freemasons that were there had to protect him, but then he fell out the window as he was being shot. which is a completely different version to what I was taught, which was he was this amazing hero that jumped out the window to save his friends so that the mob would run downstairs instead of killing everybody that was in the room with him. But I mean, you know, there's just huge amounts of data that show you, like, as you start sifting through the data, you're like, shit, they can't even make up the history right because they keep rewriting.
Do you mean shifting
stuff
through the stories?
Yeah. So
Not
his
data.
first vision was rewritten 4 times. And that's the one that those two, you know, those lovely girls or those lovely boys who come around to say, we're going to share with you the story and da-da. I would say, listen to this. Listen to the story and then ask them, so is that the 4th or 5th edition? And they won't have a clue what you're talking about. I actually, so missionaries used to still come and try to, because that's what they do. Even after I got out, they still try to come and bring me back, you know. But, yeah, no, they stopped coming after a while. But I mean, I think the worst part was I actually believed that I was going to build my own world and a planet, like my own planet. Like that was the reward. That, you know, so the Muslims, they get these virgins. Mormon men, they get to have a planet that they can procreate, have as much sex as they want and make all these children, and they get to be the father of the planet. Like they get to be God. And that's what you're sold. You're sold if you know, if you do everything right, you'll get to be God.
Well, it's exactly the same as what they've sold us now. I used to believe I'd lived on a spinning space ball flying through outer space. It's the same thing. They've done the same thing to everyone in different ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've even put it in like a lot of the new shows with spaceships.
You know, they go, if these people don't believe in religion, well, fuck it, give them another religion based on science. Another fake story. That's what they do. Make you argue with everyone else who's got another fake story. My fake story is correct over your fake story.
Look, I just want to know why these globe believers on here are getting so bent out of shape about the bendy cranes.
Did you tell them that cranes have got nothing to do with it?
Bendy cranes on the oil rigs.
That's what I wanted to take you through.
What is the bendy crane? What are you?
I'll take you through it, mate.
I posted the Black Swan right there in the live chat there in the text. So.
Oh, beautiful! I'll bring up the one with all the shit on it.
Yes. Yeah. With all those awesome markers.
You got 5 minutes, Dave?
So that's not like that's a straight crane, but it looks bent, right?
It's the atmospheric distortion. It's not completely straight. I mean, these clearly aren't straight, and there's a lot of heat coming off of these things.
Yeah, they got. There could be heaps of things going on there. They got the crane is operated by a diesel motor. The power is operated by generators on board. They got heaps of heat distortion. So have you got a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah.
So this you can look at either of those. These So this video was taken in, I'm pretty sure it's Santa Barbara, if anyone wants to correct if I'm wrong, on the California coast. And so he zooms out. You can't actually see these oil platforms. But then when he zooms in, you can see the oil platforms. So if you look at that bottom one that Flat Earth Buddha posted, he's the bot. Now, can you tell me where you see the horizon in that picture? The horizon is obviously where the sky meets the supposed.
Well, that's that line, right? Oh, that kind of fades away.
Yeah. So where is it? Is it in front, in between, or
It's
after
behind.
the
It's
oil rigs?
behind the.
Dang, spot on.
But
So
but when I look at both of them, it looks like it's at the same height.
Yeah, it is. Oh, both of the what?
So when
Both
I'm
of the
looking at
videos?
both of the, so these are different. I mean, these two rigs are taking the distance at the different spot, right? But the horizon's at the same spot, no matter where you look at the front one or the back one.
Yeah, that's because the horizon is optical. Yeah. So so what we're using these oil rigs as platform as distance markers. So what we're saying is, okay, platform habitat is at 9.41 miles. So the horizon's after that. So the eye height of this video was taken at 1 foot. You can go back through the video, and I'll post a video for you, and you can have a look and go through it. And he shows you that it's at 1 foot. He takes a measuring tape and then zooms in. Now at that 1 foot, right, the horizon should start at 1.225 times the distance, square root of the observer's height. Right? That's where it should start to curve if it were a ball. Now you can see out past 9.41 miles, but let's call it 10 miles. Yeah, it's a lot further than that, but let's call it 10 miles the horizon's at. Don't worry about bendy cranes, they're just there as markers. Now, you shouldn't be able to see this. They should be behind the curve, hidden by the curve. But you can see past 10 miles. So the thing that's supposed to be blocking these platforms is behind them. You know what I'm saying?
You can see water, you can see ocean, you can see the sea pretty far back behind even the furthest oil rig.
Now, do you understand why that's so compelling?
Well, because there should be nothing there.
Correct.
Well, the horizon should be in front of the oil rigs. At 1.22 miles, it should start.
And the Glober's big defense to that is to flail their arms in the air and scream at the top of their lungs, refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Look at, oh my God, the oil rig, the crane's distorted and bent, so that automatically means that the horizon line is somehow refracted up from the other side of a ball and placed perfectly
in front of your eyes.
Yeah, exactly where it would be.
It's fucking crazy.
That is called a hand wave dismissal.
100%.
That's kind of like people who say that we went to the moon because astronauts died in the Challenger and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we found them.
Yes, I saw a video about that and I thought this was crazy.
We found them. They're still working in the same professions. A couple of them got twins. The other ones, they kept their names. They didn't even bother changing their names. Most compelling one's Dr. Judith Resnick. Professor Judith Resnick. She's a professor. She looks exactly the same. That other guy, they all do. There's no mistaking any of them. None of them died. But all these long distance observations. You know, if that horizon was where it's supposed to be, if we were on a ball and that was the actual physical horizon, do you know the radius would be about 250,000 miles from here to the moon, the supposed distance to the moon. That's how big the ball would be. That's a radius. Crazy, yeah?
I'll tell you what's crazy is I was looking at me and a friend were looking at the flat Earth map, and we thought we were looking at the UN symbol.
Yeah. With the wreath being Antarctica. There's a lot of weird shit that everything seems to tie in together. They're really strange. Start seeing flat Earth and you just see shit everywhere. See all these inconsistencies for everything.
Well, I had a interesting discussion with an old man who said to me, because I don't know what it's like in your country, but in our country we have like all these missing items off our shelves. So we go to buy food and there's just heaps and heaps of empty parts, right? And I was like, man, what's up with that? And he turns around and says to me, it's the war in the Ukraine. We can't get our supplies here. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? We grow our own food.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of high dollar grass-fed beef on our supermarket shelves here in the States that are shipped in from your country.
I wish I could. Well, actually, we just go kill a sheep and then I know what they taste like. But it's interesting, yeah, because all of our canned beef, all of the canned stuff, comes from South America, Brazil.
Yeah, that's weird.
I could never understand that. I was like, wouldn't it be cheaper to just keep, stuff local?
Yeah. It's another thing you could dive deep into and will kind of blow your mind is how much, at least here in the States, how much they could get away with and still slap a organic label or, grass-fed, grass-finished. Some of these labels that they slap onto our food in the supermarkets should not be labeled what they are, and they still get away with it, and they're able to put these labels on them and sell them at higher prices.
Some people think I'm crazy, but if the beef doesn't look kind of purple, if it's too red, that's not right. Your beef should not be that bright. It shouldn't be that bright. Shouldn't be bright red like that. That's not natural beef. Kind of scary.
Yeah, they'll do certain treatments using CO2 and other stuff in order to maintain the red look and freshness of it.
Yeah. I was talking about this yesterday with Sheepdog Legend and about shopping at local, going to local markets and stuff. You get seasonal vegetables. We've been doing this for the last year. We lowered our grocery price on grocery costs on veggies and salad and fruit lowered it by 75%. We were only paying 25% of what we would pay at the supermarket for our fresh fruit, veggies and salads. Just from going to the market on Sundays.
Yeah, that's starting to happen here. I went to a market and I brought this big, thing of honey, and I was super happy, and I was making mead and drinking that, it's anti-inflammatory, right? Honey.
Yeah.
So I was making
you got the Manuka honey there too, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds, but the guy was even telling me which of the best, like you said, all honey's anti-inflammatory, but He's like, this, I think it's Karnuka, he said, is the best for anti-inflammatory of the lot, right? Yeah. And it's really interesting because, you just make honey and lemon, just make nice, cool lemonade with honey and lemon, and cutting out the sugar. And, and I go into the supermarket now, and I get like a little, like a little 500 gram thing that's like $20. For a sack of potatoes now is $28. It's insane. Like, people don't even buy potatoes anymore because it's cheaper to buy the frozen chips that are already cut up than it is to buy potatoes and cut them up yourself.
Yeah. Now it's not. How expensive did the supermarkets get in the last 12 months?
Yeah. Well, they printed like three-fourths of all the money in existence over the course of the past couple of years. So prices go up.
It's like unaffordable. We're having a energy crisis here as well. So
yeah. What's funny is
and
all
we
these
fucking
people. Go ahead, Mother.
Sorry. No, I was going to say, and we have our own gas and oil. I don't know what the fuck is going on. We have our own natural gas, and we mine the natural gas. We get it out of the ocean, and then we send it to the Asian countries, and we fucking buy it back. Can you believe that?
Well, we just closed down our oil refinery. Yay, right? And now we're like completely dependent on offshore oil.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough, like the products we use now are subgrade because apparently our own oil was better than the oil we're getting in. So we're getting all these problems with our roading equipment, and our roads are just turning to shit because all that tar is like worse than the tar we used to have.
It's so fucking stupid.
It's pretty bad.
We've got, Australia's the most mineral rich. It's the most mineral rich country in the world, and we sell all our fucking resources, and we've got no manufacturing.
Funny because it's quite literally globalists doing it.
Yeah. Manufactured scarcity.
Yep. Dude, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just making people buy into this idea of scarcity that's fake as shit. Yeah. We don't have scarcity here. We have people who don't know how to harvest the abundance, and I could raise my hand to that. I was born into this system, and I would have a lot to learn.
Oh, dude, one thing that disgusts me is that there's more than enough food to feed everybody, and it's just a logistics. We throw away more food than we need to eat. Like all of humanity, we throw away more food. But there's no it would rot by the time you got it from here to there, though. So there's no logistics to feed everybody, but there's enough food to. Like on to mention, because I was holding the thought from before when we were talking about the economy, printing money. Back in the day, having $1 million, that sounded like an accomplishment. Like, yeah, man, you got $1 million, you really made it. Now it has the purchasing power of like $250,000 from back in the day.
Yeah, for real.
It's not bragging about shit. Oh, good, cool, nice. I'm glad you've got $250,000. It might look like $1 million, but
play money.
Yeah,
we're fucking buying into this, and we're playing with Monopoly money, like literally, dude.
Oh, dude, yeah. Does anybody have that picture with the colors where they match the Monopoly board?
It's crazy.
It literally is. They're not even. They just put it out there. It's funny.
Like, we have this world that absolutely gives us everything we need.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We bought into this. We bought into this idea. I don't know. The original things behind it was like it allowed people to be lazier, right?
It actually it started with farming and cattle branding and tribes fighting over resources that way. Like, well, this is mine. Well, this is mine. Well, this is the inheritance of my people. And everybody, until you get to here, where everybody's fighting over materialism and shit.
Yeah.
If we just closed our borders like tomorrow, we wouldn't need any other country here. Like, we could just close our borders, and we could start manufacturing again, and we'd be fine with everything. We've got huge farming industries. We grow heaps of fruit. We grow all our own avocados. We don't import any avocados. We, fruit, heaps of vegetables. We've got seasons, all round seasons. All the fish you could want, all the lamb, all the beef, anything you need. We just start, all the kangaroos. We got huge silver and gold mines. We got uranium, iron ore.
Like,
there's just shit everywhere.
Especially like near Melbourne and stuff, right? Like that place is.
Where? What's that?
There, like down by Melbourne and stuff. There's like so much fertile land in Melbourne.
Yeah, that's where I am. Yeah, they grow cabbage, lettuce, broccoli, cauliflower, onions. Then they got all the orchards as well. You got all the all your fruit orchards just outside of Melbourne. We've got heaps of olive farms everywhere.
Yeah, it's real nice. It was nice there. I lived there for a little while. Actually, it was when I did my Mormon mission. I got to live in Melbourne. Yeah, I loved it.
Got fish. We're pulling flatheads out of the bay and selling them fresh every day.
That's why you guys.
It's just so abundant.
Guys got smashed, right? Because Melbourne people were like so free that when they said you got to wear masks, the Melbourne people went nuts.
Everyone went nuts
doing that shit.
Yeah.
And it was like a war zone down there. They were like, "Nah,
they started shooting us with rubber bullets, mate, because no one wanted to do what they were told.
Your water
There's never been
good.
Yeah, there's never been a time where when anyone's told us what to do, and then all of a sudden we've got to live by these tight rules. Everyone went crazy. The problem is, I think everyone got Stockholm syndrome from it because all these stupid people voted this person back in. So,
Weird, right? Maybe they didn't vote him in. Maybe maybe they didn't vote at all. Maybe
I don't think they did either, mate.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's one topic we're not allowed to talk about on here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, election things.
Can't talk about the globalists.
Can't talk about the truth. Not allowed to.
We can talk about the globes, just not the globalists.
Shit.
It's like, don't say Voldemort.
It is.
No, because when you say it, all the bad things come.
We had a timber shortage. Yeah, all the builders went broke. So
yeah, that's right. You stood.
We grow building timber here, and we ship it to Indonesia and mill it in Indonesia and buy it back. We've got timber mills sitting 2 hours out of town down here in Melbourne, not running.
Isn't like Tasmania basically a forest?
Yeah, whole of Tasmania is a forest. Whole of Victoria is a forest. So we got these huge pine plantations, and we cut them down, put them on ships, send them to Indonesia. They put them back on ships, milled, and we send them back to here, and then we buy them and put them in the stores. So if we just opened up those mills, the timber mills, we could have sold the whole world timber during the shortage, and still been heaps just left over.
We got heaps of timber here, but it goes to China and sits on the docks.
Yeah,
for nobody
you
to
know
use.
why. You know why this is, though. Yeah. So countries like Australia and New Zealand, they say, "Oh, we've cut our emissions." You know how they've cut their emissions? Because they stopped manufacturing. That's how they've done it. It's fucking stupid.
Or just move it to some other country and then be like,
they
"Yep,
just
see,
moved
we're
it."
not making emissions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they're making us poor at the same time.
That had me thinking, man, you were talking about the woods and stuff. Like, they're probably preventing foresting companies from actually cutting down stuff, and that's what triggered those freaking forest fires. Because they weren't keeping it under control.
You're onto something. So we have a thing here called the they're just like forest rangers, yeah. So we have to during the off season do we call it back burning, where they go into the forests and they burn all the shrub on the ground, so that they call it fuel. So once they backburn all that fuel on the ground, then there's nothing during that summer that can ignite and start big forest fires. So over those years, the greenies have got into power and told people that they told the CFA, the Country Forest Association, that they can't do backburns because they're destroying animal habitat. So they don't do backburns. And I don't know if anyone saw those devastating fires we had where they almost wiped out the koala population. So because the greenies didn't want to backburn,
Yeah.
all of the koalas all over New South Wales and Victoria suffered. And what they were trying to do, they were trying to save animals, and they ended up killing them all. Fucking morons.
I think something similar happened in Cali, too. Where
Something similar to that in Colorado, also in Rocky Mountain National Park, just a few years ago. Just like you said, you gotta kind of clear excess forestry. Like trees that are getting too dense. There's too much deadfall, and you could do some logging to kind of mitigate that. And just like you said, you called them the greenies. Said, "Oh no, you can't do that. It's the national park, and you're going to destroy this and destroy that." And well, a few years ago when we had the East Troublesome fire here in Colorado, it got into Rocky Mountain National Park and did some real damage because of all that excess deadfall that's accumulated over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that they make a habit of doing that, and they don't realize that if you don't take it out, nature will. It'll just naturally catch fire. It's going to do what it's got to do.
Yeah. Yep. And funny how you were saying earlier, Timbo. Yeah, we're cutting our emissions. We're closing down manufacturing and look, we're cutting our emissions. Pay no mind to the fuel consumption for shipping our raw materials across the world and then back again. But hey, it looks good on the surface, right? To people who don't want to take the time to like read any deeper than the surface level. So I don't know. It's just fucking mind-boggling how dumb people are. I hate to put it that way, but
here's the thing. A lot of people, they're always thinking it must be something nefarious. It must be this. It must be that. No, I expect lobbyists to do their job. They're getting paid to do a job, and I expect them to do their job. That's exactly what they're getting paid to do, to lobby. Whether it be for the timber industry or for tobacco or for alcohol, a lobbyist is going to do exactly what they're paid to do. Go over there and try and make some shit happen. Make money move.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't have to be some grand conspiracy. People like to make money. They always have, why would they lie? I don't know. Why do people hide the truth or, withhold information so that they can get benefits over one another? It has nothing to do with the NASA thing. I'm saying in general, why do human beings lie? I don't know. Why do human beings lie?
Well, we know they do.
People do.
Like the Greens lie because everyone here voted Green, including me, because they said they were going to legalize marijuana.
Huh.
Bastards. And then they didn't do it. Instead, they brought in all this other shit.
Oh, everybody thought when President Obama got voted into power that all of a sudden weed was going to be legal throughout all of America.
Oh yeah. I was young and dumb and voted for Obama back in 2008.
Like, yeah, that's how we'll do it. Of course, because if the president's black, that's the most racist line of thinking.
Look, I realize we reached that juxtaposition on that. Where, like, if you were white and you said anything bad about Obama, then you're racist. And if you were white and you voted for Obama, then you're a stupid head. And, like, you couldn't win that one. There was just no winning,
What's interesting about the terms black and white, like the origins of them, because I traced it back to this kind of divisive time in the 1800s, which actually goes all the way back to the Roman Empire, but I'm talking modern terms, the way that we use them now. They're basically preventing inheritances from falling into somebody else's hands. Racist people like, I don't want my daughters to go sleeping with them, or I don't want my sons to go. And that's all it was, keeping it separated. Population control, division.
I have a question about that. The Roman Empire, right? So the Roman Empire, were they Italian?
It was like a cross-culture thing, kind of like everybody's all mixed together. But yeah, I guess there's like core parts where
what
leadership
language did they speak though?
That's the thing is there's I'm gonna bring the Bible into this for a second. Roman, I believe that's Latin, and then prior to that they were speaking Greek and whatever other scattered languages that people had.
So the problem is that when you look at all the countries in the area, nobody speaks Latin. Not even Italy.
They're like the descendant languages that come from it. Like French is descendant from Latin. But yeah, they don't speak the original.
There is,
Latin.
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, there's no, and French is it's a mix of quite a few languages.
Yeah, it's like there's a bunch of mixture of things, but then the one kind of uniting force, I guess, would be the church, and that's where the Latin would retain, like throughout history. But yeah, I get what you're saying too. There's a lot of it's a mixing pot. A mixing pot. Yeah, there you go.
French, Italian, Spanish, and what's the other one? I think Romanian's based on it as well.
Well, we're also looking at the remnants of a fallen empire too. So like kind of a post-apocalyptic world after Rome fell. But I understand what you mean too, what he was saying, that yeah, there's a lot of differences. My point with the reference to the black and white thing though is they were already categorizing people based off of their like kind of origins and complexion and traits, like way back then. It's like the modern times version of it's no more than a reflection or a shadow from the past. And they use these buzzwords, so they'll go black or white, and they'll try and trigger emotions when they add that into a sentence, get you feeling some kind of way, because they weaponize words.
Yeah, it's interesting because I have an interest in words, being a writer, and I mean the word black actually means white. So in the original form, it means to bleach and to whiten. So they say black or black or bleach. That's where the word black comes from.
Like they're flipping the words around.
To whiten, yeah.
Etymology of it. What? To shine. There's ink, black, but then to shine. And to burn, gleam, shine, flash. That is weird.
Yeah. So I mean, it was one of the.
And the word meant pale, wan, colorless, or albino. Black. What?
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I never thought of that. But like the Spanish word for white is blanco, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it all derives the word black derives from white.
Yeah.
Wow, I never
Which that's funny because they'll have the variants of the word negro as though it's really offensive. But then I'm like, why don't you call white people blancers or blancos? Like that would be kind of funny, actually. Like, what's up, my blanco? I don't know. Like I'm just saying the way words are, it's funny.
I can't believe we have to reiterate that. Oh, man, these people think that they're just getting started in the YouTube chat. I'm like, really? Because they want to talk about the sun. Who was it? It was Ben. Was it Ben? What did he say?
I hope one day Bendy Light comes and chats in the VC.
I destroyed him earlier. He left earlier. He said, I'm surprised Jenna hasn't said the sun isn't the earth yet. That's a usual FE deflection tactic. And so I was like, yeah, but you realize that you looking up isn't going to tell you anything about the ground, is it, Ben? And Ben goes, actually, observing the motion of the sun does tell you a lot about the earth. I said, Ben, if you are not looking at the ground, then how in the fuck are you observing the earth? Ben? Ben, how are you observing the earth by not even fucking looking at it? Geniuses, I'm telling you. Ooh, yeah, Jenna mad. Come into the VC, Black Sabbath, and try to just prove a globe. Like, prove that curvature, Prove that rotation.
Well, you know how
Prove
they
that
have like,
Coriolis.
you know how they have like lots of songs that are all about singing about the universe and the planets and all this shit. I said to my missus, I said, hey, do you think that like in 10 years' time they won't be singing that anymore? They'll be singing songs about the multiverse.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. I don't know.
I know, it's just like there's a big push, like all of the shows are being redone with a multiverse, not a universe anymore. So it used to be the universe, but now it's the multiverse. Even Star Trek is doing multiverse, and
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, man. That multiverse stuff sounds like lazy writing to me. It's almost as lazy as time travel.
Yep. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's just the easy, hand wave explanation for whatever story, issues you run into. Just, oh yeah, multiverse. That
need a god version of your character? Psh, multiverse. You bring him right in. Want to bring somebody back from the dead? Multiverse. There you go. There they are. They never died in that universe.
Yep. Thanos snapped his fingers.
Yeah. You can retcon anything with a multiverse.
Yep.
So I said it's about as lazy as time travel. Oh, man.
Same people in the YouTube live chat, and they don't want to come in here with their band. Somebody said that come to Gem Panda. Why? Why would I go there?
I've never tried going in there, and I mean, I feel like you're just gonna get,
ad hom attacked repeatedly.
Yeah, you're gonna have like 10 Globers talking at you at once, and
That's what they do, because they can't, like, over here, we try to make sure that it's like a one at a time, one-on-one, but they're just like, no, we're gonna gang up and try to, kind of ridiculous.
Every once in a while, though, the boys do end up going after a rabbit, like a bunch of dogs on a hunt, like a bunch of hunting dogs on a rabbit, because one Globie comes near. We're pretty good about it, but it happens. I'm just saying. But you're right, that one-on-one type thing, or taking turns talking, that's the best format. Clearer, people can understand what's going on, it's not chaotic, less emotions.
That's the whole thing. Most of these float believers are just, they're like emotionally attached to their ball. And I'm just like, stop. Just stop for a second and understand that water is going to seek level on its surface, that water will form to the shape of the container that it's in. How on earth does that ever change? How on earth does that ever curve? How does it bend? How does a horizontal horizon mean that it's curving? None of these descriptive words for Earth even describe a spherical Earth. None of the physics that we can observe shows a spherical Earth. None of the measurements that we can do prove a spherical Earth. As a matter of fact, all of the measurements that we can do and all the tests that have been done, it flattens out the ball big time. It's flat as a pancake. As a matter of fact, I think it was Heretic that posted up something about how it's like statistically, Kansas is like flatter than a pancake. It was great. If Heretic always has ears on it, like any time. So if he's hearing it, he could post that up in the chat. That'd be awesome.
Why would the frying pan be less flat than what you would fry in it? Because the pancake cook is in the frying pan.
Well, I mean, one of the things I was thinking about was, like when they made Minecraft, and I watched, this pretty cool game develop over a long time. I was always wondering, why can't they actually make round worlds? Because all of the video games, the worlds are flat. Even the ones where they pretend you're flying into a round world, it then changes to a flat plane because
they use a fancy transition.
Yeah, because you can't, like, the game builders cannot build on a curved anything because it looks warped. Like, they've tried already. They tried to do a simulation where they built and they had it curved exactly to the measurements, and it was just like, it don't work. No one would buy a game where everything starts to lean in all different directions.
There's certain parts of the map that would end up getting like squashed or stretched.
And the one game they did, which was a Lego game, they built an actual round balls that you get to play on, and it looks stupid. Like all the buildings look stupid because it's all on a curved world.
Yeah, and then never mind spinning and orbiting. Like the game No Man's Sky. Right. It's got planets, but they're stationary and they're not spinning. The stars are rotating around them because it's like, yeah, they can't even make that work in a video game. It would be unplayable.
Exactly. That was one of the things that it's growing up in that gaming generation. I just sit there and go, if they can't do it in video games, there's no way in hell, that it's real out here.
Google Maps isn't even accurate.
No, Google Maps isn't accurate. And you know what's funny? There's actually somebody by the name of TJ Jones in YouTube, and like his only proof, and he'll run in fucking circles with this. His only proof of the globe, he's like, my proof of the globe is the same proof as yours. What map do you use? I'm like, you really think that that's your proof? That's the one that's the hill you're gonna die on? Okay.
Yeah, still no flat Earth map, huh? And they
Yeah.
like that's supposed to be their big gotcha. It's like, oh my god, dude.
Like, do you even know how wrong the maps are in general? Like, do you know how wrong your map is?
Plenty of flat Earth maps. They just bend them around balls because it is Photoshop, because it has to be.
Yeah, that's what he said. That is what he said. We all heard it. In
All
other
globe
words,
maps are flat Earth maps bent by bent
yeah,
earthers.
in other words, Globies, there are no real photos. There are no real anything, no real images that exist of Earth
I
and
guess
its
just
entirety.
go to that language thing about Rome. The reason why I was asking that was because if Rome was meant to be the greatest like empire, I was thinking like, well, you've got Spanish, right? You've got English. So we're looking at these languages, right? These dominant languages from these empires that went out and basically forced everyone to speak their language. Right, so you got French, Dutch, and German, I think. Russian didn't really expand outside of Russia or outside of Europe. But so if you look at these it's like this club of people got together and said, oh, let's have a race to see who can take over as much as they can, but we'll force everyone that we take over to speak our language. And that's how you can trace like an empire is those that have the language. But Rome doesn't have a very big language empire. So it's kind of like, well then how did they actually hold that empire when nobody could speak nobody was speaking the same language,
I'd say in a similar format to how the Roman Catholic Church maintained power while the peasants couldn't speak what was written on their scriptures. They could still speak the language of the commoners, but they also had their, elite tongue.
Yeah, they had to rely on the priest class to interpret holy text, right?
Yeah. Well, there was no separation of church and state in the ancient Roman Empire, so the Temple of Saturn was not only the Temple of Saturn, but it was also their Internal Revenue Service and Federal Reserve. They had giant, sacred scales that they would weigh everything on, in a ritual.
Ding, fries are done.
Yeah.
I heard something go ding.
Yeah,
Fries are done.
I haven't really eaten much recently, so I made myself something.
Feed your meat suit, my guy. Feed your meat suit.
Gotta fuel up.
Yeah, no, flat earthers didn't decide that the blue marble had been debunked. Enough flat earthers put the blue marble through rigorous fucking scrutiny and through Photoshop detection, CGI detection, and overexposure, and found that it's fake as fuck. And if you took just a few minutes, any of you, to do that, you'd find out the same thing. But no, why would you do that? Why would you even try to go learn something? Why would you even try to step a toe in those waters? Why try? Why try? Because you might learn something? Because your whole freaking illusion might shatter? Okay.
Are we waiting for an official debunk from the government or something?
Is that what we're waiting on? Yeah, for real. So if they come out and they tell you that it's flat, are you going to believe them? If the guys in white coats, if the rich guys come out and they say that oh, well, we've determined that Earth actually is flat, then you're going to believe them? Globies, in the YouTube chat, you want to say anything?
Sadly enough, that's your answer.
And when it happens, what happens to the world? You know?
Who knows?
That's gonna be like shattering, absolutely shattering for these believers.
I mean, there is actual like senators in that, right? They'll come forward and they'll say stuff, but then they'll say, "I'm not saying that I believe the Earth is flat," you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll stand up against other things, problems that they see as definitely orchestrated events, like the fuel or. But they're like, and they'll actually. I've heard it used as an example to counter senators when they're trying to bring up problems and they're trying to bring up some truth. One of the big ones is the data around the cooling of the Earth and the heating of the Earth, and they're just saying that the data is being changed by basically the whatever globalist branch now correlates the data for the all of the temperatures of the Earth. It's all being changed, and they're actually changing the data to fit the narrative now, so that when you look at history, you will read what they want, not what it actually was. Which will be even harder once everything's digitized, right? Because if you don't have any written records anymore, just whoever runs the service, right, can do what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as NASA comes out and says, "Oh, Earth's not a ball," and when they're going to believe it?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I could speculate what would happen. A lot of people just act like they knew all along that it was just a show, and then they'll start gaslighting everybody who was originally flat earthers and act like everybody's still an idiot. We're all dumb.
Yeah.
And everybody else knew all along, and we're just retarded for taking it seriously or something. Like, they just gaslight the shit out of everybody is all.
I honestly feel like they would do that because, I mean, they already gaslight us and ad hom and straw man us enough as is. So if their priests came out and said, we lied, it was a prank, whatever, game over, the Earth really is flat, they're going to be like, "Oh, yeah, see, we knew that all along. We told you that." Yeah, it'd be really dumb. I can just imagine. You just imagine it.
Oh, they wouldn't say they lied. They'd be like, "Oh, well, we have new data and our perspective was wrong," and blah blah blah.
Right.
Excuse themselves.
You mean
we
the
did fly
science
to space, but somehow we lost
the science changed?
Yeah. Like, well, we learned more. The science changed. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me
With
you
the
haven't heard that before.
advancements in modern technology and all of the new data that we have gathered, we have determined that the Earth is, like unequivocally, it's flat. It's flat. Oh, well, we believe you now.
Yeah, we trust the science, and the science changed. So
I think it's funny because these goobers call us science deniers. I'm like, no, pseudoscience deniers. We're the ones putting actual science to the test, describing the scientific method and going through all of these steps. Like, we're pseudoscience deniers. We're not science deniers. We're pseudoscience deniers because we know the difference between what actual, observable, testable, repeatable, verifiable science is and what pseudoscience is. And I don't know if these guys have figured it out yet, but, they'll either come around or they won't.
Have you heard that fishbowl story? That I had a friend. She played it for me a couple of days ago. She said, "Listen to this," and so it was some lady giving her what she grew up with her science teacher, and so she was saying that she was this amazing student and all this sort of thing. And she was sitting in class, and then this the teacher, that she adored her science teacher. One day, they're all sitting in class, And she said the teacher, when they went to their classroom, all of the chairs were in a circle. So they kind of just sat down in the circle, and then in the middle of the class was a desk, and there was a fish bowl there with a goldfish in it, you know. And the science teacher walks in, and when was quite militaristic, and was really different. Just came in, was really strong, and just told them all to be quiet and not to say a word. If they do, they'll fail the class for the year. And he gave them this instruction that they were not to move from their seats, and they were not to speak or say anything. And then he took the goldfish out and he just put it on the desk, and he walked out of the room. And the goldfish is just lying there, struggling. And they sat there, and none of them moved, and none of them spoke. And she said, even her, the one telling the story, and then she said, and then this one girl said, oh, fuck this. And she got up, got the goldfish and put it in the bowl, right? And then the teacher walks in, and with tears in the teacher's eyes, he said, look what they've done to you all. Like, look what they've done to you all. Because they were just like, all of them wanted to do something, but none of them they all wanted to follow what their teacher said.
Yeah, following after that authoritative thing. Doing as you're told.
Yeah.
Even when that's a big thing. Yeah, you're basically talking about how people have really been conditioned to just do as they're told, even if it's not good for their health, even if it's not morally correct, even if it's not logical, even if it's not, it doesn't follow proper science. So yeah, you bring up a really good point with that story.
Obey or we'll shame you until you feel like dying.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, I've never wanted to unalive myself before this hard in my life. Like, guys, I'm not going anywhere and I'm not going to do anything stupid, but look, I know y'all feel this.
My logic is this: why would I go anywhere? It's everybody else who sucks.
Right?
Yeah, they're stuck here with us. We're not stuck here with them.
Yeah.
Bingo.
If they don't like it. And if they don't like it, leave.
There you go.
No, that experiment you were talking about, Day, that's like a version. I can't remember the name of the experiment now, but there was this experiment where they brought these people into a lab, and they told them, for some reason, it's the authority figure, right? They told them that, okay, you have to keep pushing this button, and when you push this button, there's someone in another room, and it administers an electric shock to them. And it's it wasn't actually doing that, but there's someone in the other room that they could hear that's crying out in agony. So it makes them believe that they're hurting someone, but there's this authority figure telling them, no, you have to keep doing it. No, and they're not giving them a reason. They're not saying why, but they're just saying, keep doing it. You have to keep doing it no matter what. And these people were getting stressed out about it, but they kept doing it because this authority figure kept telling them. That's looking at some human experiments, man. That could really lend you some insight onto a lot of the behaviors that we're observing today.
Oh, what's worse is they knew the voltage, so they knew full well that the amount of electricity that we're sending in was enough to kill a human being. It kept increasing in voltage, and they still did it.
You heard of the same? I can't remember the name of it, but you've obviously heard of the same experiment.
Yeah.
And then there's that. You've heard of that? What is it? The Stanford prison experiment. Did you hear that one?
Yep. And the guards ended up taking it serious. Everybody actually got divided and taking that crap really seriously, even though it was all just an act. It was all just an experiment.
Yeah, that's crazy shit.
Well, it's like when I was a youngin and at high school. I remember they took us to the movie theater, and I was like, "Wow, we get to go to the movies for high school! Like this is like a big deal because it's a Catholic school." So we go to the movies, and like everyone, like different forms had to go, different years or whatever. So we go to the movies. We're all sitting there, and they made us watch Lord of the Flies. And when I walked out of that theater, I was fucked up, man. It's like, what the fuck did I just watch? I mean, you know Lord of the Flies, like
Oh my gosh! Yes, I read. I had that book.
Like shit. And then when that kid, like the
took
forest fire
teenage
happened,
boys.
and what happened to the kid? Yeah,
they took teenage boys in an all-boys school, took us to movie theaters, and made us watch that shit.
Yeah,
of teenage
like in
boys.
the story, I think a plane crashes. They're moving all the boys to some other place, and the plane crashes, and so it's only the kids surviving. And then they end up splitting off into two factions, and like the kind of the strong ones versus the whatever. And yeah, things get weird.
They basically kill off one tribe till there's only one left, and they're all chasing him at the end when the army shows up. They're like, "What are you doing?" It was just like, I mean, I remember walking out of that and thinking, so what did you want us to learn there?
Children are animals or something? Like, what the hell was even that?
Yeah, well, we just basically, we went back to school and we were like, like it was all about forming, you just stayed in your groups,
Let's see, you would be savages without government.
Yeah, don't go out and think for yourself. Just follow the tribe, follow the group.
Yeah, I think that's really what it's trying to say. Though, is when people blindly follow the group, they end up committing greatly diabolical things, travesties against humanity. The boys became heartless.
Yeah, you teach the group to be afraid of one another, so that they obey.
Guys, I'm in the YouTube live chat, right? And one of these globies just asked, "Who measured flat water?" I can't even right now. I can't stop laughing. Who measured flat water? Guys, who measured flat water?
Go and take a class as a builder.
Yeah,
and
I mean, is he aware that we literally measure level with water?
Yeah. we use water to create flat. That's
Holy shit!
I was a mason, and an actual mason, not a Freemason, although I was a woman Freemason too, I guess. But as a mason, we used water to level everything. But we have laser levelers now, but not when I was growing up. We did not use laser levelers. Interesting, right? You use water, and we use lasers now. Yet somehow they're telling us laser light can bend over water.
I'm just, oh man. Oh, these guys are pretty hilarious sometimes with the questions they ask. I'm like, it's like corralling a bunch of puppies. I'm trying to get a whole bunch of puppies to focus.
So you know the area that you were saying in America that was really, really flat? Why don't they just would they just use lasers there instead of the water, and then that eliminates their whole refraction thing, right?
Oh man. Yeah. That's too funny. Who measured flat water? So I'm guessing a lot of globies get hung up on just the terminology of flat. That's got to be it. And the whole reason, let me just say, if you guys are listening, the whole reason why we use the term flat Earth, because it's a lot shorter and it's a lot simpler than a mouthful of level, stationary, inertial Earth plane. You know, like, nobody's ever measured flat water. Are you retarded? Are you retarded? Level
funny,
is
yeah.
measured with water, but nobody's ever measured flat water. Level is measured with water. Your question is ridiculous. It's pedantic, and you need to go back to 5th grade and start over. Try again.
That's because they don't teach them the truth in school anymore.
No, they don't. I was asking my 13-year-old niece what she's being taught, and she's like, well, they got rid of history class, and then we've got like a class that's basically nothing, where you just kind of, it's for makeup work, and they don't really have like sustained silent reading anymore. It's trash. Their PE classes they're not even doing personal exercises. They just kind of sit in a gym on their fucking phones. The next generation is wasting the fuck away. And the schools are the problem.
Maybe it's by design.
It is. Oh, 100%. This is intentional. This is no accident. See, like stuff like flat Earth, like a geocentric level Earth was being taught in schools up until like the 1920s, thereabouts. At least this is the research that I've done. And around that time is when the Rockefellers came into power. They took over the school systems. He said, I don't want thinkers. I want workers. And so that's all that the public schools are doing. They are not training children to become thinking adults. They are just training the children to grow into working adults. You know your math, you know your reading, you know enough to go work. That's it.
Yeah, just smart enough to know how to work the machines and whatever else, and just stupid enough to not ask questions.
Yeah, Black Sabbath says that I'm so stupid that I couldn't get sand out of my boots if the instructions were on the heel. That's cute, buddy. That's cute. Yet you can't understand how level is measured with water. Adorable. Adorable, Black Sabbath. Just so cute. Yep. Level, noun, a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
I've never heard of a white Sabbath, though.
Heard of what?
I've never heard of a term, the white Sabbath. Just wondering about that.
We got someone in here by the name of Black Sabbath, and then we've got a Flat Sabbath too. Flat Sabbath is a homie. He's a homie in here. Nobody has ever measured flat water. Once again, level is measured with water. Okay, when we say flat, it's just a descriptive for level and stationary. Do you understand? Do you guys understand? Do you understand there in the YouTube chat? I'm explaining it so elementary level that a 5th grader could understand this, please. Yeah, Black Sabbath really does dishonor the name of the band. I agree with that. At Flat Sabbath. I agree with you, buddy.
Oh, dang. The YouTube chat is full today. A lot of people up in here.
Yeah, we got 26 in the YouTube live. A lot of them are just talking noise. They haven't shown the guts or the will to come into the VC. I'm like, come at me, you know? You're really going to try to come at me? You want to throw stupid ad hom attacks? You want us to throw stupid straw man and insults. But you can't jump on the VC and come at me. Some beta. That's some beta energy.
It's the doggy dog world.
At that blue marble speed.
Alpha Sabbath. Alpha Sabbath. You know what? I'm going to just say this. Any motherfucker that I've ever met that thinks that they're an alpha, they end up being the worst people ever. They're show-offs. They're narcissists. They're the worst. They get the sloppiest women with like the lowest self-respect, and they don't keep girlfriends for long. I bet that's how Black Sabbath rolls in this chat right here. Every alpha, every male I have come across that's like, I'm an alpha is the biggest bitch.
Well, to be an alpha, a true alpha back in the day, you had to beat the shit out of everyone else. There's no other way.
Things are a little different now. I want to go back to the old days.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to be the alpha, you had to beat everybody else up. And if you couldn't, then you weren't the alpha.
Just having confidence doesn't make somebody an alpha. And you're right. That's kind of like a back in the day kind of some primitive, like I will bash my knuckles onto you until you submit type thing. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of true, I guess. Like,
see, my whole thing about it is an alpha male, a real alpha male, will not open their mouth and say, I'm an alpha. Because a real alpha male knows better. They know that they'll show you that they're an alpha with their actions. They don't have to open their mouth and say, I'm an alpha.
Because somebody else will say it for them. They don't have to say it.
Actually, it's interesting. The gang I was in when I was growing up, the leader, right, is big, tough, crazy dude, right? But he wasn't the one running the gang. He got the smart dude that gave us all the orders, right? And we followed the smart dude who was basically the second in command. He was athletic, cool, good leader. He was really the leader, but he was the leader under the alpha, or under the big guy. And the big guy would just say, "What's our plan?" And he'd tell us the plan, and then we'd all follow. He'd go, "Do what he says." That's what we'd do. He never actually gave us any plans himself. He always referred to the smart guy that he had sit next to him.
It's really funny as I was talking about that, as Black Sabbath called himself an alpha, and I was describing all of that, he was like, that's me, yep, spot on. And so apparently I'm spot on by saying that, it's actually some weak, fake alpha, beta male energy for somebody to call themselves an alpha. You train with the heavyweight champ of the blue balls. Is that what you do? Blue balls. Damn.
The problem with an alpha, though, right, is they're only an alpha in the one room that they're an alpha, because as soon as they walk into another room where
there's going to be an actual alpha.
Yeah. When they run into a real alpha, it's like, fuck, I ain't no alpha no more. I'm a bitch. All right, they walk in a room with Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's over, mate.
There's only one alpha and omega.
As soon as you walk in with Sylvester Stallone, you're done.
There's only one alpha.
Isn't an alpha.
Yeah, you know what these guys are talking about?
There's only one alpha
blue
and
balls.
omega.
So they're talking about blue balls, but that's fine because that just brings me to how NASA is really trolling everybody, and it's like just a bunch of frat boys making dick and ball jokes, like, oh, Earth's a blue ball, and probe Uranus, and it smells like farts, and and space sex. Come on. It's like a whole bunch of frat boys that they're not doing anything. They haven't actually been to space. None of them know what the Earth looks like in its entirety. They're just fucking around in like a Hollywood basement somewhere.
NASA hits blunt. So what if there was a planet where it rained diamonds, man?
Dude, look, NASA
Like,
NASA's so
whoa, man.
pitiful. They had to turn the comments off on their official YouTube channel because they were getting wrecked by flat earthers. And like they were getting questioned. They're like, so why is this and why is this? And how come we saw harnesses? How come we saw green screen? Why are there underwater camera crews and all of this? And shortly after that, NASA's official YouTube channel has the comments turned off. How convenient. You know, because if you can't question it, what?
I was going to say, meanwhile, we leave the comments on no matter how much bullshit people talk.
That's so true. It's exhausting as fuck, but we still leave the comments on because I don't know why. Why do we do this?
I don't
they
know.
gaslight us. I don't know.
I guess we're gluttons for punishment or something. Yeah.
Swear.
That's how you know you're in a communist country. Is when your government websites and your government YouTube channels do not allow comments. So, you know, like in my country, in New Zealand, like anything that the government puts out, you're not allowed to comment on. There's actually no way to comment.
Yeah, you're not allowed to like the whole thing about it is, look, a man is not going to cut out his opponent's tongue for any other reason other than he fears what his opponent will say about him. And ultimately, by turning off the comments, you're just kind of cutting out your opponent's tongue. Like, you're afraid that they're going to speak the truth on you. So you turn what? You're going to turn the comments off? Okay, cut my tongue out.
Yeah.
Okay. That just makes you look real suspicious, you know? NASA.
Yeah, and remember, Globies, if you guys are listening, you dance for us. We don't need you. You need us. There would be no Fight the Flat Earth YouTube channel if there wasn't Flat Earth YouTube channels.
Booyah.
I mean, the fact that Flat Earth was the fastest growing, you know, back in 2017, was the fastest growing idea, I guess, or, you know, wasn't a new idea. It was just people were waking up to the idea that they should look at what it meant, that they had to completely obliterate the, you know, the internet. It was like, what was it like? One of the most searched things for the year 2017 or something like that.
Yeah, they wiped a lot of data.
Faith is fake and gay. NASA wants to probe your anus.
Well, just the fact that if you just today, if you research flat Earth through mainstream conventional means, what you're going to get is the floating disc in space, you know, with icicles hanging off of it, surrounded by other normal planets that they want you to believe. And if you can get past that and realize and come to people who are actually flat/level earthers, whatever, and realize that that just is not the truth at all, that fact alone should not convince you that the earth is not a spinning ball, but that fact alone, that what you're getting when you research a topic is a straw man argument, should be very concerning to you if you're capable of critical thought and logic.
I'm sorry, I just looked up at the live text in the Discord. It's you, Ralphie. I'm an alpha male. Oh, shit. That's funny. I'm an alpha male. Daddy, I think I went to bed. All you have to say. That's all you have to say. Who's the collector? Who is the collector? I don't know. They just call me a clown.
You want to know something really weird? About so as a Mormon, right? When I was a Mormon, you go into the Mormon temple, you put on like the same things that people are wearing at the universities, except they're white. So you wear the same gowns that people are wearing when they graduate universities when you're doing temple ceremonies in the Mormon temple. Except you wear white ones with a flat hat. It's like wait, we wear university gowns? It's like, it's weird. It's like looking at the opposite to the university gowns, but in white.
That is weird. Like spooky.
And then you look at it, you realize people who are graduating are forced to wear these symbolic clothing of the Masons. Or you don't get your certificate, right?
A little piece of paper that says you're smart or whatever. Look, I have a permission slip that says I can talk.
I have a permission slip. Why do they always want to be like, you can take 90 degrees from the zenith? Stop. We're here the fuck on Earth. It means you're going to have a fucking horizontal baseline for your 90 degrees.
It's alright. Those of you that don't want to accept reality can always move to Mars. I hear they're building a whole new city up there.
President Elon. President of all of Mars.
That's where all the alpha males are going. That's where you get to go, Black Sabbath. Get to go live on Mars, buddy. No trees. No sunshine.
Earth ain't cool no more.
Yeah, no more blue water. You just get that lovely synthesized. I could save you the trip. You can go to the Grand Canyon, or I don't know, one of those deserts out there in Arizona.
Yeah. Do some fucking hardcore alpha training.
Yeah, that'll be your Mars training. Go live out there for a few years, and then you'll know what it's like to live on Mars, and you might think prison might be nicer. How much money will they take from you before you realize that there is no Mars?
A lot more this year. They got their budget increase.
It's an orange dot of light.
Oh, it's a big money maker though, right? Space Force.
What I just have a question for you guys. Like, what is your response? Like, ultimately, I know we all do our own research, and we all come together and we all discuss our results. We discuss our research like any group of scientists would, right? So when these globe believers, they want to say that we're just repeating base straw man fallacies of original flat earth pranksters or stuff like that. I'm like, but I do my own research. And if it seems like you're hearing the same thing, then it's 1,000 bees to the honey hive,
Yeah,
if you're hearing the same thing.
Results.
Exactly.
I recorded my own results. I literally got a camera and went out to the west side, drove to the west side of my island just so I could see the sunset, and I could actually use my camera and take videos, and then I'd zoom in and we were watching a fisherman out there. We're like, we shouldn't be able to see him, and we were enjoying watching this fisherman way about a good 20 k's, about what's that, about 9 miles, 10 miles, and we could zoom in and see him fishing with his two of them in a boat with their rod.
I asked them what the straw man is.
Yeah, I don't know what the straw. Because he had commented on one of my videos on my YouTube channel about the Foucault's pendulum. And I was doing some research about the Foucault's pendulum, the mechanics of it, how it works, That's kind of a good thing to look up.
The magnets?
Yes, the magnet. So I was looking up the mechanics of it because I myself am a mechanic and I work on things and I like to know how things work. And so when I figured out that it works because of a ring of magnets around this thing, it's on an electromagnetic switch that can be turned on or off at any given time, means that the Foucault's pendulum does not prove rotation. Because if you turn it off, eventually the Foucault's pendulum is going to hang perfectly still and perfectly vertical, 90 degrees to the ground, just like a plumb bob. Just like a plumb bob.
You can also make the magnet slightly stronger on one side to make it rotate.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thought?
But that's the whole thing is, this guy wants to troll on my shit. I got this pilot.
He doesn't even understand. He doesn't even understand it, though.
I have a friend that's putting electricity into water and then growing their plants.
Oh, yeah, electrolysis.
Yeah, and the plants are growing better and bigger from electric water.
Yeah, is he using copper? Is he using like a copper conduction?
He's using like a copper thing, and he's like, what's this? He's like, you should see what's happening to my plants. He's like, it's electrifying the water, but I can't see it like joined to any circuit.
That's pretty cool. I've seen some stuff on that. I've actually got some files saved away on some stuff like that. And I mean, these files come from like the 1800s of people growing like
he was
giant heads of
trying it, right?
Yeah,
he didn't expect it to actually work. He's like, oh look, let's try this. That's what happens when you stop listening to them and you start trying to do things yourself, right? So all you globies, when you actually try some of this stuff, you actually come away thinking about it, and you have questions.
These guys are laughing heads, just laughing heads.
It's all right. It's if you could always watch Star Wars and watch how they build the Death Star.
I used to watch the shit out of Star Wars when I was a kid. And the box that and Indiana Jones, man, I ran that CR like crazy.
I always used to wonder why the only thing that I ever saw being constructed in Star Wars was the Death Star, because growing up as someone who, my dad was an architect, I was like, how come there's nothing ever being built in Star Wars? Like, you never see any built, and farms are in the desert.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh. People.
They're stressful. They are stressful people.
Oh, I'm not stressed. It's just kind of like, I don't even know if they're bots or not to show up. Be real.
What's the difference between a legal drug and a drug?
Paper wall. A piece of paper and somebody's approval. What's really messed up is they confuse drugs with herbs, and they'll put a herb as though it listed as though it's a drug, and they'll put a drug listed as though it's an herb.
Well, they list the drugs as medicine and the real medicine as drugs. Like,
Yeah.
oof. Yeah.
They invert that crap. And meanwhile, they'll make exceptions for themselves if they have a little sorcery recipe for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yep, we've got a copyright. We've got a patent. This is our thingy.
You don't like patents?
What?
Patents. They're really good things. How dare you go against a patent? But hey,
What, like patience?
Huh?
Patents and patience are the same things.
Yeah, well,
you both
how many
get
patents
owned.
do you own? I own more patents than you.
Yeah, I bet you have more patience.
Yeah, means I get more money.
Interesting. That you make that assumption.
You probably think the Earth is flat.
Actually, I don't think the Earth is a ball.
A ball?
Yeah, I don't think the Earth is a ball.
Well, I don't understand how. Like, because when you
So I grew up being taught that the Earth was a ball.
Okay.
And then I used my eyes, and I
was
saw
taught
that
1
it
plus 1 is 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I used.
And so. Yeah. So what's your point?
No, I was making your point.
Well, my eyes can look at two objects and go 1 plus 1 is 2, but they can't look at your ball Earth. Can't see it. That's my point. What's your point?
Yeah, well, if I were...
I can prove 1 plus 1 is 2 because I can do it. I can't prove that the Earth is a ball. I tried.
Well,
I'm
you
still
can with
trying.
light.
I'm
You
still
can with
trying.
light.
It doesn't work.
You do it with light.
I've been up in the sky. It's as flat. You know, the Earth is as flat up there as it is down here.
Yeah, Earth is flat. Earth has always been flat. Like, since the day it was created. It's always been flat, stamped like wax under a seal.
So I'm just waiting for your point.
Well, you're being too empirical. You have to.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, give me some kind of, since you like mathematics, give me an actual formula that can prove the Earth is flat.
Well, how about
Since you wanted
relativity?
to use mathematics.
You can use
What the hell
relativity.
is
It bends objects, right? You can use that with light.
What the hell is being too empirical, though? Like, how can anyone be too empirical? This relies on empirical evidence. Anyway, continue.
No, as in like early time thinking. It's sort of
Early time thinking? Are you
It's
talking
sort of
about like
old.
flat Earth being thought about in the early times?
Well,
Because
it's linked with religion.
yeah,
But-
no,
but
it's
it's-
not.
but it's
Actually,
deeper than
flat Earth, the flat Earth would probably actually squash all religions, but that's another conversation.
The flat Earth. That was why, because it evolved. But I mean, it's beyond the point. The point here is that flat Earth thinking it's not modern.
Heliocentric lore is a cult.
Okay, so it's not modern. I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of things that we should honestly go back to that aren't modern things. Okay.
It's very hard.
It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot of if it ain't. I'm not done talking. It's a whole lot of if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No, you've already made your point, and you didn't kind of say anything about my point. So,
I mean, what's modern?
What was your point? Restate it.
Like, but my point is that it's very hard to make that claim, saying that there's it's better to go back. If you're going to make that huge claim, right, you need a lot of evidence to back it up.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of empirical evidence that indicates that this world was lit up and powered and had free energy back in the day, and now we're tethered. You know, there's some things that we need to do. I think we need to go back in order to go forward, and I don't know. That's just a whole thing with all of the research that I've done. Anyway,
how far back?
Well, let's
how
take music.
far back? He goes, how far back, buddy?
Let's take music. Let's take music. I mean, look at our music today, and look at the old music, and you tell me where today is our music more advanced than the music that came out of the 1700s.
No.
Okay, well, the music's evolved a lot from tribal periods.
It's de-evolved, actually, but, you know.
Evolution's a lie. We've been de-evolving since the beginning. There's no evidence of evolution. Microevolution to macro is impossible, and it's scientifically provable that it's impossible.
Well, the double
there's
helix.
no way to pass down enough evidence, enough information from the genetic forms in order to evolve from a micro to macro form, because you're losing genetics every time that something happens. So, if you honestly think that that's the truth, then perhaps you should investigate into antibiotic-resistant bacteria and things that have adapted to survive in sterile environments, because if you take them out of that environment, they die. You cannot evolve into a greater form from a lesser form when you're constantly losing information. Fact check that.
Boom.
Okay, well, the double helix structure.
Okay. Well, blah, 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 blah.
Well, no, I would actually agree with you when Darwin made the point.
Doesn't let no shit. I'm telling you that all of this stuff, we are devolving, so they've inverted the story, man. They've inverted the story. They got us thinking we're going up, but we're going down. That's the point. We're going down. We're not going up. We're not gaining. We're losing.
And then your evidence for this is bacteria, antibiotic resistance.
No, my evidence for that's just one piece. That's one data point.
Okay, but give me a macro data point. Don't give me some footnotes.
I would like to see 150 million missing links for every single line, for every single life form, for every single narrative, for every single story. I'll wait.
Well, no. Instead of requesting for evidence, why don't you?
Yeah, no, but my point is that the evidence doesn't exist at all, and it's not about a lack of absence of evidence as the evidence about. No, it's not about that. It's that it's a complete and utter fabricated fairy tale. Like some of the parts, these supposed missing links in the human thing. This dude took a fucking pig tooth and then built an entire human skeleton. Later got debunked because it was literally a pig's tooth that he imaginated an entire form out of, and that's just one. The entire line is bullshit.
Yeah, I actually had somebody comment on my. He said somebody commented on one of my videos in my channel, and he said, "You've never really looked into evolution, have you?" I was like, "Whoa! You need to slow down right there, because I have passed all of my biology classes, and I'm going to tell you one thing that stuck with me through all of those was that science still can't figure out the missing fucking link between apes and humans."
Oh, and it's not just one, though. It's millions of missing links.
Millions of missing links.
You're just talking humans. I'm talking all life forms. Millions of missing links.
100%, dude. Yes.
It's a fairy tale with no evidence to back it, aside from a couple of pieces of shit that somebody said, "Ooh, this is my imagination, and I believe this."
It's like a turtle's always been a turtle, has always been a turtle, has always been a turtle, and a horse has always been a horse, has always been a horse, and a bee, and a lizard has always been a lizard. Different types of chickens, different types of humans, different types of apes, different types of monkeys, different types
That's where it gets in.
You know, and these
where it comes into the devolution. We're getting smaller.
Yeah.
And they go, well, humans are getting taller over that's a spike, a very small data point over the course of a very short period of time. I'm talking about over the whole thing.
Right, but that doesn't have much to do with, the physical nature of this earth. It's just one of the many lies that have been put on us to
name.
Well, we have a lot of.
I don't know your name.
So evolution.
I don't know you, but I do know this.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're fearfully and wonderfully made, and you're likely highly intelligent because you're researching this and investigating on your own accord. And so I can respect that. And I just wanted to let you know that I do have some kind of respect for you for the fact that you're simply asking questions and studying you want to know. But we can move on from there. I'm just letting you know. I have respect for people, even if they're my opponent. I don't care. Are you studying? Are you trying to find out?
Well, no, I was speaking with Jenna.
Right? Yeah, well, no. I was just kind of like, I'm going to mute myself, but I was saying that before I did. Because I know that you're coming from the Globey perspective, but this isn't a fight between you and me, dude. This is like, we're discussing the nature of this world we're in.
And it's not even a fight. And it's not even a fight. And there's a lot of global believers that they have it in their mind that it's some sort of competition, and it's not. This is pretty important to actually, gaining your autonomous freedom, your God-given rights and individualities. But understanding the physical nature of the world that you live in is pretty darn important.
I think you're pretty darn wrong, but we can discuss this. So you said earlier that you need to go back, right? So there's some values in the past to go in the future. How is this related to your notion of flat Earth?
Well, let's take money. Let's take something easy and something you referred to. Because you came at me with this thing about that you made more money than me, right? So let's talk about that, right? If you don't have money, how are you going to survive?
Money? What do you mean money?
If there's no money,
money is resource.
No more money, right? No. If there's no more money,
money's dead.
Yep. So we don't need money. Yeah.
You don't. No, you don't. You can be replaced.
That's right. That's an old world thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a modern thinking. That's old world thinking.
What, like traditional?
Here's an example. That's an example for you. Like, that's old world thinking, right? Not old thinking about, I need money to trade, but looking within your sphere of influence and deciding what resources do I need, right, to have the life that I want, the life that appeases my happiness, right? I mean, I could show you a dude who's richer than all of us, and that dude don't even have to live in a house. And that dude's richer than all of us because he can survive anywhere, anyway, and he has a good life. He just basically lives off the land. There's no one to stop him, That's old world, mate.
Well, you can do that much more efficiently with debt. For example, with the GDP establishment.
According to what standard?
Well, current standard. Like, compare now to before, right? You can just way less hunger, so you can live your traditional life much more efficiently without taking the need to take that.
That's your belief.
It's not my belief. It's fact.
Yeah, it is.
It's fact as much as fact.
There are parts of the world where people never starved. Right?
Yeah,
so
the United States.
You go live in a place where you can there's plenty of food, right? Natural food, resources everywhere. You're not going to starve. I'll give you an example. New Zealand. You don't starve here. They never have. People don't starve in this country. We can grow things anywhere we want, but we've been taught to starve ourselves, right? We've been taught by the modern establishment that you can't grow your own food. You got to buy it from the supermarket. That's modern.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jenna,
I could grow a garden, like literally outside.
I've got a really good green thumb, and I love growing. I love growing plants.
Yeah, well, aren't you worried about the pesticides you use? Because if you don't use pesticides, it's quite hard.
Sheep poo, mate.
No.
Sheep poo?
Listen, I'll answer that question because I'm actually pretty freaking smart, and I don't use Roundup, and I don't use pesticides. I use natural things like neem oil and Epsom salt, and
No, I don't think that'll work.
Okay? Oh, that's nice. I don't care what you think. I'm sorry, because I've already experienced this. So I'm just speaking from my experience. That by using neem oil and by getting good soil in there, and by using Epsom salt in my soil, and by using proper nutrients, I keep down the pests and the bugs, and I keep them from eating my plants. The neem oil is the trick.
Dude, you probably got some like pesticides or something in there, or you're just having some bacteria infection every day.
So you're going to tell me I'm literally telling you my experience with growing things, and you are over here telling me that I'm wrong. I'm telling you, I use neem oil and Epsom salt and nutrient-rich fertilizer in my plants, and they did just fine.
Well, you can
No
do actually.
pests. No pesticides, no pests.
No,
There is a
you
way
don't
for
even
you.
need fertilizer, dude. You don't even need that any. Like, that's the thing. Like, I had a guy saying to me, "I can't grow anything because I can't get the fertilizer." And I said, we live in a country with 600 million sheep.
Okay, but
You
no, I
literally
was talking
go
about
and
the
pick up the
pesticides.
poo and put it on your garden.
Well, I mean the pesticides. Because I know Jenna is okay. So if she's not using pesticides, right? Okay, and
I don't use pesticides either. Like, everyone I know here who grows their garden doesn't use pesticides. Not a single one. I could show you
Neem
about
oil.
20
Are
people.
you hearing me? Do you know what neem oil is?
Okay, but Jenna, you're probably having a bacterial infection like every single week. Have you not noticed this? Like, are you killing your family?
No yellowing of what the fuck are you talking about?
He's not a gardener, so he's never actually done it. He doesn't know.
Have you grown anything? Have you ever grown anything in your life? That's
No,
what I want.
I understand the theory much better than you, apparently.
Theory. We live it, mate.
Theories. Yeah, we love theories. Answer the question. Have you grown anything? Have you ever grown a garden?
No, I don't have to because I know the theory.
That's not the question.
There
yes or no question. It's a yes or no question, bud.
You got him right there.
It's not a yes or no question because
it's a yes or no.
It's a variant question.
Have you ever, yes or no?
Wait. I want to tell you something.
Planted and tended a garden.
I want to tell you something. You are a health risk.
I am a health risk. Why? How?
You literally just claim that you're not using proper gardening techniques.
You want to revert to ad homing me right now instead of answering the question? That's cute. Okay, we don't have to be.
It's your own admission. I've answered your question.
Yes or no?
That's your own admission.
Yes or no? No, you have never ever made or tended a garden or grown things. I have.
Okay.
So don't sit there and tell me that I'm wrong on something that I have experienced and you haven't.
Well, I know the theory. You don't need to experience it for theory. You know, like the
all right. Tell the theory. Tell me the theory. Tell me the theory. Go ahead.
Well, let me give you an analogy. So I'm the warrior.
No, you're supposed to be telling me the theory, not the analogy. You said you were going to give me the theory.
The biological.
Let him give the analogy because he can't give you an actual. He can't give you a theory because there is no theory.
Well, no, the theory is like relatively speaking, you're an amateur.
Plant growing is practice. It's not theory. It's practice. You ask any gardener, they will tell you.
You can ask any botanist.
So at plant growing, I'm an amateur, but you've never grown a garden, dude. You're a joke. You really? Do you hear how you sound? Like you're talking. It's like you're telling somebody that they're an amateur at baseball, but you've never played baseball a day in your life.
He's literally projecting.
I know.
If you plant a tree, look, I'll give you a real easy one, right? Easiest thing you can start off with. Plant a tree, right? In a good spot that has sun, and all you got to do is water it, and you can watch it grow. Just do that.
You know what?
I'm not interested in the footnotes.
You're not interested. It's not a footnote.
No, it is a footnote.
Giving you a good example.
You don't understand the real theory behind it. That's the problem with the flat Earth, model and stuff.
Why do you have a Globie who's disagreeing with you there, Name? I mean, we can agree on certain things that are true. Come on now.
But you literally, yeah.
I'm not gonna. I'm just saying. You want to figure out who it is?
We're talking about like science versus mechanic.
What?
Do you even know what the word scientific means?
Science to growing plants, and there's a science to growing plants without using pesticides. So
we're talking about your theory ideas versus us practicing, right? There's a difference between theory and practice because when you
your
practice
theory,
right? But the theory is what really makes up the variance in progress.
Variance of what?
So
in progress. Right, applications really I would say 10% in the. So let's just say computers.
I tell you what progress is. You plant a seed, it grows into something fruitful or not. If you make a mistake, you'll learn from it. So you plant another one.
For the fourth time, this is the footnotes. Right.
But
what's the theory behind it? Where did you get this idea to plant it? Right. It's what matters. You need to look at.
What? Okay, you're like one of those sophists, aren't you?
One of the what?
I didn't have to look. I didn't have to know a theory to observe. Right. So if I sat there long enough and observed,
that's just
I didn't
wrong.
need a theory for that because my intelligence, right, the something I was born with, allows me to stare at that and observe that and come to my own, right, my own conclusion. Right. I didn't need to read a book. Okay, I didn't need to go to the library. I didn't need a phone.
You can read a book and do the action, right? Instead of just the action, getting it.
You absolutely could, right? It's because somebody put it into practice and then they recorded that. They didn't go, I'm going to imagine up what I'm going to do and then I'm going to do it and then see what happens. And I'll give you the result of my fail and then publish that, right? They didn't do that with plants. Right, we didn't do that with the natural environment. Do you understand? So natural environment is what we get to observe.
Wait, well, the way I see it is like I'm Jeff Bezos and you're driving the van around delivering packages.
I don't know.
So you're practicing my theory.
Why?
Jeff Bezos is your god? Is he your god?
What do we have here?
No, I was finishing my analogy before Jenna cut me off, like for a while ago.
Oh, go through your analogy. Do that.
Okay. Well,
I've been quiet and waiting.
Oh, okay. Well, I already told it, but I'll tell it again. Yeah, I'm Jeff Bezos, and you're like the Amazon Prime driver.
So you're a rich
What
wanker.
does that?
All right.
What?
No. My point is, Jeff Bezos writes the theory, and people practice.
What theory about what?
Amazon.
The theory of Amazon?
Let's bring this back around to the fact that you were telling me that I'm wrong about my experience in gardening when you haven't grown a damn thing. That's what I find hilarious. You want to go about this Jeff Bezos Amazon Prime pack? I don't give a shit, dude. How does Jeff Bezos? How does this even
the gardening practice
to anything?
analogizing to Jeff Bezos was to make the point that theory and practice are distinguishable, and theory is much more important than practice in most circumstances.
Okay, if I do a test and I get results, then I have experience. If you haven't, then you don't know.
Okay, well, I just find it hilarious you haven't studied gardening, and just
I hadn't. See, now you're just assuming. Now you're just assuming.
I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming.
You're assuming.
I made the.
You're assuming shit about me. You're assuming. You are assuming shit about me.
I made the proper conclusion.
Good night. No, you're assuming shit about me.
Can I speak the name?
Hey, let's just talk for a sec.
That is just so wrong.
Name.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything so wrong in my life.
Name.
Excuse me.
A name.
Yeah. What's up?
Who's the wanker?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, you deviate off the point, and that's what I thought.
Yeah. So what is?
No,
the
we're just
point?
asking
So
for
are you
your
here?
name. They were asking for your name.
Are you here to argue about the shape of the Earth, or?
Oh, no. We are. But first, we need to.
No, we're not.
No. But we need to get the proper. Well, you know what happened, right? We were talking about gardening. What was the cause of the gardening? Was theory versus application. My point was being too empirical with the application is wrong thought. You need to look at the theory because you're getting too busy with the footnotes. Right. What happens is you get.
Wait, what's this got to do with?
Yeah, but no. This is what we're trying to get.
It has nothing to do with the physical nature of this Earth, my guy. It has nothing to do.
What
with
theory versus practice? It's actually fundamentally what the theory of Earth is. But okay.
Do you have a different theory of Earth? Would you like to tell us?
Oh no! You're talking about the application. I was actually more involved with the theory. That's why I'm correct.
Do you experience the Earth to be flat and stationary?
Do I experience? Well, you're talking about application now, yes. In the application, the theory is flat.
Oh my gosh! Is application any different?
This is like gardening. This is like the gardening analogy, right?
Do you experience the Earth as stationary and flat?
Yes, in the application. In the application? Only in the application, not in theory.
So what other
gardening, right? This is why she's a bad gardener, because she doesn't understand this.
No, stop. You're not funny, mate. So you're trying to talk over.
I'm not being funny. I'm making a proper point here because she was trying to make the claim, right?
Talk over the
that
top of
gardening
me.
practices
Yep.
talk
over the top of me.
did not
I'll mute
conclude.
you. So,
oh wow!
okay.
Because I'm
let's just
making
have a conversation,
point.
mate.
Well, I mean, I think you're talking over me actually.
Okay, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So you answered it with a stupid answer. You said yes in application. So I'm going to add on to that and say, what other experiences are there?
What other experience in the there's technically infinity if you want to open up the question.
So do you experience these infinity experiences?
Do I experience it consciously? Of course.
Experience infinity experiences?
Well, yes, in my visual system.
So in reality, do you experience the Earth to be flat and stationary?
In reality, how do you define reality?
Like reality, mate.
Like in reality as in empirically, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're not being empirical here. Now we want to go through the theory. Let's talk about the theory now.
How else do you experience it?
So stop trying to conflate the reality, the word reality to theory.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm just asking you.
You're trying to do that. It's not going to work on me.
What am I doing? I'm just asking you what you experience in reality. Is there anything else?
But you're cutting off our conversation. We weren't done with the theory versus application because obviously
that's not what this server's about.
No, you haven't grasped the point, right? This is a bedrock before we go into the actual
I'm the one asking you the questions. You're not grasping the point.
Well, I mean, you joined pretty late and you didn't get the correct discussion.
I've been here the whole time, mate.
Oh, have you? So obviously you weren't listening.
Who's in control of this conversation? Is it the moderator?
There's nobody in control of the conversation.
Oh, right, my friend. It sounds like you're trying to be.
Okay,
and I'm just hold on. Why?
Maybe I'm just superior to you.
Hold on. Why the fuck do you have to keep talking through people? Every time somebody else opens their mouth, you start fucking wittering your way through, my friend. It's getting fucking annoying. Hence why I'm deciding to jump in. The only person who's going to be controlling this conversation is Timbo, a gold member, or one of the rank members from this server, not you.
Why should somebody control the conversation?
Hold on. I don't care why. Hold on. I don't care why. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. Do you understand that?
Okay.
You've already pissed me off about
now I know why you believe in flat Earth.
Don't care, see, thoughts and feelings.
You see flat Earth. This is flat Earth thinking here.
Yeah. You're the one who wants to
shut up, dude.
Conversation. You're the one that wants to try and control the conversation. Be some kind of smarmy
smarter. You're not superior to me. That's all.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of projection I don't like.
Projection? You're projecting. You think I'm enslaving you or something.
Dickhead.
Talking right through
We're
people.
not trying to Jenna, please.
I mean, you're making points, and then you accept.
You have to keep talking.
You have the presumption I'm accepting your points here. Get rid of that presumption. I won't interrupt you.
You're not going to have an air of authority around here, my friend. Do you understand that?
Okay, well, you need some degree, right? Everybody needs some degree of authority so that you don't have the presumption of putting words in my mouth.
Putting words in your mouth.
I do need to cut you off in certain...
So, I just muted you, mate. So if you're going to listen, then I'll unmute you, but you need to stop and just have a normal conversation, all right?
Hey, Timbo, Jedi, one of you, could you pull me out of detention? I said the fuck word.
It'll be like 1 minute. I don't know the command for it.
Oh damn. Okay.
It'll be like 1 minute.
Okay.
Jenna, you need to read a book on biology.
So name, you've come in here very aggressive and very kind of condescending.
Well, I'm not trying to be aggressive or condescending. I'm only condescending to this one person who was trying to say
I've never read a book on biology in my life. Never ever. Come on, dude. I've read plenty of books. Plenty. Do not assume anything about people that you don't know.
Okay, well, Dr. Seuss's account.
Excuse me?
I mean, just based off, current conversation.
You say, please repeat yourself. What doesn't count?
Dr. Seuss.
I didn't understand that. It kept cutting out.
Well, no, it makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. What makes sense, please?
He said Dr. Seuss, the children's author.
He's one of those people that thinks he's smarter than everyone else. But.
You come on.
No, I know I'm smarter than Jenna.
You haven't even grown a freaking stick, dude. You haven't even put a stick in the ground and tried to grow it, okay? But you want to come in here and you want to tell the people about themselves when you don't even know these people. You don't know any of us.
Well,
but
no,
you
I have no problem with everybody else.
I'm not done, okay? And you want to sit here and you want to say you've never read a biology book. You're wrong about that. You're a bad gardener. You're wrong about that. How many other things would you like to be wrong about today, sir?
No, I've only said gardening. Everything else was pretty much connected to the gardening part. But I'm sorry if I come off condescending. I'm not only to Jenna. But
really condescending, really patronising. In my country, hold on, dickhead. My country, we call you a wanker because that's how you're coming off. You're coming off like a wanker.
Yeah. Well, my country's superior, so I don't know what you're trying to make a point here.
You're just coming off like a wanker.
I have a question for you, Name. Right, a genuine question. How do you tell who the smartest person in the room is?
It's not the one who doesn't talk, at least, if that's what you mean. It's the one who is probably the best marker you can use is verbal ability. But other than that, it's sort of hard to tell.
Name, did you say that you're more clever than Jedi?
Huh? Who?
Did you say that you're more clever than Jedi?
Well, I don't know who that is.
Chris is the one that just said that in his country, he calls people like you wankers.
Okay.
That was Chris. That was
Name, why you are here?
Why? Oh, I was trying to debate. Well, it kind of got off course, but we're trying to make a distinction.
Over Jenna is what you were doing. You were trying to come off as superior over Jenna.
Jenna?
Hi.
Okay, well, she's the one who wanted to go back to traditional beliefs, right? So
no, there wasn't a traditional beliefs, and like I said, if you hadn't cut me off after like the first 5 words that I said, I would have been able to make that very clear. But you think that you can just run right over people and like cut them off.
Well, only run off you.
Right there. I wasn't even done talking, and you cut over the end of me. Thank you for proving my point.
He's trying to bait you, Gemma.
The discussion was, okay, and I quote, it was modern day versus old day thinking. That was the discussion. It had nothing to do with what you just said because you just made that shit up.
No. Jenna has a traditional culture. We should go back.
Okay, Name. Why Jenna thinks that Earth is flat? Can you tell me?
Why Jenna thinks that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's all sorts of reasons, but I could say.
Okay. Can you tell me one the most important thing why Jenna thinks that Earth is flat?
The most important?
Yeah.
Okay, it's hard to. Like, what do you mean by most important?
I know.
Like, if you remove one piece, right? It no longer.
You can name it. You can name it. It's the same like my reason. It's the same like a Jedi reason. It's the same with the old people here. The most important thing why Jenna think the Earth is
most
not
important.
a globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I had to put into words, I would say it's her biology.
No, it's not. Can you try again? Can you try, Jenna? Please.
Okay. My second.
He can guess 10 times. It's not that. Can you go again?
Okay, I'll make one more guess. It's indoctrination from childhood.
It's not. Second fail. Can you try the third time?
Well, I'm not going to guess anymore because those are the 2 biggest factors.
Okay. Can I help you?
No, just tell me. I don't get why you're trying to...
There is no curvature in reality. The necessary antecedent for the sphere. Every sphere has a curvature. This one, big one, enormous one, has no any curvature in reality. That's because of that. Jenna doesn't think that Earth is globe.
Okay. Well, no. We're trying to look at.
Did you hear me? What did I say? Can you repeat why Jenna doesn't think that Earth is flat? The Earth is a globe.
Let me tell you something. right?
Can you repeat why Jenna doesn't? Because I told you, you failed 2 times. I told you third time.
Having any unpopular belief has a biological property to
I'm
it.
not speaking about beliefs. I told you why Jenna thinks that Earth is not a globe.
Well, why Jenna thinks that it's an unpopular belief, right?
Okay.
Let's just say
Do you know why Jenna thinks like that?
No, but let me tell you something.
Because Jenna checked the reality, and in reality there is no curvature in reality. Did you check it?
Okay. Well, she has a genetic marker to truth. You could say that then, right? So I was right on my first
genetic marker is this. Is reality real?
No, the genetic marker of finding truth.
Genetic marker is this sea level. Sea level is genetic marker.
Weak.
A sea level?
That's weak argument, mate. That's the part of the earth, physicality of the earth. What you're accepting to prove the shape?
No, accepting. You have to realize that you're limited by your human capabilities.
Right? What do you believe that Earth is a globe?
You have to have the back.
Question. Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
Do I believe? I think it's highly probable that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, why?
Hey, wanker. What a tosser.
Why?
You're a fucking tosser, mate.
Yeah? Why?
Seriously.
Why?
He asked you a simple question.
Well, you can.
I told you why Jenna thinks that Earth is not a globe. Now you tell me why you think that Earth is a globe.
Well, you can just look at Galileo. I mean, you don't have to ask me.
Galileo, I don't know Galileo. Jenna told you can go on the beach, and because of that, there is no globe. Now you tell me that I need to know some Galileo.
No.
Yeah, Galileo's dead. Can't answer him. Can't talk to him. Can't ask him questions. Can't ask any of these dead guys any questions.
What you got to understand, guys, if you paid attention, is to what he said. He said, we can't know. We're limited with our abilities and human technologies. To paraphrase what the gentleman said, he literally says we can't know.
Okay, well, can I finish on that point?
No.
Why? Hold on. Why can't we know about the shape of the Earth, mate?
Well, I'm going to finish on that point. There's a background understanding regarding fact. Okay, to answer the question, I need to cover this first. Right? There's a background understanding.
You're not covering anything because you're talking shit, man.
Okay.
There's simple questions with simple answers. We can go through the simple questions.
I think you're projecting.
A simple question.
No, he's not. He's not. Sorry, hold on, my friend. He's not projecting. I'm catching up with something you said. I want you to expand on it. You said we can't know the shape of the Earth, so expand on that point, not something else.
Well, I'm expanding that. This is the point. I'm making the point right now. I'm answering your question. It's nuanced, right? There's a background understanding since the early 16th century that any empirical fact, no matter what it is, right, has a probability of being false, no matter what it is. Even, like quantum mechanics, the most technical science, is not 100%. General relativity is not 100%.
What about when you measure something? What about when you measure something?
Yeah. When you measure something, you're limited by your own biases in your biological. Like, let's just say, like when you look at something, you're limited. You're limited by what you're. What
again? How tall are you? How tall are you?
Huh? I'm 6'10".
Are you sure that you're 6'10"?
It's 10. He's 5'1".
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
6'10" liar.
So, being as you're 100% sure that you're a fucking giant, but probably a midget shorter than me, how can you then say that we don't have any empiricism when figuring out the size and shapes of objects?
How you can't, because you're limited by your own bias. You can use probability to see which
bias. So your own bias is you're 6'10". In actuality, you're not. You're 5'1".
Yes, well, there is a background understanding, like I said, since the early 16th century.
So,
whatever you believe.
Without all of the waffle, because that's what it really is sounding like now. You're just saying words to sound smart.
No. Let me tell you something.
No. So,
all right, look at schizophrenic. Schizophrenic is as
Timbo, where's the mute another motherfucker button?
Oh no, you keep talking over me. Talking over me.
See, that's what happens when you have an element of control. Right? You're not in control of this conversation. The conversation is going to go the way we want, not the fucking way that you want. So I want you to go back to your point and explain to me how you believe that you're on a sphere-shaped ball, things we can't measure it.
Well, no. There's a schizophrenic is as sure whatever he believes, right? As I believe. Okay, that's just one example of how you're limited by your own bias.
Are we speaking with some normal human being?
You're a student of Aleister Crowley.
Okay. I know it's
from
early
that-
for a lot of you, but I think it's time for
What?
some basic questions, okay? Now, what does physics say about water? Can I just ask what physics says about water? What does physics say about water? Does physics say that water will take the shape of the container that it's in? Yes or no?
Well, water is
I
something
don't
that,
care about
something that
your
Jesus,
explanations, yes or
when
no.
Jesus walked on water, right? It never
I
happened.
don't give a fuck. Does water take the shape of its container? Yes or no?
When Jesus walked on water,
Does water shut the fuck up? Does
I'm answering
water
your
take the
question.
shape of its does it take the shape of its container? Yes or no?
No, I'm answering it so you understand, right? So when
No,
Jesus walked on
it's
water,
simple. No, I don't need to understand anything beyond does water take the shape of its container? Yes or no?
He's trolling
I'm trying to answer your
I
question.
know. No, you're not trying to answer my
Because you
question,
don't-
because if you were to
because-
try to answer my question, you would answer yes or no.
No, I'm trying to go down to your
Yes
level.
or no? Yes or no? Water takes the shape of the container it's in. Yes or no?
I just muted and deafened him. Who votes we get rid of him, or do you want to keep going with him?
Look,
No, he's just going to talk over everybody, and he's not going to try to answer yes or no questions. And ultimately, I'm done because he's clearly trolling.
He's trying.
Anyone else?
Yeah, he's trying
Anyone
to be
else
really
want to give it a go at him? Jedi, have you had enough coffee?
Mute this bag forever. Fuck this
Should we
guy.
give him one more go and that's it?
If you want to.
You already would.
All right, one more go. I think he's gone anyway.
We'll go back to the yes or no question.
And he's left.
I had nothing else to talk to him anyway. I already proved that he didn't know shit about evolution when he started bringing that up. So,
Does water take the shape of its container? Well, when Jesus walked on water, you do understand he's really highly trolling you there, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk in the way that you understand because you're a flat earther and, you know, Jesus and shit.
He had it in for you, Jenna.
that's one of those. Don't even dignify it with a response.
Say that again.
He had it in for you.
I'm telling you.
And Jenna, look
Okay.
at that two reasons why you think the Earth is flat. That's two reasons what he said. Think about that.
Two reasons. One, water takes the shape of the container it's in. Two, it will be level on its surface.
No. That's what he said. One reason is you are I cannot fucking pronounce.
Sasha, he said, I don't know, maybe it's because of indoctrination from a young age.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is such a fucking
Yeah.
projection because I wasn't learning about flat fucking Earth when I was 5. No, I was given spinning fucking space balls like everybody else.
So that's the hard part for them to understand. Is
We've
that
got 2 new people in.
Well, take control, Tim. Who are the 2 new people?
We've got El Cabron. You've got control of your mic, mate.
Oh, hey guys, I'm just listening. That's okay.
No worries. Flat Earther or Glober?
I don't know. I'm just trying to hear both sides. I'm a neutralist.
Sometimes
let me know a bit later. Let me know a little bit later, and I'll take you up to VC and get your VC verified. But I'll if you just want to mute yourself, there's someone else in here too. So thanks for opening your mic, buddy.
Yep.
Sometimes it gets rowdy in here, like that last guy you probably just witnessed
Real
that
tech.
wanted to talk over the
control of your
beginning
mic?
and end and in the middle of everyone.
Real Tech, you've got control of your mic. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Friend or wanker?
Hopefully you're not like the other guy. We just like normal people. Real Tech, you're unmuted.
I think I called that last guy pretty quickly. He was definitely a wanker.
Yeah. He's one of those people that talks without answering questions and tries to sound smart, but he's really not that smart.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell them straight away, like when they use words that don't need to be put in there. Like, yeah, okay, if you're trying to explain something and you need to use that word, then it's fine to use. But like when you overuse words,
Or
when they're
they
not
try and
needed,
put
like you
words.
use, yeah.
All right. I was saying when they try and sneak in little jabs in between while they're talking all sophisticated, and then they'll get a jab and then go back to sophisticated talking.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna
Let's speak first philosophically, then we will see how we will go.
Yeah, it's a prime example of a sophist.
Because we don't know how to patronize people in here. Like we've never seen it happen before.
Good golly.
In application, Earth is application.
He's like, you don't know gardening because you haven't read the books. Like, people were gardening before reading and writing. Just saying.
But he didn't listen your reason again, Jenna. You can read the books, but your reason will be there is no curvature in reality.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I read the books,
You
but
can
I
read
observe a
all
level
books in the
stationary.
world, all of them. You can read them, all of them. And then what?
What's it going to serve you?
Yeah.
Unless you're learning,
His culture, so his belief is that to be a superior culture, you must read ideas but never practice anything. And traditional cultures that actually live in their environments, so if you go to a certain country, certain people that you might think, oh, these people aren't intelligent, and then all of a sudden you realize you'd die if you lived there, while everyone else around you is surviving like everyday life is normal, because they understand their environment. They know how to live and grow their food and whatnot,
Yeah. They'll kind of grow up with a sort of muscle memory to the actual environment they grew up in. Just knowing what to do, what must be done.
It's like that story I heard about this couple of really good explorers or something. They were up in Australia and they almost died. They were like far north or something in that Northern Territory, and they were by the coast, and they were like eating these seashell things that they found, and then they were just practically about to die, and then these Aborigines found them in this cave, and all around them was food. They just didn't know what they were, like plants, and the Aborigines just like fed them till they were well. It was really interesting because they knew, they knew what the plants were, what they could eat, what they couldn't eat.
Yeah. If you don't know what's edible, though, you'll just sit there looking at a bunch of green stuff like, oh, there's nothing to eat.
Why would this name guy send me a friend request?
He loves you. You're
No.
a stalker now.
Great. It's like
You're one of his favorite people.
Klingon, I guess. I don't know.
He didn't get to prove that he was superior. That was his whole point. He wanted to prove to everyone here that his dick is bigger than your penis.
Well, apparently I have a bigger proverbial dick. Because I had to tell him to shut up and just answer the fucking question, which he didn't want to do. Simple 5th grade level yes or no question. Does water form to the shape of the container that it's in?
And do you know what is interesting? To be I cannot pronounce. Indoctrinated. You, Jenna, need to have the point where you are indoctrinated, You are indoctrinated because of this and this and this and this and this, Because these people
I was
told you this.
indoctrinated since a child. Yeah, I was
That's
indoctrinated about the flat earth since childhood.
If you're in... to add what he's saying, if you're indoctrinated, then what's the doctrine?
Yeah.
They don't know that. That's the problem.
I know the doctrine of the heliocentric lore.
You by air, and he's by people. Jenna?
What was that?
You are indoctrinated by earth, and he's by people.
Yeah, exactly. The earth has shown me the truth, and people have shown me lies.
Yeah, because the earth is not speaking, but people speaking. Earth will
Yep.
never say, I'm curving, but people will say, you are curving.
Mm-hmm.
Money makes the world go round.
Money don't make the world go round because the earth, it don't spin.
And now it's on you. Do you want to believe people or earth itself?
Yeah, I believe what the earth shows me. I believe that, by observation and physics, that it dictates that water is going to be level on its surface and conform to the shape of the container that it's in, which makes perfect sense for a level, stationary, geocentric earth. But I'm just indoctrinated since a child, right?
I'm just wondering where all these flat Earth indoctrination centers are. Like, I never saw one of them.
Point me. Where? Which one? Where? Any?
And you notice how he tried to pull the biology thing and act like, oh yeah, you're predisposed to certain, kind of like a compliment to inflate your ego so he could keep on getting his jabs in.
No, the whole thing about biology is
He's
that,
effing
like,
around.
with biology, you can be, predisposed to heart attacks and other kind of, like, conditions and yada yada. Doesn't mean you can't reverse these things through proper diet, cleansing, yada yada.
Yeah.
So,
Well, my point was, he was just trying to get in a jab. He was using what he said to try and kind of like as a compliment, but really it's more of a veiled insult so that he could have a chance to get more jabs in.
Trust me, I know what he was saying. He was basically
Frickin'
saying that the only
manipulator.
reason I believe it is because of my biology. Basically, in layman's terms, he could have just tried to just blatantly insult me and been like, well, you think the earth is flat because you come from a line of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what it's saying. You believe the earth is flat because you come from a biological line of stupid. And he's trying to fancify it, is what he was trying to do, and make it seem like an underhanded, veiled insult. Yeah,
But-
weak.
But not to get hyper fixated on one person. I'm more pointing out that's a common behavior. There's a lot of people who behave like this, and when you've seen enough of them, you can recognize behavior patterns.
Exactly.
To be honest, that was my thought 6 years ago. These people are so stupid and retarded. But that was my prejudice about people who I didn't know and argument what I didn't know. When I find it out what is going on, then I realized they are not so retarded, they are not so stupid, they are only using their senses about this world, nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about how I was too, Sasha. A few years ago, I didn't want to hear anything about it. I'd be like, "That's so stupid," I didn't really have anything else to say about, flat Earth. I was just like, "That's so stupid. That doesn't make any sense." But then, the more I looked into the ball and really tried to prove it, I couldn't. I was like, "Wow."
But listen this, if your approach was like this, if I'm that guy, let's say, and I ask you, why you think that is but well, listen, I'm Christian, I wrote the Bible, there is written there. Then I ask a second person, he said, listen, I'm Christian, and God sent me a message, there is written in Bible. I will say, what the fuck, this is some Christian, religious cult, they believe what they believe, but there is nothing to do with the flat. That I knew it that like even before that religious people thought that that's nothing new. Like, okay, but these people speaking about rotation, Coriolis, sea level, gas pressure, dada, radius.
Satellite.
Why they are retarded and they know so many things? That's my question. I always want.
Sasha, I love the way you talk, man.
I want to be third part. I want to be that on the fence. I'm not, but I want to be.
That's why I asked them, like, how can you tell who the smartest person in the room is? And his answer was, well, if you're trying to get at the point, it's the one that doesn't speak much at all. He gave an answer, not realizing he was already condemning himself. It was like, there's no way to tell that. It's impossible. That's the actual truth. Is there is no way to tell if you're the smartest person in the room.
Especially if you didn't say anything, and I'm speaking about you. I don't know you. I never heard what are you saying. I never heard your opinion, but I can tell that you're retarded.
The more you talk, right, the more retarded you become.
Even a fool can seem wise if he keeps his mouth shut.
There's a scripture somewhere, right, that says that, something like that, right?
Yeah, I just kind of summarized it, but pretty much.
I said one time, when you know all stupid, idiot things, you are then more clever than intelligent guy. If you know all stupid things.
I watched this, I remember when I was trying to look at this, leveling thing, right? And they were using a laser pointer and stuff like this. And I watched this video that they presented. And I got to say, it was a very entertaining video. I don't know if any of you have seen it. But it had... The way that they came up with to do it was... They had this lake. They had a boat. And they had a helicopter. And on the boat, they had two really, really hot models as part of this, which I don't know whether they were there. Well, actually, they were probably there for me to enjoy watching the video. And so they had this level in the water, and they said they had to use the helicopter because of the refraction. And when I watched this, it left me so confused. You know what I mean? I was thinking, why would you have a helicopter? They did it with without a laser. And I was thinking, why didn't they just get a laser and do it at nighttime? You know what I mean?
I think that you are speaking about that. Even that was a fraud, total fraud with that helicopter. In one scene, you have helicopter from others. How to say the last point of the helicopter is on the left side. On the one scene, it's on the right side. Then you have horizon behind that. What they want to show. Then you have so many mistakes on that video.
Yeah, but it was really it was one of those really high quality ones, right? So it would sort of try and steer people away from. But I mean, even watching that myself, I was thinking, why is there two hot chicks on the boat? What do they have to do with the experiment? And why are we using a helicopter? Because they were saying, we needed the right conditions, da-da-da-da. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be better to just wait till nighttime and get a laser light or something like that and measure it like that? And I mean, I hadn't learned about their ideas about laser light bending and all that then, because in my mind I thought laser lights would only go straight, because they replaced the levels that we used, which used to be water levels for building. We replace them with laser lights now.
It will be nice to do both. One during the night, one during the day also. In the same place. That doesn't matter. We saw so many observations that doesn't matter anymore. You don't need laser. Matt, it's telling you if you see something more than you cannot see on the globe, You don't need laser anymore. Guy did on the frozen lake like a bit with laser. So good video. And then people asking, look, this color is blue. This light is blue, other light is red.
Well, is anybody around? If not, I think I'll put some music on, since it's the wee hours of the morning and it'll be a little while before it gets chatty in here again. Yeah. I'm gonna put a song on, I reckon, if nobody's chatting. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. There's a song here that AI Ardent shared from Wits It Gets It. Play it down.
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What you go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water what they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing. They can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on the ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think they lost so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So crazy for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Started school, I think I was 5 years old. The teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption. With all my flat earth homies on a Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level.
flawless victory.
Position to be in your head for a minute. I thought I mentioned how politicians is just in it for riches. He blue collar for 40 years and yet he can't get pension. But it's 52 million a day on some fake space missions. Money's in the wrong position, wrong pockets and purses. Actually what the fact is that money is truly worthless. The purpose of printing money is to put you deeper in debt to it. Lower class could spend their whole lives trying to get to it and not profit 2 cents as if loot be elusive. Tragic who you can lose when it happens to be reducing. I'm guessing that my conclusion, money make us act stupid. They divide with it, conquer it, then continue to rule with it. Cool as a cucumber, but we hungry like some hostages. They live in paradise, why they keep it.
Hello, weird.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, man. You there, Kiwi
Yeah,
Buzz? All that effort that you went to try and get that person into VC, they didn't want to have a bar of it.
Oh, well, maybe they'll join in later when they get some courage. A lot of people are nervous when they think about the voice chat things.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it's not like you know anyone.
Yeah. Like, I understand sound travels at over 700 miles an hour, but it's not really going to hurt you when you have control over your microphone and your speakers.
Some people don't have control over their microphone, do they?
I guess. Well, if you don't have control over your feelings, then you won't control your microphone and speakers.
That guy, what was up with that guy before?
Oh, he was trolling hard, man. He was just trying to push buttons. He was playing like some kind of mix between sophism and theosophism and trying to jab every chance he got while still trying to sound intelligent. They devise a way to become wise.
Yeah, it's he was definitely young because he couldn't even put the words together.
Man, I was actually expecting because I kind of unleashed like a huge, I dropped some facts on him over the evolution thing, and I was expecting to have a really good argument against me, but he didn't, and that was a little bit disappointing.
Was he just an anti whatever we say?
He kept on trying to bring up evolutionary type stuff, so I completely wiped that out of the conversation by proving that de-evolution is the only thing that's possible.
Yeah, correct.
I made it clear, double down, we are going downhill, not uphill. We are not gaining, we are losing. Scientific facts, it is what it is.
Yeah, and plus the fact that evolution's never been observed. So.
They want it to be the other way so they can evolve into gods.
Yeah. Singular mind.
I think the further they get away from God, the closer they can get to being a god.
These people are fucking weird, man. I just wanted to get it was just a simple, reality question. Okay, in reality, do you experience the Earth as flat, stationary? Yes, but in what did he say? I couldn't even remember what he said. I kind of switched off to him after that.
In application or something.
In application. I said, okay, it was in application. How many applications do you have? Well, there's infinite. So, are we in infinite realities or what?
Is it a simulation? Is that why there's an application? What are we...
What are we talking about when people talk about what was he meaning? Was it the same thing he was doing with gardening and reading the
I
book?
know what he was
if you
getting
don't know
at.
the theory, then,
He was hyper dissecting words in order to form word salad out of the things that we were saying.
Yeah, I could tell what he was doing. But...
Yeah, because he can't I guess if I didn't study words like I do, he would be able to trick me easily. But no, dude, you're playing with words and you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, doing it wrong.
That's the
it
worst
didn't even
part.
work.
Yeah, the worst part is he's doing it wrong completely.
You need some practice on that one.
Yeah, you can come back in a year or two. Get good, noob.
Well, just come in with like a coherent conversation.
If your only if your only goal is to come in here and piss people off, you're not actually winning an argument. You're just winning your own personal little dopamine rat with a pleasure button game. That's it. You're not actually winning a debate.
What do you gain from it?
You're just making yourself feel good.
And you're making everyone who listens think, yeah, why are the only logical people here flat earthers?
Yeah. The funny thing is when people say things like flat earth is dead, and it's like, well, why are you here saying that then?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, why even dignify any of us with a response?
Yeah, if it's so stupid, then what are you doing here? Why are you in here? And you can't even come up with a coherent argument.
Imagine kicking in a door thinking you're about to be the smartest person in the room and then getting, like, completely punked down by flat earthers. Like oh, you dumbass. I'm just you stupid flat earth. And then it just freaking make you feel like a dipshit because you don't even know your own model. You don't know you know nothing about your beliefs.
He just knew about gardening theory.
He was just taking a jab at somebody who likes to grow plants when he's never grown a fucking plant.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
Oh, jeez.
But it seems to be a common thing where they come in and they don't actually say anything. Or they don't say anything. Nothing.
Or they'll make a lot of noise without actually saying anything coherent.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing he said made any sense.
What's worse is there was Globers.
Are they getting this from these university philosophy subjects? Like,
there was
how
like
to be a fuckwit?
In the YouTube who was actually disagreeing with him when he started trying to talk shit to Jenna because he was like, actually, you can use that to, and I think he was talking about growing weed or something. But he was disagreeing with this name dude who was in here, and I'm like, see, your own globy brethren are against you. Shut up.
Yeah. But what was he saying? So, Jenna, you were saying it was I'm doing this. I'm practicing gardening. Well,
I didn't even say that I was. Yeah, I didn't even say that I was practicing gardening. I said that I am a good gardener. Like, I understand. He's like, oh, well, you're probably using pesticides. I'm like, no, I'm using neem oil to keep the bugs off. It keeps a lot of the mites and bugs off of my plants, and I just use some Epsom salt and just some, like, turtle poop in my garden, you know? But, like, I couldn't even get that far before he was interrupting me and being like, oh, well, you use pesticides. You're a bad gardener. You haven't read biology, but...
He even tried to say that pesticides probably got in the plant without you knowing or some shit. Like, wait, what do you even
what the
do?
fuck?
You're just trying to make up a story to talk shit.
Yeah,
that was where he was going with reality.
Yeah.
Literally was making shit up. And then he wanted to say something about, oh, well, I believe this way because of my biology. Okay.
I know that was... See, the way, and you heard the way he was talking about it, right?
Huge deflection.
The way that they do their game is they'll do a compliment and an insult, a compliment and an insult. So they'll be trying to make you feel like you're stupid while simultaneously uplifting you enough where you don't kick them out of the conversation.
Yeah, I did. No, he was straight insulting. I don't think he put down one compliment at all.
What I'm saying is, no, because he tried, the minute everybody jumped on him about that biological thing, he tried to, but it's because you're genetically predisposed to looking for the truth.
Yeah, that's when Sasha was like, why does Jenna think the earth water doesn't curve?
Well, I said, what gene is that?
Yeah.
What
you get what I'm saying? He was trying to do this back and forth bullshit, and It's not going to work on us. We see what you're doing.
I'll have a citation for that, Gene. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think he was bored, so he sent me a friend request, and I was like, nope.
Cheers.
He'll be back.
I have a
he's
feeling.
going to have to. I muted him and server muted and server deafened him as well. So he's going to have to ask when he comes back in. He's going to have to ask someone.
Yeah.
It was just silly. I wasn't going anywhere, and even I was getting angry. I could feel myself like clenching my fists. I was like, if I'm feeling like this, I heard Jedi, so I could hear that he was getting like that. And I thought, all right, Jenna's getting fired up because he's trolling her.
Yeah, I was getting pretty pissed. I was like, no, this guy's not about to fucking tell me about me when he doesn't even know me, doesn't know what I do, doesn't know what I know, kind of. That's ridiculous. That's that ridiculous shit.
I think there are those situations, yeah. Like sometimes some people, you just got to let go, yeah. Like you can handle them, because it's kind of it's a good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But people like him, I think you just got to bite the bullet and just go, no, all right, it's just not going anywhere.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, this guy wants to dance, let's dance, but I don't know, he wanted to keep interrupting, so
everyone.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going to be nice to him. I was like, oh, hell no. No, you just literally, he talked over you, Timbo. He talked over AG. He talked over Chris. He talked over Saw. He literally talked over every single fucking one of us. And I was like,
yeah,
not going to be nice to him after that.
I think Jedi nailed it on the head, yeah. Wanker.
He came in at the right time.
Wanker.
He's kind of like, who's the wanker?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's the fucking wanker in here?
Yeah. Shut up. I want Jedi to...
He said, where I come from, in my country, we call you a wanker.
I was gonna say, he didn't even hold back at all.
Oh, man. Funny. No, I mean, that guy was serious. He put some high energy in the room, though. We got to thank him for that. Put some really high energy in the room this early in the morning.
Hey, I love it when Big Bro kicks in the door like, the fuck's going on in here? And sees a clown sitting in the middle of the room.
Well, I was I didn't even have my headphones on. I had them sitting next to me, and I started hearing all this yelling. I went, oh fuck, what's going on? I put my headphones on and.
Jenna might have had the most righteous anger in the moment.
I'm telling you, I think so.
And I heard this clown talking about gardening and shit. And I went, oh, fuck, what's going on here?
He was trying to treat her like she was a dumbass anytime she said anything related to anything. And what's funny is this. If you're a real man, you're going to target the biggest man in the room. But instead, this dude comes in and targets the woman. What the hell is wrong with you, dude?
I don't know why they...
Well, because
these guys think that the girls don't know how to argue or something, that
yeah.
But you noticed when I told him shut the fuck up and not to interrupt me, and I finished saying what I had to say, he shut the fuck up.
He's just a cock.
No, Beta's being dominated by women. That's why he targeted you. That's why he targeted you, because Beta's being dominated by women. So he targeted you.
He said, I'm 6'10". I'm like, you're probably 5'3" with a Napoleonic complex to boot.
What's funny is I use that alpha, beta, gamma crap, but I don't consider myself an alpha at all. I'm more of a lone wolf type.
Oh,
and I observe. It's like I'm observing the hierarchy. It's like, okay, well, you got alpha, beta, gamma. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's how dudes be doing shit, I guess.
He comes in oh, yes, crush my nuts in those stilettos, please.
Oh, jeez. Oh, Lord.
Rename him Frankenfurter.
Frankfurter to sausage. Kiwi Buzz, I think that these are you're looking at music playlists. I'm just going to share all the links that we played recently. And that's all of them. and that might help you with what you're looking for. I just want people to come in and have actual civilized debate and discussion without having to resort to these like low-level jabs, ad homs, logical fallacies. Just straight to the point. Where's the information? And let's get to the chatting about what's actually happening.
You know, the point where he got ultimately destroyed is when I asked him a basic 5th grade level question about water. It was a yes or no. It's just a yes or no, you know?
Well, when Jesus walked on water.
Well, I don't give a fuck about Jesus walking on water. Does water conform to the shape of its container or not?
You know what? In hindsight, I should have said, what measurements did Jesus take while he was walking on the water? How does that help us?
I think he was measuring in feet.
Yeah. Hey, and he kept it level because the winds and the seas obey him.
Measuring it in feet, kept it level. Oh, shoot.
Oh, man. It's too early for this. I'm going to go get another cup of coffee.
Look, I haven't even slept.
I think wait, did I sleep?
Wait, did I sleep? Man, you're a flat earth Discord warrior.
It's pretty bad if you don't remember if you went to sleep last night. Like, wait, hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, also Kiwi Buzz, if you go down the list, there's Red Pill Music, and then there's recommended playlists as well. So just scroll through all those and you'll find heaps of music.
You might be a 24/7 flat earth warrior if you cannot remember the last time you slept.
Hate that. I'm at 9:30 a Monday night. I'm off. I'm going to pick up my wife from her work dinner. She hates doing stuff like this. Because why would I waste my free time going out to dinner with people from work? I said, I don't know. Why don't you just say no then? Big Root's back. Welcome back, brother.
You alright, Timbo?
All good, mate. How are you?
I'm very good, mate. Very good. I'm loving the new picture. You've been hitting the gym?
Yeah, no, that's it's a new version of me relaxing.
Yeah, mate. You look ripped.
The other one was a bit confrontational, so this is a new me with a new style.
Casual Timbo. I like it.
It's I've listened to a few tracks, mate. I really like it. Love that English rap. I've always liked the English rap.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, English rap's getting really big now. There's loads of international people interested now in English rap.
It just sounds so like sharp and aggressive, you know, but yours is nice and relaxed as well, you know.
Yeah, thank you,
brother.
brother.
Lyrics, mate. How long did they take to think of? Probably would have come naturally, those lyrics, to you, would they? On point.
Do you know what I do, mate? I used to rap when I was a kid, and then obviously I grew up and, stopped all that shit. And then when we had lockdown, I have this thing I do. If ever I watch a lot of documentaries, but if something catches my ear, I make a note of it in my notes. And then when I get a couple of pages of notes of just one-liners or even just words, I then try and make a rap referring to all these different one-liners and quotes, basically.
Ah, so you get like a quote or something that you hear that you go, "Oh, that's good."
Yeah, and I get a big list of them.
Write down the random ones.
Yeah, then I try and make a rap, and I try and include as many as possible, basically.
That's good.
Yeah, it was a lockdown thing. I saw there was a track from Ethergrass. Does Ethergrass rap? Or produce or something?
I don't think so. He'll be back in a sec. He's just gone to get a coffee. Like a lot of people that write music on here that you wouldn't think of.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that Spurs Chemo on that Why Would They Lie rap. Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know. I don't know who that is, to tell you the truth.
Okay. On that Why Would They Lie track is the guy that goes chemo, globe abortion, will extortion.
Oh, he's an English guy, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah. He used to be in Jem's channel like 24/7, and then he made a channel on YouTube called Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther? And he would he'd record like really good bits of the flat earthers in there, sort of dominating the globers, and he'd just put a video up every day. And I used to listen to him; it was brilliant, and he's a funny guy. But I thought he was bigger in the scene than I suppose he is.
That's a good title for it as well, because you'd think that title would be flat earthers getting wrecked by globers, yeah?
Yeah.
If you came across that and it said, "Are you smarter than a flat earther?" and you were a glober, you'd click on that, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I used to get a lot of globers in the chat. But it's based off a show that used to be on British telly called Are You Smarter Than a 10-Year-Old? And they used to get like a genius 10-year-old to have a quiz battle or debate with an adult. So that's where he's got it from.
I think we had here, "Are you smarter than a 5th grader?"
Yeah, I think there's an American one as well. But like in Jem's channel back in the day, this is like 2 years ago, Witsit used to go in there. Lemon Bird was a big person in there. Who else? I mean, some big names used to go in there. So there's some real good sort of Discord blocks, an hour or two of Discord where Witsit's just gone in there and destroyed 5 of them on his channel. So it might be worth, if you're ever bored, just going back and looking through some of the good videos he's put up.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Always looking for new stuff. Especially older stuff as well.
Yeah, this is older debates, older arguments. There was a guy called Globus who used to go in there as well.
Same Globus that's in here?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if it's the same one. But Globus used to sound a little bit like a guy who used to come in here a lot.
So look down your screen.
I don't think it's him. I think it was spelt slightly differently as well.
Globus Maximus. No.
I can't remember. But he used to come in here and he used to go in there as well. Globus.
I wish more Globers were like Matthew Learns. Like, come to the Flat Earth meetups. What you're afraid of? Come hang out with us. I'm kind of not even talking about any of the conversation or anything, just the fact that he goes to the meetups and hangs out with Flat Earth bros and sisters. What?
Well, he's a Glober.
If more Globies would do that. Oh, I'm with Flat Earth Professor, dude. He says that he thinks that Matthew Learns is the closet Flat Earther, and that he's just, once he retires, he'll be a full-on Flat Earther.
I agree with that. Oh, I so agree with that.
And if not, either way, he's a cool dude. But he did measure the sun with Flat Earth Professor, dude, so distance on thing, whatever.
There's a guy called Kosho like that. Have you ever heard of Kosho?
Yeah, I know Kosho.
Seems to hang around with all the flat earthers, but he stays a baller. It's really weird.
You know what? I'm thankful for that because of the Socratic method. Just think about it.
Yeah, Socratic questioning.
Yep, I'm actually thankful for it because they make us answer the questions that we should be talking about.
Well, it's a matter. I guess. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they make us ask them the questions that we should talk about. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that my form of Socratic questioning is to ask people questions that I already know the answers to, and to simplify it, you know. And so it's like I'm not asking them questions for me, you know. I'm asking them questions for them. You know, it's for their benefit, not mine.
Yeah. That's the funny part, though, is you'll be asking questions and they'll think that they're the teacher trying to teach you things.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't realize that you just want them to think.
Yeah. Yep. Plain and simple. Just think.
I actually just had a small conversation with my granddad about Socrates and these sophists, and I just think it's hilarious that Socrates hated sophists. I'm pretty sure they twisted his words and took everything out of context in the same way that these guys do here.
They love to do that.
Yeah, like the clowns that roll in, that's a bunch of sophistry. And they think they're sophisticated.
I'd look it up, but can you define sophistry for me?
Without looking it up?
Yeah, just like a general kind of term.
They use fallacious reasoning to win arguments in order to devise ways to make themselves seem wise.
Okay, yeah. So would that word you use for people that the Dunning-Kruger effect, yeah? Would Dunning-Kruger and sophism go in the same like sentence?
Kind of, but I feel like
totally different.
Sophistry is the art of balancing at the top of the pinnacle of the Dunning-Kruger thing.
Yeah.
Well said.
Well, you're the words man.
Word, man.
Word. You're the word man.
Everybody knows about the word.
I'm like, this guy is like the master of the words. Haven't you heard? This motherfucker can tell you about the root of bird. Like, rapping that shit out.
Go, Jenna.
Write that one down, Big Root. Write that one down.
Yeah, you should write that down. AG is the master of words. In case you haven't heard, this motherfucker can figure out the. He can figure out the root bird.
The etymology of bird.
Yeah. He's the master of the words, if you haven't heard.
that's the funny thing is I've always liked writing and then doing kind of poems and raps and stuff, but that increased so much with the etymology and learning the roots of everything and bridging everything. And you can't do etymology backwards. You have to build a garden. You look at the seeds and how things grew, and then it's there. It is what it is. You do it backwards, you got a bunch of sticks. Like, hey, look, I've got this thing. You're not using it right. But if you do it right, you have this huge flourishing garden in your mind of all these different networking root systems and branches, and like it's all connected.
Flourishing garden, or would you need to read the book of gardening?
Ah.
Yeah, I'd have to read a book, huh? That's the dumbest shit. I'm like, yeah, first of all, I've read plenty of books. Like, I wouldn't even know half the shit that I know if I hadn't even read the books. And if I hadn't actually tried my hand at it. Turns out I'm really good at it. My plants, they love me. When I go out in the mornings before I water my plants, they perk up when I talk to them. I talk to them. I'm like, good morning. And then, like, I can literally watch my plants perk up. And they're so happy, and I give them water, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole vibe.
I wanted to get him to a place where, because I wanted to tell him what I do for a living and say, do you think I am a better builder than an architect or an engineer? Or because they study it in a book, are they better?
That's the whole thing, is like, you can study it in a book all you want, but it bears nothing on someone who has actually been through it and done the thing.
100%.
You can read a book on something all day long, but until you've actually done the thing that you're reading about, you really don't have room to talk, There's no experience behind the knowledge.
Practicality.
If I can teach a parrot to verbatim repeat every single word from the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, does the parrot comprehend the works of Tolkien? Just saying.
Good point.
Because you can say something, don't mean that you know something. People out there regurgitating squawk, gravity, squawk, round, squawk, curvature.
Because Earth pulls everything down. I was like, could it just be that, rain or water has a higher density than the air that it's falling through, so it falls down to the earth?
I love the reverse ask that the bros give some of these people when they come in. Like, they'll be like, so if I drop a pencil how did the pencil get up?
I was just explaining cause and effect to somebody because they weren't understanding that. They said that, well, science can never figure out the why. And I'm like, are you kidding? Cause and effect is the why. Let's just do a thought experiment. I set up some dominoes and I pushed them. Well, why did they fall? Because I pushed them. It's cause and effect.
No. It was the gravity. It has to be the gravity.
It's the gravity.
I guess the gravity made you push them.
But my gravity.
I still love that mass means barley cake. So whenever somebody says mass attracting mass, I'm thinking of a barley cake being magnetically attracted to another barley cake.
And just making one big barley cake, like.
Yeah. And then the other barley cakes started orbiting around this large barley cake.
Isn't it the bending and warping of barley cake?
So you forgot the refraction of wheat.
If you're a bent earther, yeah. I think it's great that the word curve means to bend or bent. They're bent earthers. And most of them do come in here, they're straight bent. All of them.
Bent out of shape. Way bent
Not
out of
all
shape.
of them, but when the clown car rolls up, every clown that comes out of the clown car, all of them are bent earthers immediately. Oh,
Check
man.
Which law states that containment is a necessary antecedent for gas pressure? And go.
This right here.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Second law. Look at that angry Earth.
I made an emoji that yeah, that's the Dur Earth DUR, because I keep telling people they don't know the difference between chug and dur.
Oh yeah,
chug and dur, or however the F. I don't care. I'm just pronouncing it how it's spelled. Chug dur.
Chug
And this is a Dur Earther, like dur. Dur Earther. It means ball. So I mean, not actually being that offensive. It's a Hebrew for ball. It's a Dur Earther. It's a ball earther.
Earther.
Yeah, Dur Earther or bent earther. It's an accurate statement.
Bloody Jesuit earther would be a better statement.
That's the center of their heliocentric model. They all orbit around the
I remember the day I found out what a Jesuit actually was, and how basically they just follow the rules of the hierarchy of the church, regardless of truth. What a dirty little organisation.
Oh, like the Vatican assassins?
Yep.
Disgusting. I mean, what a distorted... There's no other human beings, or there's no other group that I'm aware of that operates like that.
There's believers and there's anti-believers or unbelievers. Non-believers don't care. They're on the fence. They don't give a crap. But the believers and the unbelievers both know full well what they're doing. So these people, they're quote-unquote unbelievers. They're dark mongers.
Also, they have these separate groups of people, let's say, inside the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So that they can blame things on people. So they have a scapegoat. Yeah, if something goes wrong, they say, there was a faction inside the church that, did this. Or
historically, it's been to tie up loose ends.
Yeah. We'll just blame it on, these guys can be the scapegoat. You guys agree that you guys can be the scapegoat? Yeah, we'll be the scapegoat. Yeah, no worries. We'll give you a winery in Italy and you can just go and live there if you want.
I do the same model here over in America, man. The left-right paradigm. A scapegoat this time, scapegoat this time, scapegoat this time. Flipping back and forth. Yeah. It's just more obvious here.
Who was the guy that put the letter on the door back in the day? He put the letter on the door when
Luther?
the church... Yeah, Luther.
He held that thesis, yeah.
I was listening to someone talking about him and how basically the whole event was staged and that he basically retired under house arrest. But basically, it was he was basically an agreed scapegoat,
like a fall guy, patsy for a division, a schism that they wanted to control.
Well, they still do it. They do it in politics now as well. So.
Yep. Oh, people think they're in the Protestant church and that means they're separated from the Catholic Church, but they're actually directly connected. There's a lot of the documentation, whatever. They keep it separate, but it's the same. There's multiple branches to the Tavistock Institute. It's not just music; it goes everywhere, like printed materials in general. They got their grimy fingers in it all. Sorry, Jen.
I was just thinking about how it's really annoying when these globies want to be like, cite this, go do this, and it's like they want to send you back to go. Do the homework for them. It's like, what are you going to learn if I go hunting this stuff down for you? You're not going to learn any research skills. You're not going to actually learn anything at all if I just hand it to you and I'm like, here it is. Like, if you want to know, it's out there.
Oh, think about it though. There is this internet culture of living vicariously through other people by paying them money so that they do random shit that you don't have the balls to do yourself. So, I'm just saying that's why they're like, hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. They're trying to order us around because we're the characters in their show that they watch.
You got a trippy brain, man.
I'm just saying that's why they come in doing that. They think that we're characters in a show and I want my characters in my show to do this. And they yell out orders and stuff thinking that they can change the script. No, dude. The script is kind of foundational. We can't move that one, but okay.
Well, they're wanting the citation for the second law of thermodynamics, or containment being a necessary antecedent to gas pressure.
Jesus.
And I'm like, you could literally, why do I have to spoon feed you this information? I'm sorry if you can't find it, if you're not a good researcher or whatever, but that's not my problem. I gave you
So you're saying that it's not a thing? Are you claiming that this is not a law, or what?
No, not me. Whoever this
No,
Ben.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
just saying
whoever
to
this
them. Do
Ben.
you claim it's not a law?
Yeah, whoever Ben is, I guess, doesn't really know anything about it.
Is Ben Bendy Light or?
Yep, Bendy Light.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, that guy. Yes.
I want him to come chat, man. Like, he should come to the BC.
I want him to come
Julio
chat
was
too.
saying he'll never come.
Well, the way Flat Earth Truth worded that was like we all simultaneously asked him the same question.
Did any of you guys
define? Yeah, that's a better one. Bendy Light. Define gas pressure, numpty.
Did any of you guys see the recent debate between Whitsitt and is it Mark Reed or something on Modern Day Debate?
No, I didn't see that.
It was about 2 or 3 days ago. Whitsitt absolutely slaughtered this guy, and he's getting so good with his debates now. It's worth a watch.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, Mick Toon has a few videos just making fun of Whitsitt and all these other flat earthers. I was like, so Mick Toon has reverted just to like making fun of people and not proving the globe.
McToon's like their bloody god, right? Crazy. Well, they all love McToon just because he's got this website with a few images on. But every single one of those points that he's got on there, like debunk the own heliocentric model. It's absolutely bizarre.
He's an intellectually dishonest retard.
Yeah.
I think they like his man boobs.
No, like, he's got this one page that talks about how the Bible talks about a sphere. He cherry-picked 3 versions of the Bible that are obscure, that nobody even really reads, and used those as references, meanwhile completely ignoring any references to Chug or Dur. Like, he's intellectually dishonest. He doesn't know the difference between a ball and a circle. Like a circle you draw on the ground, like a regular flat. He doesn't know the difference, and yet those words exist, and there's a difference between them.
Bro, there's There's like 100 flat Earth references in the Bible. I just had to say, crazy.
I'm saying, like, I know you guys have debunked a bunch of his other bullshit that he said, but I'm telling you from the etymological perspective and a biblical perspective that he should stay the hell away from the Bible if he's going to try and make any arguments, because he's making himself look like an idiot.
Who was doing that?
Mick Clown.
Oh yes.
Mick Looney Tune.
But he's got that Lake Pontchartrain. Every time that Lake Pontchartrain picture pops up in Discord, it's come from his website. And that lake, the curvature that is supposed to be there on that Lake Pontchartrain picture would mean that the Earth is tiny. It's just ridiculous, and it keeps popping up, that picture.
Yeah.
That picture literally debunks the 8-inch per squared mile.
You could show them
Crazy.
thousands of pictures of cartoon globes and all the differences and all the continents and the forms of it, and they still won't recognize. They'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You know what their excuse is? They say it's compressed.
Huh. I guess bullshit gets compressed when you're constipated.
I was saying that about, so I was like, because one of our flat Earth peeps in the YouTube live chat was like, well, this guy's just taking a shit all over the board. I was like, no, he's not. He's just constipated and grunting.
Huh. And make that like making a stinky face that a 2-year-old toddler would make.
Yeah. That's what I imagine.
So they claim Lake Pontchartrain photos curved. So when is it a real curve and when is it a refracted curve in their model?
Well, this is the only image they don't like to use the word refraction on.
Yeah, there's no refraction in this one, but there's refraction that makes it look flat.
I think it's funny that they think that they can say bendy cranes, and that automatically will make 6 miles of distance that you shouldn't be able to see vanish and disappear.
Yeah,
and everybody just ignore it.
Because
Like,
the
all right,
cranes are bent.
yeah, you can only see 3 miles, so how the fuck do you have an extra 6 miles of visuals? What are you talking about, dude? What the hell does bendy cranes have to do with shit?
Yeah, bendy crane. They go off about the fucking bendy cranes. I'm like, what does it matter? It's that straw man thing. They'll like pick one stupid little thing and just straw man the fuck out of it.
I can stand in front of a construction crane on open ground, like there's no water nearby, pour some gasoline on the ground and take a picture, and I've got bendy cranes. What the F are you talking about?
Did you guys get a chance to listen to Indio and Mimas talking to Jesse Gordon?
I might have been around when they were doing it. I'm not sure.
It was today.
I caught like 5 minutes or so. I think I caught.
It was very good because then AI jumped in as well. So it was the 3 of those guys just simply talking to Jesse Gordon. It was a really good conversation.
Nice.
Really eye-opening. I'm going to go and listen to it tonight when I go to bed.
What time? So on the YouTube, so I can go back.
I'll see if I can find the clip.
Yeah, there you go.
Every time I listen to Mimas Aurelius speak, I'm quite impressed, to be honest.
Oh, Mimas is a beast on this thing, dude.
I'd hate to argue with that guy. Hate to get in an argument with him.
Stay on his good side. He knows his shit. Mimas knows his shit. And anytime Mimas is talking, I shut the fuck up and listen because he says things and he has said things that I have learned from as a flat earther. Just absolutely amazing.
I believe that he would give you scientific, historical, and philosophical reasons as to why he should get to choose what pizzas to order for a pizza party.
Yeah, he's that guy.
Like, he would know. Yep. And like, I tell you exactly why. Like, have it down to a science.
He's the kind of guy you want as a friend. Everybody needs a friend. One friend like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny though when people try and push buttons like they do on other people, they'll try and do it to him and it doesn't work because they just kind of keep that
damn
response to it because it'll work on other people. Like occasionally, even India will get triggered about something, but then like other things, Mimas will just be like, okay,
yeah,
just keep going with it.
Well, dude, when you're that articulate and that confident, there's not much you're going to be afraid of.
I just think it's funny though. There's so many times where I've like expected him to, but nope, he didn't, and that's kind of funny. But everybody has their own talents here too, where they know different things, like their backgrounds, which is awesome. But he's got a lot of understanding of philosophy in a way where he can combat these sophists like perfectly.
Who knew that I would join a 24-hour flat earth 24/7 flat earth Discord and have so many fucking trolls on my page?
That's what I mean is there's different types of arguments that can be had. So if somebody's going to come with that philosophical type debate, then the perfect person to come against them is somebody who appreciates Socrates because he hated sophists. So obviously,
I love Socrates. Like as a character, I would have liked to like go back in time and like meet that guy.
Yeah, I don't care if he's real or not. That's irrelevant. The fact that he was like F you to this weird bullshit is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. Also, who was it? Diogenes? He was like, I don't give a fuck.
I see why he hated them though, because he'll be like, I don't know what I don't know. And they'll be like, oh, so you don't know anything? You get what I'm saying? Like, I could see exactly why you would hate them because they twist his words.
Yeah.
He's like the Nathan Oakley of philosophy.
Even though it probably wasn't like that, I still think it's hilarious that the word cynic means it has connections to word like basically dog, and then there's connections to gymnasium type thing. I'm thinking of dudes with like that dog mentality. just cynical as shit. They don't believe anything, just working out, talking shit.
There's this character who's commenting on some videos in my YouTube channel, and he said something about don't hire flat tards or something like that. And I was like, bro, go fuck your couch, fool. Go. You're a loser. Go fuck your couch.
Isn't that discrimination?
Fuck your couch.
Fuck your couch.
I'm Rick James.
All I'm saying is you would probably want to hire somebody who knows how to keep things level if you want a foundation for your house.
That's my whole thing is like, honestly, if I knew that flat earthers were some smart motherfuckers, which clearly flat earthers are some smart motherfuckers, I would want to hire them before I hire a fucking globetard in a heartbeat, because I know that these people understand physics. I know that they understand geometry. I understand they know trigonometry. They understand what makes the world work.
Yeah. What I think is fascinating is there's such a variety too, and there's so many different highly intelligent individuals who are, because they'll make the argument, right? These globies will, oh, nobody with a degree, nobody with this, nobody with that, nobody who's intelligent, and then you've got a bunch of really rich, highly intelligent people who are also flat earthers.
100%. 100%. I remember when I first found out about flat Earth, I was talking about it at work in my office. Found out that one of the managers, managing consultants, he was a flat earther. Basically, he just naturally just felt like that because of what he knew about the Bible and his senses. And then we ended up turning the MD, the managing director, into a flat earther. And these were like really well-paid guys, high-end business people.
Nice.